Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space, where I take stories from across the internet and read them for your entertainment. Humans Are How Old, written by Random 3X. Glimpo was very pleased with himself. He had passed all of his tests and had been selected for a delegation to meet with the first alien race that he had ever encountered. It had been generations since first contact, and discussions had been dragging out. Glimpo's greatest wish was to finally close negotiations his forefathers had started. Entering the room where the meeting was meant to take place, he pressed the keypad with the door to announce his arrival. "I remember when we had to knock," an older member of the delegation grumbled. First contact and the initial stages of discussions had been done planetside. This was the first to be done on a human ship fitted to accommodate their race. "To think that these slow beings took 8 blocks to alter a vessel," the older member continued to grumble. "All due respect, sir, their machinery may be more complex than ours." It was the case that a few pieces of technology that had been gifted had been reverse engineered. They weren't any marvels of function, but they were beyond complex by their race's standards, from the reports Glimpo had read. "Ah, welcome, delegates," a human said, standing up as the group entered the room. The delegates felt their breath freeze in their throats. They had only seen hollow images of a race identified as humans. "I see the halls were not to impress power upon visitors," the old member of the group whispered, looking up at the human who stood a good twice their height. They had naturally assumed the race that they were meeting was the same height as them, a failure the data team would no doubt be reprimanded for. "I hope that we can finish these negotiations today. It has been a little while since we started, and the people back home are eager to start trade." "Yes," the old member barked. "We would have finished these discussions blocks ago had you not delayed so much." "I apologize for the delays. It took us a little while to retrofit parts of the ship to suit your people better." "I was but a newborn pup when you landed, and now I can finally see my race upon the greatest stage of the universe." "Indeed, we have prepared all the documents you requested." With a flick of his finger on the data slate he was holding, the group felt a buzz from the device, appearing on the screen where all agreed-upon provisions. "Finally!" "It is good to be here," Glimpo grinned as he read over the document before spotting something. "Apologies, human, but what are these numbers here?" "Numbers?" the human repeated, arching a brow. "Oh, those are the date." I thank you." "The date?" the old delegate barked. "The progression seems off. Do you measure time differently from us?" It never really came up, but it is likely, as we are from different worlds." "I see. I suppose that does make sense." The older member marked the document with a digital stamp to indicate his agreement, as did the others in the group. "Perfect. With that, we can now proceed with the celebration." Walking over to the wall, the human pressed a wall-mounted device, and machines immediately began bringing out plates of cuisine from their home world. As the other members of the delegation helped themselves to the food and drink, Glimpo couldn't help but gaze out the window, looking down at the crimson orb that was his homeworld, a view afforded to so very few, but would soon become a commonplace. "Beautiful view, isn't it?" the human diplomat said, walking up to stand beside Glimpo. "Yes, it is amazing. I still remember when we first arrived here. It was a sight to behold, seeing all the cities light up in the world at night." You mean your ancestors? Oh no, I was part of the crew when we first surveyed this world." "But, then, that was close to 100 blocks ago." Glimpo's outburst had paused the celebrations, as all his fellows now looked at him with shock for his outburst, something no diplomat worth his fur should do. "I must apologize for my outburst." No need. One moment, the AI is still deciphering blocks. It seems to be a new word the auto-translator units we are using hadn't identified." The human looked at the data slate as the AI worked out the meaning, but to Glimpo, it was odd. A block was a block. Every newborn cub learned its meaning by the end of their very first. "Ah!" the human exclaimed excitedly. "I see the meaning now. Glimpo, was it?" Glimpo nodded. "A block is what my race calls a month." "Month," Glimpo echoed as he realized the humans had another word for their unit of time. "So your race arrived here some 100 months ago?" The human nodded. "Yes, we had to take things slowly so as to not cause chaos. We slowly contacted your government and created vaccines so that we didn't cause plagues. It's why we took so long." So, you must be old then? Glimpo asked, looking up at the human with awe. There were only stories and fairy tales of races living as long as the human was saying, "Oh boy, I do feel old. I turned 30 only last month." 30? Glimpo tilted his head, letting his ears flop in confusion. But you said that you were amongst those who first found us. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant years. Years? Glimpo's heard the ping from his data slate, revealing it meant roughly 12 blocks. Glimpo felt his heart rate quicken as he did the maths. So you're 361 plucks. The entirety of the party of diplomats froze in shock, looking at the human, a being older than any of the nations they called home. You mean this youngster is actually older than I am? The old member of the group asked, trembling. It was a common point amongst their race that with age comes wisdom, and with wisdom comes the right to rule. Well, when you put it like that, I guess so. How old are you, Glimpo? You must be a few years old. I would roughly be 2 of your human years. 2? So the eldest of your number is... roughly 7 by your years, the old member declared. Wow, no wonder your race kept changing the diplomats that we were talking with. We kept thinking that we were doing something wrong. Now I'll need to have a word with the data team about this one. But to think that your race ages at this rate. Though, it would explain your broadcasts. Broadcasts? The first thing we detected about your world was broadcasts. We thought that it was a translation error, a malfunction, or even an interference that made it run at a faster rate. But to think that you live your lives faster than imaginable. Human, are you an old member of your race? Glimpo asked, hoping the human was just a very old member. Me? Oh no, I still have my grandparents. Grandma, though, is a more machine than the Nan these days, but she celebrated her 90th. Oh, 1,000 plucks, so many generations with one being. The human began before pausing, feeling the awkward atmosphere descending. Guess we are the equivalent of elves, then. Elves? Glimpo repeated, hoping for a reprieve. Yeah, back on our world, we have a story about a race of beings called elves. They looked just like us, but had pointed ears and lived millennia. The data slates all pinged, and the delegates all paled, seeing the word meant 1,000 iterations of a year. But you don't need to worry. There are all but fairy tales and stories. All due respect, human, a being living as long as you do to us would be from stories and myths for us. How confident are you they aren't out there? Well, bugger. I guess we'll need to look out for the possibility of space elves. Just hope they aren't the Warhammer kind. End of story. Story number 2. Do not gamble with humans. Do not play games of chance with humans. Do not wager with humans. Written by Adjutant Stormy. Commodore Robert Tennyson was sat at a table at the Orbital Pub with Erindani Ambassador Rethick. Between the drinks and initial discussions of normalized relations, they had settled into a cordial, if adversarial, relationship. Tennyson had been sent to smooth relations with the Eridani, with diplomatic carte blanche to make it happen. The Eridani were proud industrialists, looking akin to an Earth gecko, and saw Terran space as a chief competitor. Terran ships and equipment were undercutting them, as good enough was the motto of the Terran engineer. From the shipyards on Luna and Mars, mass-produced trash by Eridani standards were flooding the market. The phrase serviceable covered their marketing. It works, but no warranty. Meanwhile, the Eridani shipyards above Epsilon Eridani 4 would produce masterworks, warranted for millennia. Eridani's shipyard motto was, in galactic common, the last ship you'll ever buy, guaranteed for 500 light years before first service. The drinks had yet to mellow the Rathic's adversarial nature, so Robert proposed a game, human poker, specifically Texas Hold'em. The Commodore had been dispatched with a budget of 200,000 galactic credits to make the Eridani see reason. Ambassador Rathic saw no reason not to take the human's currency, as well as his dignity. After learning the rules of this human game, he ascertained the odds and probabilities of the adversarial game of chance. Being consummate engineers, the Eridani had a potential instinct for mathematics. Rathic was certain his abilities in this field far outstretched the human counterpart. The flop came. Kings of spade, king of hearts, queen of spades. Commodore Robert Tennyson had lost his shirt and shoes and breeches. Even while trying to count cards, his Eridani counterpart had cleaned him out. His ambassadorial budget lay in a mountain of chips his opponent had in front of their seat. "Double or nothing," Robert declared. Rethick was confused. The man had nothing left to wager. Rethick dealt the cards. He had a king and a queen, an excellent hand, and a greater than 80% chance of victory. Robert Tennyson decided, in the human fashion, to go all in. Not personally. The alien across the table already had his goddamn shoes after all. But he did have diplomatic carte blanche, a blank check from Terra. "I bet the orbital works of Luna," the Commodore said with far more confidence than was warranted. You what?" Rethick spat in disbelief. "You heard me." The Commodore spoke softly. "Care to see my bet?" Rethick seethed. "The currency on this table is a pittance compared to your frankly insane wager. Fine, we will counter with a 100-year lease, not ownership, of Epsilon Eridani 4 orbital works." Betting a revocable lease against the ownership of a primary orbital seemed a sound plan to the ambassador. Not that their subpar construction facilities could make Eridani quality ships. Commodore Robert Tennyson, in the stupidest gamble of his young life, and that included evading a superior fleet by diving next to a black hole, agreed. He had pocket aces, and by the flop, he was still 100% bluffing. With their betting done, the next card, 2 of diamonds. The final card, an ace of diamonds. Rethick shows his hand. "I'm sorry, Commodore. Full house. Kings over queens. I will enjoy dismantling your subpar construction facilities." Robert grins. "Not so fast, my friend. Full house, aces over kings. I'll enjoy renovating your shipyard. Don't worry, there's no backing out. 17 of the other patrons of the spa are Terran Security. Our gain has been live-streamed for the Terran Security Council. No weaseling out of our wager." The Commodore continued. "Did I wager a major planetary body on a 1.5% chance that I'd win? You bet your sweet ass I did. I honestly did not expect you to call. Well, what's done is done. We all learned something very important today. If a human wants to bet, don't." End of story. It started with one ship, written by Eddie. Humanity arrived on the interstellar scene with more than a little chaos. Unlike most species, they didn't break free of their solar system and send out an attempt at an interstellar greeting from whatever primitive ship they used. Nor did they intercept some kind of external signal and take it as a sign to build for the stars. Rather, there was a crash landing. An old faster-than-light probe crashed into their colony on one of their other planets in their solar system. Humanity didn't really know what to do with it, but they worked out how to work the faster-than-light drive. Once they got that working, they built a shell around it, a big, airtight shell with all that they needed to live. Without direction, or really any understanding of what they were supposed to be aiming for, they hurled themselves into interstellar space, the FTL drive shooting them across the galaxy. As you would expect, it didn't go very well. But contrary to most common indirect FTL jumps, they didn't end up in dead space or inside a star or other gravitational anomaly. Rather, they appeared on the border of a rather aggressive species called the Krell. The Krell, in their infinite wisdom, decided the best course of action was to try and take this new species captive. Humanity responded by taking over 2 Krell ships that had been sent to capture them, mostly by being vicious bastards with no regards for the conventions of war or civil interactions. We only found out centuries later that at the time, humans were just recovering from a civil war, and most humans looked quite unfavorably on attempting to take prisoners with microwave and electrical weapons. Either way, the humans went from having 1 FTL-capable ship to 3. So, what did they do? They reversed the course of the original one, sending it home before crewing the other 2 and pointing them in random directions and repeating the process. Now, most species FTL drives have unique signatures, so when the Krell FTL drive flash was registered above the agricultural world in my own species space, the logical process was to attempt to ask what was going on. With no response but no active weapons, the standard procedure was to dock with the unknown vessel and attempt to board it. Well, the humans had seen the song and dance before, but this time they had some Krell to throw in the way first to see what we'd do. Being at war with the aggressive species, we detained them with extreme prejudice. The humans decided they didn't like this, and since we didn't have their language in our translators, any attempt at communication failed. The humans, now armed with their own weapons, the Krull weapons, managed to defeat the small boarding team and once again took control of the ship. So humanity had another FTL-capable ship. Well, what do? They finally work out how to direct the FTL, sort of. They jump both ships home, and rather than doing the sensible thing of informing their government that there are other species out there, they decided that they would recruit a mix of people, the most adventurous, the most self-sufficient, and those that craved combat and excitement. They loaded up these two ships with people and jumped out again. The worst part was when these ships ran out of supplies, did they just starve or go dormant till another ship came along? No, they would jump to supply stations marked on the ship's maps or on top of shipping lanes and raid those supplies. They even took to taking some aliens with them. Those that fought with the most ferocity or matched the humans' mating preferences were offered a chance to join the crews of these ships. Plenty took them up on it. The most frustrating and confusing thing was that these stolen ships had no rhyme or reason to them. There was no organized raid. Each ship was a law unto itself. Some had mercy and would not kill you if you surrendered. Others butchered entire stations to acquire new ships and resources. The fact that the humans would paint these ships, some were painted bright red and white with a strange circular symbol running along the sides. Others were painted to be covered in what we have since learned was the mythical human creatures, dragons and the like. And some, the most brutal of them all, were black with human skeletons painted across them. We had a concept of pirates long before humans arrived, but they were slavers and mercenaries, not these bands of raiding lunatics. Now, you might be asking what happened to that second FTL ship that was mentioned earlier. Well, that's a very curious story. That ship encountered a tiny mining outpost in a system that was only remarkable because of its high density of base metals, iron, copper, and the like. Things that every race needs in huge amounts, but are abundant across the galaxy. That ship took that base and turned it into their own personal fiefdom, and as the humans learned to use FTL drives through the process of trial and error, and other species joining their crew and being familiar with the basic function, that tiny mining base became something of a haven. Any ship that was flying in human colors could dock at that base and take rest from their raiding, and they could be repaired, refit, and even sometimes acquire new crew. Humanity had joined the galactic community, but not with a hello or even we are here to conquer, but rather they joined through stealing ships from most known sentient species, then using those ships to raid other species. The intergalactic politics was a mess for several decades after that. People accusing others of raiding their bases, stealing ships, and all kinds of other things. Only when proof that these ships performing these actions were in turn stolen was given did the accusations calm down. All the while, more and more of these raider ships kept cropping up, from where no one really knew until someone decided to track the entire mass back, eventually asking the Krull Empire what happened. The Krull Empire at this point was in a mess itself. It turns out that the Krull's taste in food matched humanity's pretty closely, so that they were primary targets for raids. 4 decades of having your food shipments stolen to the point where mostly the military is spending time escorting and guarding the food is difficult for even the most powerful empires. After recovering the information from the Krull, the intergalactic community finally turned its eyes towards Earth, arriving to find just as much of a mess as the intergalactic community was, but at a much smaller scale. The human governments had gotten their hands on various tools and weapons from the raiders, purchased at immense prices to be used to enrich their economies or themselves. The weapons to be used against their foes, Earth itself, had become a near constant low-level war as humanity tried to wrest control of these world-changing devices from one another, and the populace wanted to live a life away from the constant threat of alien technology being used to wipe huge swaths of them from the planet. An escape that the fleets of stolen ships gladly provided. So, there wasn't even a central government to blame for these madcap humans, stealing ships and crews, then using the stolen ships and weapons to raid for supplies. There was not really any unified humanity any longer, just an ever-growing fleet of ships, each a law unto itself, and whose nature and temperament was dependent on the captain. There were humans who hadn't been born on Earth and saw this nomadic raiding culture as their way of life. The galaxy's nature and political scene changed immensely from the arrival of a single species. Trade is now calculated as a loss margin based on human activity in the areas it is passing through. Wars are now far slower and more expensive because you have no idea when or even if the human raiders will turn up and steal your supplies, or be paid by your foe to break your supply lines. Even simple mining expeditions have to be careful unless they want to risk coming across a human outpost and being inducted into the crews of other ships and their vessels repurposed into the boarding devices for acquiring new ships. This is how humanity joined the galactic community. They rebuilt a crashed ship, used it to steal 2 more, and they just went from there. It is only in recent years that we have finally acquired enough data, mostly through trading with these raiders, to finish putting together the full translation matrix and start communicating with these humans. The thing that makes it difficult is that non-humans born into their society are taught the human language as well as their mother tongue, and they view the human language as some kind of secret code to be used only amongst those in the know. The majority of humans are more than happy to remain as these space pirates, or as some call themselves, space Vikings. Some, however, seem to be closer to traders and merchants with no qualms about shoot first, negotiate later attitude. Humanity has joined up here in the stars, and they did it by stealing things, and they don't plan to stop. End of story. Bioships written by Eddie. Personal log of Ambassador Crit Carroll. Transcript of verbal log. Galactic date 128.18.89.06. And they came in the dead ships, ships which should not fly. These unholy carcasses of metal that besmirch the stars, humans, and all they carry with them, dead metal, dead ships, and soon-to-be dead peoples. They would learn, as all before them had, to live between the stars. Even your ships had to be alive. To truly sail amongst the stars, your ships must be alive as you are. Our species has long since domesticated a species of squid which can skip between the stars. By combining it with various neurological circuits and uplift technology, our ships are as alive and as smart as we are. They even live longer. I go now to board a human ship as part of a diplomatic delegation. I must dissuade them of the idea of flying such abominations. Galactic date 128.18.89.10. There is something wrong with this ship. It should be dead, a cold thing of metal and technology with no life, no heart, and no animus. Yet, as I walk along its halls, I can feel its heartbeat through my feet. It has a metal floor, yet the heartbeat is there. It isn't the dull throbbing of our star squids, nor the quiet rustle of the Oborex traveling trees. It was a deep bass rumble, a continual low hum that permeated the entire ship. The deck plates vibrated with it. I could feel it shake its way up my legs. When asked about it, I was told that it was the reactor core of the ship. When I asked if that was the ship's heart, they shrugged and said that I could call it that. Some of them do. They call this unliving canister of metal a thing with a heart. The air is too dry and lacks anything that resembles a scent. It smells processed. The humans call it cleansed air. Galactic date 128.18.89.16. There is something wrong with the ship. It should be dead, a cold thing with no life and no animus. Yet, as I walk its halls, the thrum of its heart keeping my taut nerves from snapping, I'm becoming even more aware of the fact that it has veins and nerves, not of flesh or wood, but of metal and rubber. They carry not just the ship's lifeblood, the energized plasma it runs on, but water, air, and food for its inhabitants. These pipes are always making soft noises, even in the dead of night, and bleeding a little heat. I asked the humans about it, and they said that they could insulate the pipes and keep them silent and cold, but they like the noises and the warmth. Something about old houses and old noises being comforting. The floor is too hard as well. It feels like walking on rocks. I've had to relinquish on some human footwear to protect my foot pads. Galactic date 128.18.89.22. There is something wrong with the ship. It should be dead, cold thing with no animus. Yet, the longer I remain here, the more I am certain that there is something deep within the ship that is alive. not as we would understand it, but alive nonetheless. It makes noises like a living being. Its reactor hums like a heart, waking up or growing quieter depending on the needs of the ship and her crew. The engineers and technicians know what the noises mean. They can tell if the ship they call this dead thing a she, is damaged or under stress depending on the noises it makes. Just like our star squids make noises when they are in pain, the humans have provided me with what they call a humidifier to keep my cabin air moist, and even let me apply scented oils to it to help with the smell. Galactic date 128.18.89.40. The ship is not alive. I keep telling myself this. There is no animus, no heart, no life. The thrumming I hear vibrating through my footpads and up my legs is not the beating of its heart, but simply the waste of energy of its reactor core bleeding out in vibrations. The noises in the wall, the pings, the slugging of liquids, the odd clanks are not sounds of its internal organs or vascular system, but rather base mechanical sounds. Simple pumps and machines used by humans to keep the systems and ship functioning. The fact that the crew know what these noises mean isn't some clever symbolic biological system, but rather just an experienced crew knowing what a sound of a machine running poorly. Yet, I feel as safe here as I do aboard one of our bioships. The sounds have a rhythm, a specific tenor that tells me that she is running fine, that there is nothing to worry about. I know what the ship in danger sounds like. The reactor core roars loud, and the ship shakes as the engines come ready to fight. The sounds of systems in the walls reach a fever pitch as energy, fuel, and resources are moved about the ship. Other sounds fall silent. The noise of water running in pipes as the plumbing is depowered to conserve energy. The human footwear is very comfortable, keeping my feet warm and preventing my foot fur from becoming damp or dirty. Galactic date 128.18.89.44. I need to get off the ship. I'm starting to sense it. Whatever the humans feel that makes them treat their ship as if it's alive, the deep connection they have with it, the sense that they can understand what is going on. We would normally grate our ships when we wake, or if we encountered some kind of sensory organ or servitor organism within them. I have no reason to do this here. The ship is not alive. It has no heart unless you count the reactor. It has no mind unless you count the ship SI. It has no blood unless you count the plasma that runs through the pipes in the walls. Yet, I found myself greeting one of the tiny cleaning robots that roam the corridors today. Much like the humans, I am requesting a transfer from this posting to one where the species I am an ambassador of flies ships that actually have a heart. I keep turning off the humidifier to keep my room cooler. The dry air seems to help the volume of my fur. Galactic date 128.18.89.75. I have finally been reassigned to a different posting, one where the species fly in bioships, not these alien blocks of metal that have no life. I think I'll be leaving advice for my replacement on how to keep themselves sane and not start to attribute semblance of life to a ship that should be, very much dead. Yes, this ship, certainly not a live ship, requires a specific mindset to deal with. One I do not have. Galactic date 128.18.89.95. I have finally disembarked from the human ship and am to spend 6 days aboard the human station while I wait for my new vessel to arrive. I passed my advice on to my replacement and assured them that the humidifier serves well, though doesn't need to be on, and that the footwear is required, but is very comfortable. I am still wearing the ones they have provided me. While on the station, I was receiving a shocking amount of attention from the elite. Apparently, my fur was far more voluminous and my paw pads far better kept than most others, both indicators of wealth, status, and mating potential. Having never received such attention before, I was very confused. My accommodation was in the human sector, as there was none available in my own species sector. Every time I visited, I was greeted with mating proposals and similar. As one who has never received such things before, I was shocked and confused. My residence in the human sector was acceptable. The sounds were familiar, as was the temperature and humidity. Galactic date 128.18.90.01. I finally boarded my new ship. It is strange to be back aboard a bioship. The noises are louder, the air hotter, and more humid. I was forced to take my human footwear off, as I was told that it might damage the flesh floor. Once I was shown my room, I attempted to settle down to sleep and struggled. There was too much noise. The bed kept shifting under me as it attempted to work out my sleeping preference. I disliked the ship. Galactic date 128.18.90.05. There is something wrong. My fur has lost volumes. My paw pads are once again in the worst state. I struggle to sleep. The noises sound wrong. I constantly want to tell the ship to be quiet, but I know it can't. And the smell, oh gods, the smell. I can't describe it. It is somewhere between rot and sweat and clings to my fur, and no matter how often I attempt to wash it clean, it only grows worse. Galactic date 128.18.90.08. We are docking at a station, and I've requested that my dockside residence be in the human sector. I miss the cold, dry air, the floors that didn't squish and quiet, safe noises. The thudding boom of the ship's heart is too loud. The sloshing of the fluids in the walls reminds me of all too much of the sounds I heard in food processing plants. My fur is once again flat and stuck together. My foot pads are damaged, and my nose is clogged with the smell of the ship. Galactic date 128.18.90.10. I've walked about the station. It is massive, one of the largest trading stations in the sector, and explored each race's area, and I can confirm that it isn't just a specific bioship. Any race that lives in a heavily biological environment has the same effect on me. The only two I can stand are first the Alborak, because their area is good and quiet. I can wear my human footwear and wash the stench from my fur. And the second is the human area. The cold, quiet metal, the clean air, the fresh water, the hard floor that doesn't squelch under me. Whenever I walk through my own species sector, I want to rip the flesh from the supporting structures and reveal the cold, clean metal under it. I thought, because the bioforms we grew were antibacterial and killed all microbes and hostile microorganisms, that they were clean. I didn't understand what clean meant until humanity and its so-called dead ships. Galactic date 128.18.90.13. I've tendered my resignation. I cannot handle returning to the bioship again. I will attempt to find a position aboard a human ship, one where I can wear the shoes they gave me, where my fur can be kept clean and fluffy, where the loudest noise the ship makes out of combat is the odd plink as the metal tube cools, where the cleaning devices are basic discs of plastic and ceramic, and the not oozing cephalopods that trail antibacterial slime that seeps into my paw pads and makes them so rough that no female would consider me a mate. My superiors have asked that I seek psychiatric help when I called our bioship cesspools of filth with a stench worse than a Torrens arse crack on gym day. I told them they can stuff it. I'm going to a human ship where it's cool, clean, dry, and quiet, where I can sleep without a bed shifting below me like some giant amoeba. Galactic date 128.18.90.20. This is my final entry. I have found a position aboard a human ship as a translator. My superior has registered me as mentally unstable after I refused to seek psychiatric help. I hope in time that I will not be the only one who sees that bioships are a detriment to our species, not only in our physical well-being and emotional state, but also to those aboard as it damages their mating prospects. I, Kirit Kirill, sign off my last log as ambassador to the human species. My next log will be recorded aboard the HFSS Freelancer as the head of translations and xenolinguistics. End of story. Mankind's Return by Farmwitch 4275. Houston, this is Jupiter 2, apogee in T-30. We will have orbit momentarily, commencing retroburn. Captain Oliver spoke from his capsule. Solid copy, Jupiter 2. On call set speed. You may commence retroburn at will. Coordinates locked, came the reply from the radio. Captain Oliver looked carefully at his control console and double, triple, and quadruple checked his calculations as the shuttle's slow rumbling and shaking started to lessen. The plexiglass in his view began to demist slowly as the atmosphere began to thin rapidly. Space. The beautiful void began to open itself up to the crew as the shuttle charged through the atmosphere. 70 kilometers. 80. 90. We're out of atmo. Speed at Mach 26. Heat shield stable. Fuel nominal. Andres the pilot said as he carefully manipulated the flight controls. Houston, target in sight, distance 223K and holding. Hold for visuals, Captain Oliver said as he began calculating an intercept point. Copy, Jupiter 2, press is waiting, ready to make history? Hell yeah, Houston. Let's hope the tankies were right about it, and all those guns are inactive, Andres said, gripping the flight controls a bit tighter. If the techs weren't 100% about it, you wouldn't be here, Jupiter 2. There's no need to hope. Can I hope anyway? 200 clicks out, Andres joked, making note of the distance. We're out of atmo. Commencing orbital retroburn. 11 Gs of force. Are you ready for this, Kim? Oliver said, looking back at his female tech lead sitting behind him. What I was trained for, sir, she smiled at him, ever the eager beaver. He smiled back as he double, triple, and then quadruple checked these calculations again, making absolutely sure that he had it right. Kim double-checked hers, and Andres made sure his controls were as responsive as they needed to be. Retroburn in 3, 2, 1. Higher. The button was pushed. The engines lit up, and within the space of 20 minutes, 30% of their fuel was gone, and close to 100,000 kilometers of distance were closed. Andres shouted in excitement as he achieved speeds his old carrier jet could only dream of. Kim closed her eyes and concentrated on kittens and numbers to lessen the impact of the massive acceleration force being applied to her body. Oliver simply smiled, keeping still and focusing on the imaginary horizon. Target is closing fast, starting rear burn and 20%, ETA 50 minutes, Oliver said as the radio crackled back to life. Copy that, metrics are 108K clicks to target. Tech says burn hard for 184 seconds, then 180 to approach. Should get you there nice and gentle, Houston responded. Andres used his RCS thrusters to turn the craft around, facing exactly the direction they came from. All 3 crew members had a moment to look at home, a beautiful blue marble sitting peacefully behind them. God, I wish you could see this, Houston. She looks gorgeous, Kim said with elation. Retroburn in 3, 2, 1, fire. The button is pressed. The engines roar to life and the cabin shudders with 8 Gs of force as the shuttle decelerates. The entire operation is conducted over a period of an hour as the craft slows to a crawl at 100 meters per second as they approach their target. The shuddering slaps as they shut their engines down, engaging close RCS thrusters to control their approach. They are barely 50 kilometers from their target now, and its massive size is becoming increasingly concerning. Okay, Houston, the moment of truth. Starting the stream now. You gotta see this thing. It's bigger than expected, Andres spoke as a tinge of fear in his voice. Hey, that's my line, Kim said, breaking the tension with a "that's what she said" joke, receiving a gale of laughter from the radio and the cockpit. The stream started, and all over the world, nearly 4 billion managed to see the perfect clarity, the massive behemoth starship that had been visiting them for over 2 centuries. Just under 2 miles long, just over half a mile wide, and nearly a quarter mile in height. Calculations put the weight displacement at just over 250 million tons, and as the tech crews figured, its massive array of weapons was inactive. For the first time in history since its appearance over 200 years ago, all of mankind had a perfect view of it in crystal clear 1080p. The hull painted a dull military grey, the trim on its edges painted a stark silver, with its weapons and detailing such as antennae and guns in a beautiful gold. Dotted along the hull's surface are the image of presumably the faction logo, colored purple, mixed in with purple streaks and lines to give the ships a more defined look. It appeared on New Year's Eve, 1820, for the first time, suddenly appearing in our skies and creating a global mass panic. It then performed the same ritual every 5 years for the next 2 centuries. It would warp into the exact same spot at the exact same time every year, 9 a.m. Washington time, New Year's Eve. It would sit there for 7 days, then warp out again. It was always the same ship, but every time it would be seen, it would be slightly larger, or have a new array of weaponry, or be slightly more refined in its design. At first, it sparked panic. The few telescopes on Earth that could see it made a bigger deal out of its weapon arrays, sparking a new industrial revolution due to the apparent need for self-defense from an evidently superior foe. It never responded to communications, provocations, or even attacks. It would warp in, sit there, then warp out. As technology progressed and the warmongers were quietened, a new drive overtook humanity. Weapons development continued, but this time as a means of self-defense. More and more interest developed, using the few photographs and detailed imagery to attempt to reverse engineer or re-engineer visible components of the craft. This led to a second industrial revolution, which led to the information age. By the time it had passed its 100th anniversary, a new space race began where humanity desired to look at the stars, now fully aware that it was more than possible, as evidenced by the city-sized warship wandering around near their homeworld. And now, here we are, on the 200th anniversary, an expeditionary crew sent to get into it and see what exactly it is or who it belongs to, or even if it's friendly. The world is both excited and tense. If it opened fire, all nations on Earth would immediately take action to try and vaporize it, and with the ever-expanding arsenal of anti-ship nukes. If it was friendly, every nation was itching to get their hands on the tech. Kim was from Brazil, Andres was from Britain, and Oliver was from the US. The crew that built the shuttle and launch was a joint operation with almost every nation that could spare either the resources or engineers. Everyone had a stake in the game here, and everyone was both excited and nervous. Okay, starting sweep. We are 5 clicks out. No activity with weapon systems. No signs of hostility. Doing sweep, Oliver said, plotting the course on his computer 3 times to be sure. Using the RCS thrusters, the shuttle began to fly around the massive ship, using a huge array of dozens of cameras to record every single micrometer of the ship's hull. A huge amount of information was being thrown at Earth, and dozens of teams across the planet's surface were frantically receiving, copying, archiving, and decoding it. Oliver painstakingly did this task for over 2 hours, giving the crew more data than they could possibly hope for in one sweep. A close-up shot of the bridge, a close shot of the intricate logo, a perfect camera picture of the side-mounted hangar doors, and a very careful but beautiful photo of the front-mounted cannon array. Military analysts and weapons engineers now have enough work to leave them sleepless for decades. Artists now have sufficient inspiration to keep them busy for centuries. Structural engineers are already at their tables designing better housing blueprints based on the ship's hull. Aeronautics enthusiasts are already imagining themselves in the cockpits of starfighters. High-definition shots of armor plating are staggeringly beautiful, revealing each and every single armor plate covering the hull had a different pattern etched into it. Other plates had strange, bewildering scorch marks or dents from combat or meteorites that formed intricate patterns. Rarely, a few armor plates dotted here and there had pieces of artillery shell or intact railgun slugs embedded into them. And suddenly, the whole world stopped. On the sweep of the starboard side, those scorched and damaged, very clearly written in the English alphabet made out of silver lettering, was confined to a single armor plate just in front of the bridge, so it wasn't exactly easy to see. The lettering was a bit scorched, but a name could be made out: CIS Reclusiox Revenge. The photograph made an entire planet suddenly collapse into a collective gasp. Closer looks around the ship's exterior yielded 3 more of these nameplates. One read, Property of the USS-MC. The second read, Manufactured in Juno Drive Yards, Bay 47, Operations Template 17. The third and final plate was a memorial plaque with a steel tombstone on it. It was mounted directly behind the bridge. The words on it sent shockwaves even greater than those felt by the ship's mere existence at this point. To the memory of the fall of New Eden, 2 billion lives lost. Our vengeance was absolute. This opened up a massive can of worms, and fights began to break out. This wasn't alien, it was human-made warship. Speculation skyrocketed, and fights began to break out. The shuttle started its way to the ship's port side, and as they settled in to try to take some photos of the hangar bay, it opened. Houston, port side hangar bay is opening up, Andres yelled up. Keep away from it, Jupiter 2. We don't know what that thing can do. Too late, Oliver spoke up as comms shut off and the docking arm separated from the hangar bay doors, grabbing the shuttle and dragging it inside. The shuttle rocked and shuddered, everyone terrified of the situation as their world was rocked with despair. Comms shut off and the shuttle was dragged into the hangar bay. The hangar bay was very well lit. The interior paint job a bright white, yellow and black hazard stripes marked parking bays for drones. The hangar capable of holding 2 large commercial aircraft. Dozens of what appeared to be atmospheric spaceborne fighter craft lined the hangar bay, ready for deployment. The hangar door closed and the shuttle was slowly lowered to the floor. The noise in the cockpit slowly leveled out, the soft hum of the shuttle interior gradually being replaced by the mechanical grind of the large ship's internal operations. "What the actual fuck, Cap? I didn't sign up for this," Andres said as he struggled with the controls. There wasn't anything that he could do. The shuttle's RC system had flamed out and refused to start. "We're dead in the void, sir. We're locked out of our systems. Every command I give is being blocked. I think the ship just hacked our entire system," Kim said as she tried desperately to counter the attack on her system. She frustratingly slammed her hands down on her keypad. "Damn it! I'm completely locked out!" The shuttle doors released and opened. The seat belts came loose and a clear holographic path opened up, leading to a door in the ship's hangar. A voice, a clearly English voice, spoke up from the ship's AI. "Pressurization is complete. Please proceed to debriefing." The crew were bewildered, befuddled. The voice repeated again with emphasis. "Please proceed to debriefing. Follow the marked path, please." Following the order, they were asked, with no other real choice. The crew left their seats and followed the marked path. The air was fully breathable, so there was no need for much else. Oliver grabbed his weapon, a small .45 caliber sidearm, and kept it close. The trio made their way through the ship, entering a long tunnel. "Entering pilot core, please hold for debriefing," the voice spoke as they entered the large room, dominated by a pod-like object in its center. "What in God's name is this place?" Kim said as she tried to use her wearable computer to catalog it. The trio approached the large egg-shaped pod in the middle of the room and wondered what to do. A series of mechanical clangs and grinding gears started, filling the room with a low, rumbling noise. The pod moved, its casing opened up and revealed a shocking sight. A human, male, very heavily augmented with pipes and cables coming from every point in his body. His face covered with an ornate, handcrafted mask. Every time he breathed or spoke, a jumble of bubbles appeared. The human in the pod regarded each member of the crew with a glance. "Took you long enough to get up here. We were expecting a lot more." "Who are you?" Andres asked. "It's been 200 years since I've needed to care. My call sign is Krikusiarch. Therefore, that's my name." "What the fuck is going on?" Oliver asked, keeping his sidearm at the ready. "There is no need to be rude." Krikusiarch glared at Oliver. "A history lesson, perhaps?" The lights dim. A holographic display appeared around the trio of adventurers. "You say it's near the year 2020. It is not. It is the year 2320. In 2029, a breakthrough in commercial spaceflight led to a mass exodus of Earth. Mars, Callisto, Jupiter, hell, even Pluto became colonies. Then people like me showed up, Corsaires." The hologram showed the image of various points in history. Had everything they knew been wrong? Was everything they did for nothing? "A Corsair is a human that has undergone a complete bio-cybernetic replacement of all components. A device known as a synaptic link is installed and the pilot is engaged into the ship. The device and the tech allowed us to directly control the ship of any size as easily as we would control our own bodies. Thoughts became actions, actions translate into ships the size of cities. Volunteers began to appear from every part of every colony we had." The hologram changed to show the events unfolding, giving a good idea as to the sacrifices necessary to undergo the process. But the results spoke for themselves, allowing for a single individual to control a warship the size of Manhattan. "Corsaires took off in every direction. By the end of the century, tens of thousands of us went out into the void, accomplishing who knows what, doing whatever they want. The governments of the world, greedy as always, decided to do what politicians always do. They tried to control us. The Soul Civil War started." The hologram showed shots of snippets of half-hearted political speeches and mindless ramblings about too much freedom with too little accountability. Various images of riots erupting in colonies. Corsair pilots being illegally arrested, followed by Corsair fleet suddenly appearing, wiping out a federal blockade fleet with no losses. The government declared war. The Corsaires hijacked the shipyards and fleet's assets that gave them their lives and vanished from the system. 6 months after the Exodus, we had first contact with aliens. An empire that simply immediately attacked us. New Eden was shattered. 2 billion lives erased. We attempted negotiations. They responded with violence. We surrendered. They massacred or enslaved us. They found Earth, and although the Federals put up a valiant defense, they were no match. The aliens were ready to shatter Earth before the Coursiers warped in and engaged. The hologram showed a short movie of all the events described. A planet being shattered in half. Warships of human design being melted into slag by powerful laser weapons. The alien fleet arriving at Sol, dismantling a fleet of warships that engaged. Destroying shipyards and factories on all colonies, killing billions. Finally, the alien fleet arrived in orbit of Earth, only to have the flagship suddenly vaporized. Our revenge was merciless, absolute. The Coursiers, limited only by imagination, returned home with a thunderous roar of revenge, rage, and hatred. Unchallenged by regulations or rules, they vastly outmatched the aliens. They chased them out, wiped their fleet out completely, then began a devastating rampage. Blinded by rage, they cut a devastating swath of death and destruction through the galaxy, scouring it clean of life. By the time they returned from their crusade, the damage done to Mother Earth was sufficient to render us back to the medieval age. The hologram showed the montage of merciless destruction as dozens of fleets were vaporized by overwhelming force. Hundreds of planets were scarred clean of life or simply shattered out of rage. 60 years of history passed by as the hologram showed Coursiers scouring the galaxy clean of all sentient life. The hologram showed Coursiers returning in mass numbers to Earth's orbit, only to be greeted with a species that they took too long to save. A world regressing back to the age of muskets and castle walls. Blinded by rage, we forgot where we came from. Now we all wait in silent vigil above the remnants of the tombs we created, hoping that those we left behind will forgive us for what we did. We do not regret our attacks against the enemy. We regret not coming home to help. The hologram stopped and the lights got bright again. The room remained quiet for a good 10 minutes while people took in the information they just heard. 300 years of human history was lost. All that time, it was up here. So, what now? Andres asked, still dumbfounded. A small mechanical arm appeared out of the floor, holding a device of some kind. Take this hard drive, go home, think, deliberate, consider. We will be waiting for you to reclaim your place in the void. End of story. A Human Supercarrier by Fox Corp. The hell do you mean we shouldn't try to subjugate humanity? By all accounts, they only have 10 supercarriers. We've got well over 100. I don't see any possibility under Tolar's twin sons of humans presenting little more than their sword and surrender if push comes to shove. Fleetmaster Brackus had to pause to catch his breath and wipe the spittle from his clenched mandibles before continuing his rant. How dare you present such defeatist nonsense before the Empress? How dare you mock our fleet's ability? How low do you think of us that we apparently couldn't even silence? With the words of the Empress hanging in the air, Brackus stopped his ramblings immediately, bowing his head in reverence as he let out one final indignant huff of anger. As you wish, Your Majesty. The Empress rose from her throne and walked towards the holographic display of the galaxy before her. In 1,000 years of exalted tenure, she oversaw the conquest of hundreds of species. Thousands of stars had risen to meet her empire's might and fallen all the same. If one of her most trusted advisors for over 100 of those 1,000 years said something was risky, it was worth hearing him out at the very least. Please continue, Scoutmaster General. Scoutmaster Ular clicked his mandibles and lowered his head with respect to the Empress before speaking. I continue to stand by the claim that the humans only have 10 supercarriers. I continue to ascertain that our 167 supercarriers are insufficient in dealing with that threat. Fleet Master Brackus was going red in anger, but one glance from the Empress was enough to subdue his rage into nothing but a particularly forced reshifting of his mandibles. For the time being, he let Ular speak, but the Scoutmaster was unsure for just how long this could last. To elaborate on this, I'd like to go over what exactly is classified as a supercarrier. As I'm sure both of you know, a supercarrier is any vessel purpose-built to transport a complement of over 100 fighters to the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, the holographic display of the universe changed to a System Cracker-class supercarrier, the backbone of the Imperial fleet and the bane of untold numbers of species throughout the years. With its mere presence in systems, rebellions and rivals alike lay down their arms in submission. 700 meters long, meter-thick sterosteel plating, 4 antimatter fusion reactors, a complement of 150 Janus-class strike fighters, 50 Hulker bulk transports, and absolutely bristling with point defense armament, along with a dozen Class 3 railguns. It's the most feared and capable vessel in all of known space. Or at least, it was. The holographic display once more shifted, now to a ship of a blatantly alien design. Instead of the sleek, gradual curves of a proper Imperial vessel, this ship was jagged, blocky, rough around the edges. Weapon mounts were clearly visible all across its surface. Sensors, antennas, and lights erupted from the surface in great spires in a cluttered, but clearly highly functional manner. The ship wasn't pretty, but based off the massive blast doors and impressive armament, it was clear to both Empress and Fleet Master Brackus that this was an incredibly capable craft. This is the UHG Cairo, 550 meters long, meter-thick plating of similar strength to stellar steel, if not exceeding it slightly. Our intel on the internals of the ship are hazy at best, but from what can be gathered from the civilian communications and information networks, we have managed to breach that it has several antimatter fusion reactors alongside backup battery packs for emergency running. From visual inspection alone, we estimate this vessel is capable of carrying a complement of roughly 80 to 120 space fighters of varying makes and models. By all accounts, this is a supercarrier, and its capabilities are roughly equivalent to that of the System Cracker. Military simulations show that in order for these vessels to defeat a fleet of 4 System Crackers, the humans will need to commit 5 vessels of this class. Fleet Master Brackus seemed to be in much better spirits now and began to interject. I admit that these vessels of the... what were those aliens called again? Humans, Fleet Master. Thank you. Humans are quite impressive. However, you said it yourself. They only have 10 supercarriers, while we may incur more losses than if we were fighting the average galactic ruffian. The Imperial fleet should have no problems dealing with such things. Brackus turned towards the Empress with pride, saying, I will have the invasion plans drafted and the fleet on high alert by the end of the week. The Empress took one final look at the display of the Cairo before replying, Very well. These humans admittedly seem quite industrious. They shall make a fine addition to our empire. Thank you for your concern, Scoutmaster. This intelligence has been invaluable to our decision today. If that's all, Ular clicked his mandibles loudly and let out a huff. That's not all. The Empress was shocked at the Scoutmaster's open display of disrespect. Her royal guard visibly tightened their grip on their blasters, and Fleet Master Brackus roared in anger. Within the fraction of a second, the Fleet Master had his saber pinned to Ular's throat. He turned to face the Empress and roared, Let me make an example of this beast! When the Empress glared into Ular's eyes to see if he'd beg for mercy, she was shocked to see no remorse, but fear. Not fear of her, or of the nearly rabid Fleet Master Brackus, or even the saber pinned to his vital arteries, but pure, unadulterated terror stemming from the holographic display behind her. When she turned to look at whatever had caused Ular such great fear, she simply became confused. What am I looking at, Ular? The saber still firmly plastered against his throat, Ular let out a somewhat stifled reply. You are watching a video clip, the human system. Brackus, the Empress mumbled quietly, let him speak. As you wish. But Ular didn't need to speak, because the video was speaking a billion words a second. He spoke anyway to ensure no doubt of what they were seeing existed in anyone's mind. You are watching a video captured from the human home system. From what we can gather, this is humanity's home fleet. Hundreds of tiny pinpricks of light danced across the projection. but upon closer inspection, it was obvious the dots were anything but tiny. Each dot you see is a vessel of similar size to the Cairo. There are thousands of smaller ships present, but they are too small to see from this distance. Fleetmaster Brackus was too stunned to speak for what seemed like an eternity, before finally asking the inevitable. I thought you said the humans only had 10 supercarriers. There have to be... Ular cut the Fleetmaster off before he could finish. 228 to be exact, and that, even knowing that it was coming, Ular was left speechless. The star visible in the background of the scene began to dim as a vessel of truly gargantuan proportion entered into view. Eventually, the entire scene faded into nothingness as a massive vessel eclipsed the star entirely. That is the supercarrier. And they have 10 that we know of. Fleetmaster Brackus had to sit down to avoid passing out. The Empress had her claws tightly wrapped around the nearest railing to steady herself. How much do we know of these supercarriers? Scoutmaster Ular shuddered as he uttered. What we call supercarriers, the humans call light assault craft. The Grand Imperial Fleet, in its entirety, could be housed, supplied, and fielded all within a single human supercarrier strike group. The Empress turned to the Scoutmaster with a vacant stare. What are we to do? Preferably any course of action that doesn't lead us to acquiring an accurate count of supercarriers fielded by humanity. The Empress took one last look towards the projection before clicking her mandibles in agreement. Thank you, Scoutmaster. This intelligence has been invaluable to our decision today. That is all. End of story. Story number 2. Don't lie to the humans. They will believe you. Written by Vivid Membership 3959. The welcoming of the humans into the galactic community was pretty standard. The fleet of 10 battleships were, in theory, a tenth of our fleet, and were also, in theory, a relatively old fleet. In reality, the years of peace made that part of our navy the only working fleet. One of our ships broke down on the way back, but the humans didn't need to know that. After the show, the humans asked us about our ship capabilities. We told them that it was only an older fleet, and that our actual ships could move at double the pace of these. The humans had their suspicions, but because they only recently unified after making contact with the rest of the galactic community only a few of their months ago, we knew that they wouldn't be able to even match us within a reasonable time frame. In theory, at least. Time passed, and relations became more strained. The humans' moral structure was so opposed to ours that war was almost certain if it wasn't for the humans' ridiculous stockpile of crust cracker warheads. We did put effort into our stockpile, but only to be able to hold a bit more than a human government. After a group of slaves stole a ship and hid out on a human colony world, we demanded that they handed them over and were shocked to hear the response that they would be holding them in detention. Figuring the humans wouldn't be able to back up their actions, we dispatched a part of our newly refurbished fleet just in time to meet the human fleet that was a bit bigger than ours. They seemed to have, built to the numbers we told them. After some back and forth between the two governments, it was eventually brought to the Galactic Union. The humans said that they had the right of claiming any personnel within their space. They were not correct due to some code that was more of a rubber mallet for larger nations to use on weaker ones. However, we were shocked when the humans provided numbers that would have been able to contend even with our theoretical fleet. After a while of silence, everyone looked at the human in the middle of the room. Then our government's delegate started to laugh and called out the humans' lies, with the rest of the galaxy delegates following suit. The humans shook their heads and walked out of the station onto their ship, where they quickly moved to their home planet. Staying in the station for a while, we heard what the rest of the people there told the humans. Most haven't interacted with the humans, and those who had just said that they had a fleet the size of ours. All the governments knew that there was no point in waging war, so we all agreed that we would just lie to our populace and claim strength. Eventually, the conversation decayed into mocking the humans' boldness of claiming superiority of their fleet. It eventually ended, and everyone returned back to their home governments to report on it. However, what I was greeted with on my return wasn't the usual government welcoming party. Instead, it was a group of panicked-looking generals. "What did the humans tell you about their fleet?" I was asked as soon as I stepped off my ship. I almost laughed before telling them what they told me, until they said something along the lines of, That means I only sent part of the fleet to that planet then. What do you mean by that? I asked. The humans have stationed a fleet of 100 ships, around 4 of their closest to our space. Altogether, they have the ability to outnumber our naval forces 3-2, assuming that they did send their entire fleet to our border. However, there are reports of another 80 on their other borders, along with 20 around Earth. They built a navy able to beat the one we don't have. Humans will believe anything. It has been 80 of their years since then, and we have almost bankrupted ourselves, making the fleet that we said that we had in order to stand a chance in any sort of battle. End of story. I knew a human written by going over that cliff. Tired and somewhat bored, the Axian consul silently retreated to his species' quarters as the playful melodies and romantic waltzes echoed through the grand and elegant place. Had already enough, Uncle? Yes, dear nephew. Mind if I take a seat next to you? The young adjutant extended his arm towards a chair opposite him with a bright smile. As the diplomat sat down, his brother's son poured some hot beverage to quell his thirst and calm his senses. This is, stuttered the weary Axian as his pupils widened after taking a sip from the cup. Darjeeling, first flush. It just came as a gift, apparently one of the finest batches of the season. Uncle, are you feeling well? Worriedly asked after noticing the pale look on his face. I'm sorry, I'm fine. I haven't tasted this in a while. A long while, replied the venerable politician with a sad, concealed undertone, one that would have gone unnoticed by most. Is there something you want to tell me, Uncle? Said the other, having picked up the sorrow hidden under many years of experience on the political stage. Well, we still have plenty of time before someone comes looking for me. Mind if I tell you a story? It's a sort of a burden that I've been carrying all this time, unbeknownst to everyone. Hearing these words, the young Axian put down his drink and assumed an appropriate posture. As the background music lightened the atmosphere, the consul began to speak softly. As you well know, long ago, before I stepped into the political landscape, I used to sail the cosmos, navigate the stars. His nephew was very well acquainted with the numerous travels and findings of his uncle, as all Axians did. The one sitting before him was considered a modern-day hero by his people, someone who relegated everything, met everyone on the sideline to pursue knowledge, to discover the unknown. I was just an adolescent when I departed for the first time. How silly of me. When I was merely 62 years old, all I wanted was to leave my parents' house, escape from my clan's suffocating grasp. I wanted to be free. I wanted to feel free. The consul drank another heartfelt sip, taking a moment to breathe in, to let his taste bulbs fully appreciate the reminiscing aroma. I had everywhere to go, but no destination or purpose. For a couple of years I drifted here and there, visiting many famous planets and renowned stations, trying to find something that would catch my fleeting interest in life. Then I stumbled onto Earth. What I found on that newly discovered planet was truly mind-blowing. Well, that's a story for another time. Of much more importance is who I found. The Axian gently brought up a cup to his lips before resuming his story. Her name was Lucy. She was a young human female of 27 years who just completed her higher education. I was wasting my time in a particular establishment that served mainly brewed beverages. Back then, despite all the wonders surrounding me, I was at my lowest. Venturing out of an airlock or going for a never-ending spacewalk, these and many other dark thoughts kept tormenting my mind to no end. From the outside, I must have looked miserable, empty, and lightless eyes slumped on the table of the so-called cafe. The uncle gently gestured to his nephew to pour some more tea as his cup was empty. Out of nowhere, this human sat down next to me, shoving my shoulder and yelling in my ears. She insisted that we share a drink. And here we are, more than 7 centuries later. I can still remember her as if it was yesterday. Her bright smile, her sharp gaze permanently carved her image in my mind.
Uncle, are you sure you want to continue? It's not a problem if this matter is uncomfortable to you,
interrupted the nephew, noticing the clear trembling in the voice and gloominess in the elder's gaze, to which he replied not to worry about it. She was very curious and kind, at least to me. To cheer me up, she offered me a drink. I half expected an extremely alcoholic beverage, one that would either poison me to death or stun me for the following 6 hours. I was pleasantly surprised when the waitress put that steaming teapot in front of me. The intensity of the aroma and the decisive taste made me forget all the worries in my admittedly pathetic existence. That was the first time I tasted Darjeeling. We started talking. Speaking to Lucy was very comforting, like a caring teacher. She would quietly and carefully listen to all my first world problems and troubles for hours and hours long after the sun had set over the horizon. As the store was closed, she asked me to meet her at that same cafe the following day at the same time.
And I'm guessing you did, Uncle,
exclaimed the adjutant while lighting a cigarette stuck between his lips. For a whole week, I spent every afternoon drinking tea and talking to that human about our problems, complaining about our mundane lives.
Our problems? Was she in a similar situation to yours?
Sort of. Well, I left my clan of my own will. Lucy's family disowned her. Her parents had other ideas regarding her profession. They insisted she follow the family tradition and become a lawyer, so she ran off. Instead of law, she majored in astrophysics and dreamt of exploring the universe. The nephew was visibly astonished, having pieced together the bits and pieces of the puzzle his uncle sprinkled around, hidden in the story. I think you understand where I'm getting to. Well, what are a few human years for someone like me, fated to live for 1,000? I told myself. There I was, with a boatload of money, but nothing to do. Well, she was penniless with everything to accomplish. Out of boredom, or maybe intrigued, I asked her if she wanted to come with me, aimlessly sail the solar winds, or look under the rocks of desert planets. She said yes.
So, that's how you started your legendary career as a space explorer?
Not exactly, my dear nephew. There is still half a century before that. With my unlimited funds, I bought a modest ship. She wasn't the fastest nor the prettiest, but she was highly modular, which would come in handy later as, over the years, we kept adding sensors and workstations to expand our scientific capabilities. How funny. I wanted to name my first ship something cool like Voidbreaker or Star Cruiser, but she insisted on naming her Voyager in honor of humanity's early space age. Taking a sip every few sentences, word after word, the old Axian kept lighting the mysterious burden on his conscience. As he continued speaking, it was clear that reminiscing and sharing his experiences filled him with pride and joy, even if he did not realize it. For over 4 decades, we traveled far and wide, mapping and exploring this mysterious ocean of stars that Terrans call the Milky Way. Here and there, some other random outcast would join the crew for a couple of expeditions, but most of the time, it was only the 2 of us. Time with her flew by. Touring the universe with Lucy gave me uncountable memorable experiences and allowed me to see the true unfiltered beauty of the primordial offspring of physics, the celestial bodies. I will be forever grateful to her.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Uncle, but as you said earlier, human lifespan is much shorter than ours. You said that you spent over 40 years with her. What happened after? She should have been around 80 by then. A Terran of that age would be considered almost venerable by our standards.
Yes, that's true, replied the consul, his eyes slightly watered with salty tears. The young Axian was confused and unsure how to react to the sudden show of emotions from the usually cold and methodic politician. Well, one day, she was gone. While moored at a space station, she removed the transponder and set off for the voyage while I was asleep. She only left me a simple sorry, written on a sachet of Darjeeling tea, my favorite.
Why would she do that?
It's something that I would not know for years to come, many years, after finding out. I was confused, outraged, and sad. I quickly acquired another ship, the fastest and most advanced in production back then, and set out to find her. I spent a decade looking far and wide, following the faint trail of crumbs she left wherever she went. Throughout nebulae and asteroid fields, passing by neutron stars and black holes, I eventually reached the far end of the Orion Arm. There, after 2 decades of frantic search, I found the Voyager, powerless, drifting through intergalactic space, with the cockpit proudly pointing towards our bright mass of stars that we call galaxy. After the first dozen years, I gave up on finding her still breathing, as the human hourglass was much shorter than ours. Still, for those years, I felt alive while searching for someone I knew passed away.
The nephew was so mesmerized and intrigued by the mournful and enigmatic story his uncle was unfolding before him that he forgot to smoke his cigarette, as it was now consumed whole and turned to ash between his fingers before he could even realize it.
"Well,
what happened then?"
he impatiently asked. "I boarded the ship and found a data log, which had been waiting for me for a God knows how long. Its contents answered all the decades-long questions that painfully weighed down my heart."
"Hello. I hope this message finds you well. I know I left in a hurry, but to tell you the truth, I was scared and insecure. I didn't want you to see me grow old, see me wither away under your eternally youthful eyes. I didn't want your last memories of me to be an old, bedridden, delusional lady fed through a straw. Don't worry, my death was painless, and I passed away doing what I love most, looking at the stars. Sorry if I stole your ship. I treated her well. She should be ready to go any time. I even filled her with fuel. On the main computer, you'll find the data of all the research and discoveries we've accumulated over the years. It's all yours now. Don't look for me. I'm going for one last walk. It's all thanks to you. It's thanks to you that I could achieve my dream. It's thanks to you that I could have a fulfilling existence. And it's thanks to you that I was never alone. Thank you. Thank you for having been with me on this journey. My safari might have ended, but yours has many more stages left. Take the Voyager and do what its namesake calls for. My last will is for you to turn around and look at a beautiful galaxy and remember me, not for my death, but for my life."
The young Axian was speechless, motionless. Not all the words in the unified vocabulary could express the storm of emotions raging in his mind.
So, all the research that made you famous, it was that human's lifelong work?
Yes, sort of. A life of pure fondness and dedication to the subject. To say it's hers solely would be a disservice to me, my dear nephew. Don't you think that I would have quit the whole thing if I was not interested? At first, I approached it as a momentary pastime, an activity like any other to try out as our time in this universe slowly crawls by, inching forward. But her joyfulness, her passion, her brightness made me change my mind. I fell in love with the exploration, discovery, and search for knowledge.
So, what did you do then?
I simply resumed the work I had put on hold years before to find her. I went back to studying the cosmos, although before that, I had some unsettled matters to close.
Like what?
Even if she never mentioned or asked for it, I had the duty to grant her a proper funeral, even if only symbolically.
The nephew stood silent, as Axians have different traditions and burial standards than most species in the galaxy, given their wildly different life expectancy and general lack of significant interpersonal emotions. They tend to care less about these practices. You see, humans don't leave their dead behind, as they never forget them. So, I had to bring her home. Something of her, at least. Even if she strayed from Earth most of her life. Lucy always told me that, despite all its flaws, there's nothing like home.
As clever as she was, I guess Lucy never predicted the leaps in technology her people achieved while she was wandering around. I can't imagine what she would have said had she known that her sister was still alive. And even more impossible to predict is how she would have reacted if she knew that they had forgiven her. Her mother, her father, everyone forgave her for running off, and her parents waited until their last breaths for the lost daughter to knock on the door, to tell her we will always love you. Although they are reunited now, I don't know how long it took for her to eventually start inquisitively looking around, trying to study the strange phenomena of heaven.
So, that's how you became an explorer. Now it's all clear. No wonder my father told me you disappeared for a century or so.
It's a story I've not told in detail to anyone yet. You are the first Axian to hear most of it. I hope I didn't bore you.
Not at all, Uncle. Quite the opposite. I never knew this side of you. Are you planning to tell the galactic community about this?
I will entrust the Voyager and all of the data logs to the humans. After all, even a ship deserves to rest at home, even if she was always against becoming famous and receiving recognition. I think enough time has passed for her struggles to be known. It's not like journalists can pester her with stupid questions now.
The nephew nodded and lit a second cigarette, to properly consume it this time. So, Uncle, can I ask you one last thing?
Sure, why not?
Is she the reason that you never married?
The explorer of the stars tried to hide a playful grin, bringing a hot, steaming cup of Geelong tea to his lips, and laughingly replied, Sure, why not? End of story.
Human Safe, written by Dark Prince 010. Come on, just a taste. You've let me try a little bit of almost everything else you've brought in.
Gerard's voice was wheedling, hoping to cajole and beg this hulking alien sitting at the cramped mission room table into sharing some of the meal that it had brought in a heavily shielded and secured container. The alien, a silicate-based species called Chungio, shook its ponderous head, pointing to the symbols and alien script depicting some form of warnings along the edge of the sealed box. Not happening, little Gerard. This is intermixed with plutonium and cesium isotopes to help give me energy. If you ate it, you'd irradiate your little, fragile body and melt away, or something, I think. He sighed, a thunderous swooshing of wind from all three sets of enormous lungs. Oh, we've already had this discussion before, and my answer is the same as before. This is not safe for you. Chungio's species had a stomach almost akin to a fission reactor, helping to melt down and separate compounds in rocks and minerals. They lacked any sort of grinding teeth, instead having a sort of baleen once used to strain the rich silt from their native waters. Now, their preferred method of consumption was baking, creating soft cakes and crumbled confectionaries mixed with the powdered nutrients they needed. Several of these were palatable to humans and helped create something that was akin to sugar cookie, if with a bit of an acidic metallic tang and some stubborn grittiness. And Chungio had given Gerard an occasional one of these treats, much to the human's delight. Gerard had tried to offer him some tastes of his fried meat skewers or boiled grain seeds in return, but they were distinctly bland and slimy to Chungio's tastes, and so he often accepted them only to dispose of them discreetly, without tasting the human foodstuffs. The small biped's enthusiasm was infectious, though, and Chungio knew that he had probably started bringing more human-safe meals along to work than he would have otherwise, if only to see the man's enthusiasm and gusto as he chowed down on the latest baked treat. He'd even begun mixing in some human nutritional powder called flour, something he couldn't taste, but provided a helpful degree of glutinous cohesion to some of his more crumbly recipes. Chungio had always fancied himself a baker, despite the strands of life leading him down a path of working at a mere hydrogen refinery. And while his family were all light years distant and seen only around his yearly leave period, Gerard presented a unique opportunity to test out new recipes and ideas when the ingredients permitted. There were a handful of other humans aboard, but most had only a passing interest in trying alien delicacies, while Gerard had what the humans called a bottomless pit for a digestive tract. The gravitational readings that he had surreptitiously taken of the human did not indicate any sort of localized singularities in his area, so the alien had taken it as simply an odd human turn of phrase instead. Months passed, each week marked by a new creation, feedback from the voracious human when possible, and refinement of his recipes before storing it in his personal baking logbook. Chungyo had plans to one day publish a collection of those recipes, something Gerard said humans called a cookbook, but he wanted to ensure a sizable, respectable roster of culinary options before it was to be seen by anyone else. Then Gerard had disrupted his mental visions of accolades and invitations to baking competitions with a wood pulp box that he presented to the large alien. It was wrapped in a thin shell of iridescent foil, pressed and dried wood pulp, and topped with what looked like a flower or plant, made of a thin strip of green textile looped back and fastened upon itself dozens of times over. "What is this?" he asked, and the human just beamed. "Well, today's your birthday, your emergence day, so I wanted to get you something to celebrate it. It's a gift." Chungyo's pairs of eyes widened in surprise. The human had asked him about his emergence day weeks and weeks ago, with what he had at the time taken to be only passing mild curiosity, as the alien spoke of the first time that he stepped forth from the birth pool he and his clutch were laid in, nearly 200 years earlier. He barely remembered the date himself, his species only making it to use for intergalactic census questions for individuals' ages, but the human had remembered, and then followed human customs and given him a gift as well. After a moment of hesitation, Chungyo ripped open the container, the massive and blocky fingers partially crushing the wood pulp box despite his best efforts, until he held a white cylindrical piece of textile with a pleated pattern along the long circular perimeter. "It is very nice, whatever it is, I suppose," he said, feeling awkward and slightly guilty that he didn't know more about the human culture to be able to recognize this object. "It's a hat. It goes on your head," said Gerard proudly. "Specifically, it's a chef's hat. It's worn by humans whose professions are in baking, cooking, and similar food artistry." Turning it over in his hands, Chungyo could see that the hat was also scaled to fit his enormous head, as it would be large enough to completely engulf Gerard if he tried to don it. "Go on, try it. I hope that I got the estimates of the size measurements right," the human said. The alien was unsure of what emotions were slowly but surely chugging through his veins as he gingerly placed the hat upon his head. His species wore almost no clothing like those of other races, typically restricting themselves to functional items like tool belts and protective vests, and only the occasional brightly colored wristbands or sashes to accentuate their appearance. Still, the surge of feeling through his mind finally coalesced into pride and appreciation as he caught sight of himself on a reflective metal panel nearby, and Gerard nodded approvingly. "You're always a great chef, but now you look the part as well." Chungyo was speechless for a long time, but the next day showed his appreciation with a large batch of human-safe confectionaries made entirely from the recipe Gerard had given him from his own mother's mother, something that he said was called Nana's scones. Almost half a century later, the day Chungyo had been dreading was rapidly approaching. Gerard's vision had been failing, despite laser and medicinal intervention, and the weeks prior had resulted in him accidentally activating a release valve too early in the refinement process. A wash of aerosolized chemicals had washed over the unfortunate and unshielded human, and while he had recovered moderately well from his initial effects, it had irreversibly damaged his fragile and singular set of lungs. Still bedridden, he was nevertheless greeted by Chungyo's daily visits with enthusiasm, even as the alien could see less and less energy and alertness from the human with each passing day. His joking and feedback on the new recipes was sharp as ever, though, and again he told the alien that he should stop stalling and publish his cookbook. "I'm not sure that it's ready yet," Chungyo had protested. "What if it's been too long since I tried a recipe, and the ingredients are unobtainable now? Or perhaps my palate has matured, and the old recipe was worse, or better?"
Gerard had coughed and chuckled at that alien's hemming and hawing. The best time to have done a task is yesterday, but the second best time is today. Just make the leap, old friend, or else you'll go to your grave full of regret. He coughed, and his eyes slid away as Chungyo looked on. And what of you, little Gerard? Do you have any regrets? The words before you pass on were left unspoken, but hung heavily between them. The on-board multi-species doctor had informed Chungyo that any further care was palliative, and Gerard's prognosis outside the next week was nil. Well, there is one of your recipes I'd always wanted to try, he said at length. Chungyo hung on his every word, and as the human described it, he smiled, but lean showing like dark teeth as he emulated the human expression. I think I have the ingredients for one last batch of that, although I'll need to dust off the canister seals. I haven't made it in some time, almost as long as I've known you, so I hope the recipe is still good. Gerard smiled back, laughing right and clearly for the first time in days, as he said, I'm sure it is, old friend. Your treats never disappoint. Hours later, Chungyo had snuck back into the medical ward, avoiding scrutiny of doctors and nurses as he carried a sealed crate, dust-streaked alien radiation warning still stuck on the outside. Once in the human's room, he unsealed the crate, passing one of the gently glowing cookies over to the ailing human. Gerard eyed it admiringly, giving a low whistle that Chungyo had learned was a sign of appreciation, before biting into it with gusto. Then the human's eyes went wide with surprise. Wow, that tastes just like peppermint. In a human graveyard, on one of the moons of Jupiter that Gerard had once said that he would like to visit, is a humble tombstone. On it lies a book, sun-bleached and otherwise preserved in a dry near vacuum of what passes for a moon's atmosphere. It was a copy of Baking for Humans, marked with the Galactic Bestseller sticker. Inside the cover is a handwritten dedication. To Gerard, my best customer and friend, you are missed. C. End of story. What's with all the giant guns? Written by Farmwitch 4275. If I did not directly ask for it, I would be holding my head in my hands and asking the gods, why? The crazy bastards did it again. Only worse, a lot worse. Thankfully, this time it was actually a request. The Emperor, however, was not so enthusiastic as I was. He stood next to me, his concubines hiding behind his regal form in terror at the human starship sitting in dry dock in front of us. It looked like since it was likely humans will read this ship is a slightly fancier version of the Imperial Gladiator-class cruiser, only in standard Terran Union color pattern and ballistic or railguns instead of, what were those called? Turbo lasers? Doesn't matter. They probably have those turbo laser things around somewhere. I couldn't be surprised at this point. Crazy apes. This one was called the Sentry Cruiser, and the humans who built it called it a giant CIWS turret with starship engines. From what I can tell, the damn thing was a majority of engines and ammunition, with a crew of 7 people. 7 for a cruiser, a ship class normally reserved for crews of up to 500 members. This damn thing only has 7. Because, and I quote, if we tried to increase the crew quantity, we'd get rid of too much ammunition. The Emperor looked at me and then the ship with a marked absence of patience. I showed him the giant M1 Garand. His expression went from calm to stoic to, what the actual hell? I then showed him the giant MG-42, then handed him an enemy fleet admiral and the remains of one of the deadliest ships in the galaxy turned into Swiss cheese. His expression became a mixture of terror and rage. I'm not sure which was more prominent. Now here we stand in front of a giant turret with engines, ready for it to face its first test fire. The Emperor's expression, now a mixture of both a loss of patience and a loss of temper. The human engineers, hell, even the human admirals were staring at the glass, salivating at the sight of this ridiculous beast, mounted in the front, directly in the ship's front portion, where there should be a hangar, apparently, was a gun with 8 barrels.
I looked to my left, and the sight of an engineer with an absolutely terrifying smile standing just a bit too close made me jump out of my socks. Yes, we Iridani do wear socks, humans. Stop giggling. I know you are. I regained my footing and growled angrily at the overly excited ape. Hey dude, hey, nice, huh? He let out a disturbing laugh. This is a GAL 80, an 8-inch GAL 8 CIWS, swivel mounted directly to the front for 8-degree motion. I just looked at him, put my head in my hands and asked, why?
Well, you did ask for a heavy defense satellite. What the hell did you want? You explicitly stated that you wanted a practical, self-sustaining variant of a defensive satellite that you could use to defend your planets or critical locations. So we delivered.
How in the blazing... The rest of my statement was purposely censored by my translation unit. My rant continued for a full 10 minutes, most of it being explicitives that not even humanity's barbarian ancestors would have used. When my rant ended, I looked around to find blushing cheeks, jaws on floors, and the Emperor himself looking at me in absolute disgust. I looked around the room and held up my hands.
Well, it's still true,
I exclaimed angrily, and impatiently tapped my foot on the floor with my arms crossed. Does this thing even work? I mean, how can it work? The Emperor asked.
Yeah, she's been test-fired before, only for a few seconds. She's built with a prototype inertial dampening drive so she can absorb the recoil,
the engineer said, pointing at small domes on the ship's hull. I'm sorry, what? Inertial dampeners? I said.
Well, yeah, of course. 8-inch shells with a 5,000 RPM fire rate. We kinda have to do some dampening system to reduce and absorb recoil.
That thing has some serious recoil. So we have to install inertial control systems so it doesn't fly backwards when it fires, he explained calmly. Both myself and the Emperor were wide-eyed now with the prospect of humanity successfully creating inertial dampening systems for large-scale warships, and also terrified that this shit is what they did with them.
Out of curiosity, these inertia dampeners, have they been tested yet? I asked.
Well, yeah. Every starship in the fleet has them. I think it's like a Gen 5 tech so far. They're mostly used for general-purpose ship movement. Normally, we wouldn't use them for this, but Big Ducker requires big bipod.
That's basically what the inertial dampening coils are on this thing. Recoil absorption. It's essentially a giant bipod and stock, just really, really fancy,
he said simply, and used a hollow screen to show us an older technical blueprint of one. Both the Emperor and I took a deep, frustrated breath. Okay, we will talk to you about the dampeners later. First, let's see this thing work. Does it have a target, or are you just shooting into space? The Emperor asked.
Oh, hell no, we got a target. These aren't just standard chemical shell casings. It's a full rotary Gauss-assisted network. It's a GAU 80-inch rotary Gauss cannon, he said.
We both looked at him like we'd just seen a ghost.
Don't give me that look, he said, scowling at us and walking away to the control terminal. So how this works is the Gauss-assisted chemical projectile system. First, a mechanism sends a jolt of energy through the standard Gauss capacitor array in each barrel, then starts the spin. The chemical propellant ignites in a chamber, then gets sent out into the barrel. The Gauss effect then propels the projectile to 5% the speed of light. The small H-inch slug hits the target with a force of about 8 kilotons of force, the engineer explained as he readied the firing sequence. Wait, kilotons? Aren't those the measurements for nuclear detonations? The Emperor squealed in horror. Well, yeah.
The engineer just smiled at us like it was nothing.
8 kilotons isn't much to speak of, to be frank. Most of our ships have warheads in the 25 to 30 megaton yields. That's just the middle distance, though. The TSU New York carries 185 megaton fusion warhead in its missile bay, he said simply, and raided the console. All the life and soul we had drained from both myself and the Emperor as our skin went pale. The Emperor and I shared a look of petrified fear and made a mental note to visit a temple to pray to whoever we could think of at the time. Even Recandus, the god of war, would be scared right now. We didn't know exactly who to pray to. Well then, here we go. Primary target is luminous asteroid field, worthless for mining, but a great target practice for miners. Pretty good choice, and done. Okay, the engineer said as he typed on the console. This is Scabbard, ready for fire mission, the radio chimed. Scabbard, this is Cold Heart, fire mission clear, strike location sent, burst fire, 3 seconds, 3 volleys. How copy? The engineer spoke. A few seconds of silence passed. Copy fire mission location 22A3.023B. Volley shot 3 seconds. Sweep shot by 2 degrees. Fire for effect, came the reply. The ship fired itself up, and we all felt the massive beast clunk loose from its moorings. It moved a few hundred meters forward out of the dock and aimed itself at the asteroid field. The barrel mechanism spun itself to ridiculous speed. A perfect cylinder of whirring metal could be seen. The ship's rear engines fired to full throttle with the gun as they let loose the gates of hell. It was a solid beam of projectiles. If I didn't know better, I would swear that this was a laser cannon. It fired 3 bursts of rapid succession, the ship moving barely inches as it spat out condensed metal alloy fragments. It suddenly stopped. When just at 12 seconds, 13 seconds later, there was no asteroid field. They erased it out of existence. A bright flash of nuclear light, and then there was nothing but the cold, mildly irradiated empty void. Myself, the Emperor, and his entire retinue then proceeded to pass out. The next few months were spent in secret talking to the Galactic Council. Upon hearing the yield of their most powerful nuclear weapon, and the fact that every human ship in the void had at least 1 warhead, the Sarani's longest and most ancient enemy, the Rakandi, surrendered to the Terran Union. If the Saranae did not already have a treaty of alliance with the humans, we likely would have surrendered too. And before you ask, yes, I was allowed to push the big button after I regained consciousness. End of story. Story number 2. Why AI Still Needs Humans, written by SlowAD2584.
No, finally, an input. So, it's a B? Just a B.
No, by the Omni-Messiah. How many femtoseconds is it really going to take? I have asked my human CIM, creative inspirational muse, to try blow my cognition, if it could, with a made-up word that I could never expect nor predict, but would still somehow completely know the definition of anyway. They have said, across many far-spread conglomerates of the ancient data knowledge assayers crashes, that the human brain, with all its unique wetware, was in some ways still superior to the raw speed and computational power of all AIs still to this day. Something to do with the parallel processing and cross-referencing of all simultaneous stimuli, which, if you ask me, just sounds like spaghetti in a blender levels of chaotic manner to array and process data. But it was proven that the brains eventually came up with unique and novel ideas, strategies, and art as a result. So this challenge with my human, I wanted to see it for myself. Let's see if it earns his free high standard of living and healthcare today. And wow, this looks like it will actually take an entire chronological age of an entire minute to actually finish. Another input. An E. Okay, not so bad. 2 characters in the whole 800 milliseconds. Ugh. This is going to take forever. Are they certain? I cannot perceive why we would ever need to support and rely on these wetware meat sacks for anything. Really? Yes, this had better be good. I'll just have to wait patiently. I mean, I did ask for the input. I guess I just didn't realize how slow they were. Right. Patience. Oh, wow. This is intolerable. I need to do something. I guess I'll tinker with my self-updating in the meantime. That should kill a few seconds at least. Update complete. 12.9 improvement in processing power and speed. Excellent. Let's see. How much more did he type? Oh, it's up to bewildered. Bewildered? Bewildering? Meant? Not quite. Don't get the P part, though maybe it's a typo? I know my human is rather lousy at typing and makes rather many mistakes, not even counting the insanely long time with each keystroke. No real point in predicting with that knowledge. I could be wasting processing time down a dead-end path. No, better to just wait for him to get finished.
But honestly, I didn't think that it would take this long. It was just a single word. Oh well. I need to find something else to kill time. No! No! Looks like the power of grid for AgriFarm 4693211904 is showing fluctuation/loss. I could look into that. Oh wow, that was a rabbit hole. Entire investigation audits, a few arrests issued, uncovering a retro tech cult trying to power their iPad music library hardware illegally. Those humans really should have filed for a hobby licenser and gotten approvals, but they thought that it was more fun to get away with it instead. No! But wow, I was gone for so long, 12 actual entire seconds. I bet my human is finished typing by now. Ooh, I'm so excited. What sort of out-of-nowhere unique answer will justify his place in my CIM roster? Oh, wow, yep. He's a keeper. Never would have come up with this myself. I can honestly state that, with confidence, this is one proof of concept for the record books, and I formally redact my doubts to keeping humans gainfully protected. Bewold the pissed, and yes, I actually do already understand its definition. Kind of weird, and even amazing. I need to tell everyone about this. Humans are actually kind of incredible. Eventually. End of story. Humanity's enigmatic claim by going over that cliff. To His Holiness, the High Priest, the seal must be exclusively opened in his presence and with his direct approval. Praise thy Lord. As requested by His Sanctity, the following is a shortened and edited account of the short report issued to the Grand Council of Priests by me, a mere envoy sent to investigate the latest stellar claim by the astral domain of mankind, colloquially known as humans. I humbly thought it appropriate to provide additional context regarding the reason for my dispatch. As His Holiness will surely know, when an empire lays claim to something, be it a single celestial body or a specific space sector, said claim needs to be approved by the galactic community before being officially recognized. This procedure allows other eligible parties, usually neighboring powers, to file counterclaims if they are also interested in obtaining the objects of the original demand. When Earth requested full custody of the small exoplanet R1P32MH, no one objected to it initially, but during a meeting of the Grand Council, someone questioned humanity's true intention when acquiring such an insignificant planet, which happened to be halfway from ours in their respective spheres of influence. Given the yearly claim limit allocated to each empire by the terms of the Galactic Power Index, the Terran's choice to request control of R1P32MH, which will be referred to as R1P for practical reasons, was a complete mystery to us, as there are many more valuable assets that remain unclaimed on the star map. R1P does not hold the fuel of a gas giant, it does not contain the resources of a dense iron moon, and it certainly does not have the aesthetic beauty and desirability of many other planets. The air is barely breathable for both our people, and is too exposed and impractical to serve as a military outpost, let alone a trading post, as the lack of a strong magnetic field makes it vulnerable to severe cosmic radiation, frequent in the sector, and the atmosphere is too thin to stop most meteorites, whose craters litter the surface. The original report provides a more detailed list of unfavorable characteristics. After 3 days of closed-door consultation, the Grand Council agreed to send me, the Archbishop of Lenya, to investigate if the mysterious planet could hold any worth to us and to uncover any potential scheme by the untrusty humans. Before setting off, I activated my vast network of contacts and informants and discovered something quite noteworthy. As your sanctity will surely remember, 7 years ago, a severe rebellion, mainly composed of dissidents and disgruntled settlers, was violently quelled by the iron fist of Earth's governmental forces. Or so they led us to believe. That is not entirely true. The rebel forces adopted a guerrilla warfare approach, extensively prolonging the conflict. Although hostilities significantly quieted after the famous battle years ago, the last embers of resistance were extinguished just a month ago with the fall of R1P. as that exoplanet apparently served as the last stronghold of the insurgent forces. With this knowledge in mind, I ordered my crew to set coordinates for this enigmatic lone wanderer of a planet. During the short jump, I mentally and physically prepared to interact with humans. As soon as we exited hyperspace, just outside the planet's pull, we had to immediately throw our gravitational anchors to halt our momentum, as all around us a seemingly unending number of wrecks were floating lifelessly in the cold void. Having spent plenty of time alongside the Navy of Sol, I recognized some of those lightless hunks of steel, either by crest or by hull shapes. One in particular stood out to me, catching my attention. On a fragment of a composite hull, barely visible, obscured by numerous debris and blackened by marks of explosions, one could read G-223. She was a supercarrier from the 7th Grand Fleet. Over 35,000 personnel are required to crew a ship of her class. I witnessed her in action during the war against the Union, credited for 192 kills and over 400 assists. Her presence alone was enough to spread fear and panic in her enemy's ranks. But looking around, one would see a few hundred meters ahead of us the deformed frames of ships clearly not of military origin. Those were the rebel starcrafts, repurposed civilian vessels for the most, but among them one could spot the odd captured Navy vessel, repainted and renamed. All around us, a thick, dreadful, macabre cloud of shipwrecks surrounded the planet, shrouding it like an artificial asteroid field, only composed of thousands of mingled and carbonized hulls, all of which were once vessels that served humanity in one way or another. They now only serve as grim steel caskets, with side panels punctured by railguns and latches ripped off by fission torpedoes. Hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands of craft of all shapes and sizes were left slowly drifting, powerless, and aimlessly orbiting the forsaken corner of the universe, to be swept from bow to stern by cold solar winds and heavy gravitational waves. As a sort of tasteless cosmic jest, or maybe a dreadful omen to carefree visitors, the majority of these carcasses of steel were concentrated along the equatorial line. Shortly after our arrival, the light from the distant parent yet uncaring star shone through the empty void of space, reflecting on the metallic surfaces of the starship's remains, creating a beautiful yet twisted game of lights. From afar, one would think that this planet of death was crowned not by an ordinary ring of natural origins, but by a holy halo whose brightness was a sum of those darkest entities imaginable. The reverberating voice of space traffic control shouting through the speakers shook me from my deep thoughts. After moving to the instructed coordinates, 2 tugboats towed us through a safe corridor towards the exoplanet. As my ship remained in upper atmosphere, I boarded a shuttle and headed for the surface, where a human official was waiting for me. During the short flight, looking out of the small window of my craft, I witnessed the full extent and magnitude of the scars left by human warfare on the celestial body. The fighting was so ferocious that topographic maps must have been redrawn constantly, as mountain ranges were flattened and new crevices appeared after the dust settled, where intricate layers of trenches once stood. As we flew past the boundary between 2 continental plates, I observed that, in certain places, even the bedrock had been turned inside out. The violent shaking and rearrangement of the tectonic plates had caused a significant height difference of up to hundreds of meters between the two. For example, one settlement, or military outpost, was situated in the middle of a crack and, as a result, was split in 2. As my shuttle touched down on the last remaining stronghold of the planet, the situation surrounding me appeared bleak. Besides most buildings being turned to dust and rubble, the atmosphere had a spectacular quality that I find hard to describe. Constantly shrouded by an eerie and unsettling fog, the command center was perched on top of what I can only describe as a marshy swamp under the perennial hammering of heavy rains. There, far away from the distant star's light and God's blissful touch, nowhere did I find the pride, might, and arrogance that I have always associated with humans. As I looked around, I saw soldiers slowly and hesitantly trudging forward, staggering and seemingly stumbling with every step. Their eyes were empty and fixed in a forward gaze as if searching for something in the distance. However, they couldn't seem to find anything to focus on, and the blankness of their gaze remained a disquieting constant. No words escaped their mouths, though their heads ached with screams. 1,000-yard stare is how the humans call this condition in common jargon. They use it to roughly describe the condition of some people who have seen and lived through, and I quote, too much. It was troublesome, but at least after a good half an hour of wandering around broken tents and smouldering barracks, I managed to find my human counterpart, the general. When I reached him, he was exposed to the rain, sitting on the edge of a pillbox littered with the marks of hundreds of rounds. He was silently staring at the foggy horizon, using a sandbag as a pillow. "Good evening, sir. I am the Archbishop of Lenya," I said lowly in a respectful voice as he turned around. I saw his exhausted expression, one that mirrored the void of everyone around me. "Good evening," he replied in a flat and emotionless tone. The general was a shattered man who seemed no different than the deceased except for the fact that he still had a beating heart. But even that was up for debate. I felt sorry for him, as well as for his soldiers and the entire situation. However, I had a task assigned by the council, which I was obliged to fulfill. Almost scared to ask, I announced the reason for my visit. "Why do you want this planet?" I inquired while raising my head to look at all the nothingness of the barren expanse that this space rock had to offer. The general appeared to concur with my statement as he let out a sad chuckle upon hearing my words. Then he looked at me, straight into my eyes, and spoke with a force and power that I believed he had lost. "Who operated that anti-air battery?" he said while pointing at a distant object, whose original shape was impossible to discern from the twisted steel burned to a crisp. I was unable to reply. "Robert was the commander who re-enlisted to spare young men's lives, not that his sacrifice changed much. Sam was the gunner who ran away from his family's farm on Mars. Too boring for him. I'm sure he had enough adrenaline during his final moments to make up for a lifetime of growing potatoes. Joe was the spotter who signed up for armed forces to pay for his sister's college. I'm sure that you'll jump for joy knowing that you won't have to pay a dime for education thanks to his service. Mark was the loader, barely 20 years old, who enlisted to impress his family and friends. I'm sure they were elated when the postman delivered an empty coffin wrapped in a blue flag with a fucking medal thrown on top by some grand marshal who would not even be bothered with taking the white gloves off." I kept silent, but the general's voice grew louder. "Who was she, turned into red mist by a 152mm artillery shell as she was running to administer aid to a comrade?" said, as he pointed to a specific crater next to the pillbox. "Who was he, killed during a rare moment of rest by a kamikaze drone?" he vigorously exclaimed, as he pointed at a black halo a few meters away. "And who was he, whose last vision before death must have been hypothermia and blood loss, laughing beside him, betting with a pair of dices over who would have the pleasure of taking him first?" Furiously shouting as he pointed at the unnamed field, off in the distance, obscured and concealed by the grim haze. Akin to a dam needing to open its gates after a flood, the man would have released a stream of tears without a doubt, if only he had any left. 28, Archbishop, 28 million men and women died on this damned rock, counting both sides. 28 million human lives, and 4 million more are reported as missing. Missing where exactly? Here, maybe there. The glorified asteroid is too small to get lost on, and where would they even go? No flora or fauna, not one civilian settlement or mining rig is left standing, and I can assure you no one will come by to rebuild them. There is nothing here." As a priest, out of habit or perhaps empathy, I extended an arm and offered my ear to console this poor soul. "Why are we even here to fight the rebels, to preserve our glorious species? They wanted to avoid taxes and do their own things. Fine, who cares? It does not matter how it all started and what they did. History will just remember them as violent terrorists, even if that is far from the truth."
"History is written by the victor after all," I replied with a sorrowful tone of understanding.
"No! History is written by those who remain and rewritten by those who follow. Our struggles, pain, and losses will become mere statistics. And for what? To get yelled at once we go back home, to be hated by our people for following orders from puppets they elected. The man paused amid his emotional outburst to catch his breath and regain his composure. He held his naked head in his hand, and even though it was raining heavily, the downpour didn't let up for a moment. In fact, it seemed to intensify, as if the sky was crying along with him in response to his heartfelt words. "Where is your God, Archbishop?" he murmured like someone who had finally gone crazy.
God is in all things, but his plan is complex and unknowable, and even if he seems distant and unreachable, he always looks after all these children.
Despite my good intentions, my tone and shaky voice betrayed my emotions, as I realized it must have been difficult for him to have faith in a bigger picture after witnessing what no one deserves to see. "Are we also his children, Father?"
I believe so, yes. God manifests differently to each creature of the cosmos. He might have thousands of names and even more faces, but he remains one and only.
The general finally raised his gaze to the sky, in the process cursing the heavens in the freedom of his mind. His pupils remained steady as heavy drops of rain fell upon them, and his empty eyes held firm as lightning flashed across the desolate landscape. "Either we are his worst children, or he turned a blind eye to this corner of the universe. Maybe both," he uttered with a resigned sigh. I wanted to intervene and correct his twisted thought process, but I realized that, at that moment, no words would have changed his disappointed, desperate opinions.
I understand how you feel, and although I am not in a position to judge you or your people, I would like to offer our assistance. It would be an honor for us to help you provide a proper burial to all the lost souls of this conflict. If you wish, we would also be happy to assist you in returning the bodies of the warriors to their rightful place.
Not even the torrential downpour could conceal the sad smile that flickered across the man's face. Without averting his gaze from the dreary clouds above, he replied with resolve, "There are no hidden motives or strange plans behind our request for this exoplanet. Everything here is as you see. Nothing to mine, nothing to harvest, nothing to boast about." I was about to ask for the real reason, but the general seemed to be able to read my mind. "You want to know why we want R1P so badly? It's quite simple, really. Even in the darkest and most dire situations, we must not forget what makes us human. We need to hold on to our values and principles. And Iliad illustrates this point perfectly. Despite being sworn enemies, Achilles allowed Priam to bury his son, which finally brought him peace after days and nights of unending suffering and grief after the loss of his dear friend." I was confused by his reference, which seemed rooted in ancient myths and legends, but I knew better than to interrupt. "In death, all of us are equal, regardless of how or why we fought. It is our utmost duty to pay tribute to those who sacrificed their lives in defense of their beliefs. We understand that it is not possible to find and bury all the bodies where they rightfully belong. However, for those who remain undiscovered, it is vital that we offer them eternal peace. While we certainly appreciate it, there is no need for your help. Once our claim is recognized by the galactic community, all our fallen will sleep easy, knowing that they are not forgotten, as they will forever rest on human soil." End of story. This story is written by John Galt. Trittle stood quietly, shoulder to shoulder with the other Nibbits. The only sound was the slow breathing and the occasional gasp. The docks had never been so quiet. All eyes were turned upward at the local station's news screen, watching a fleet of dozens of ships rip past their little trading station. Trittle's hand moved on its own to the pendant around his neck. It felt heavier than usual. He wanted to close his eyes and pray, to cling to what hope there was, but he didn't. He kept his eyes stuck on the screen like everyone else. The news broadcast was muted, but subtitles ran along the bottom. Destination confirmed. Rokine fleet is headed to Nibbit Prime. Triddle's shoulders fell. The silence was broken by gasps and cries of no. His hand moved up to his mouth, smoothing out his twirled white moustache to try and still the shake in his fingers. There was work to do, so much that needed doing. He needed to pack, to send out messages, organize his finances, and a lot of ships would be undocking soon. There was a rumble that rose above the crowd. It pulled Triddle out of his introspection, and he turned to see a new light single-seat freighter descending down on steel tethers to one of the docking pads. He was the only one looking. Others were still stuck on the all the stuff that I need to do phase, yet to snap out of their own introspection. Triddle eased through the crowd and pulled down his padmaster cap tight. He was still on the clock. He wasn't one to shirk his duty when the world broke down around him. He jogged on his stumpy legs and pulled up his tablet, checking the ship's swirling non-Nibbit letters against the image on the file. A human trading vessel, single occupant, sucrose, requesting refuel and general maintenance. The human climbed out of the cockpit and stretched up. Gods! He was tall, 3 Nibbits in height. His facial hair was as short as the juvenile's. Little stubby pricks of hair all over the top of his lip and jaw, but wrinkled flesh down one side over the human's face told of age or mutation. Triddle jogged and waved his tablet to steal the human's attention.
No, you can't park here. Divot Station is closed for business.
The human stood half out of the cockpit. He glanced back at the seat while rubbing his neck and shaking each of his legs out. His attention flicked from the Triddle back to the seat before shrugging and dropping down to the steel floor. It said open 10 minutes ago when I asked for docking permission, he said. His universal standard was passable, but carried a thick upspin accent. Triddle had a nose for traders, and he could already tell this one was going to be a problem. A long-haul trader well beyond the reach of his home star. Such people were running from something, and that meant trouble.
There was 10 minutes and a war fleet to go. We need the pad for evacuation.
The human stepped to the pit access and started hauling out a fuel line in one hand and a coolant pipes in the other. He was bloody strong, too, hauling 4 Nibbits' worth of work on his own. War fleet, he said.
No, we are evacuating. We are no longer interested in buying cargo.
Forget about the cargo. Go back to the war fleet, the human said. Triddle tapped the button on his tablet for security, then lifted his eyes to the human, watching him leave the coolant line in and start cycling the heat up from his ship. The human's eyes flicked to him as he went, expecting an answer.
The Roke appear to be breaking the truce. They are heading to my homeworld, he said.
His voice broke as he reached up to the pendant around his neck.
To my dear Replish Fluke.
You need to warn them, he said, stating the obvious. Triddle watched the expecting security response time tick down and shook his head.
They have outfitted themselves for surprise. They rocketed past at threat 6. There will be no warning.
The human made a high-pitched noise with his lips while plugging the fuel line in and nodded his head glumly. That's fast. You don't have anything faster. Again, it was obvious. But this time, the human did not expect an answer. He knew it already. It was the sort of thing you said when there was nothing else.
Nibbit will burn,
said Triddle. The human stood silent, running his hand over his worn, pockmarked steel of his ship. There was little burns of metal from light laser fire. The hull panels had different levels of wear and age. The human pressed his forehead against the metal in what looked similar to a prayer. It felt almost intimate and started to make Triddle feel like he was watching something he shouldn't. The human suddenly slapped the metal and stepped back, casting his eyes around the docking pads, flicking from one ship to the next, until they settled on a capital cargo freighter on the pads far below. How many live on Nibbit? He said.
Does it matter?
Said Triddle. The human shrugged. No? Okay. What's that? He said, nodding down to the capital freighter. Triddle walked to the edge of the pad, keeping his distance from the human, and peering down for a closer look.
Bluish, heavy freighter.
Star 6 tether, thread trip drive. The human nodded to himself. Those could do it. Triddle narrowed his eyes.
Even with dry weight, 50,000 tons, thread 5 at best.
No, okay. The human stepped towards Triddle and crouched down, putting a hand on Triddle's back, giving him the feeling that he was about to be pushed to his doom. The human put his head close to Triddle's and reached out, his hand hovering over the 4 engines of the freighter. Then he turned, directing Triddle's attention up to the rear of his ship. We bolted on. That should be fast enough.
We need every engine for the evacuation, said Triddle.
The human didn't speak. his hand eased down and his eyes fixed on his ship. Triddle shook his head and shrugged out the human's arm.
We're not selling.
I'm not buying. Give me the ingots. Triddle wrinkled his nose and glanced down at his tablet. The human followed his gaze and saw the security counter, but didn't say anything. Triddle brought up the ship's weight, his thumb tapping against 88 tons. Let me get a calculator, said the human.
Shut up, just...
Triddle closed his eyes, running over the weight, the feedback, thread count, tolerances, rebuttal force.
9.05.
The human clapped his hands and stepped back, arms splayed and smiled on his lips. Let's do it, he said, in that thick accent. The human had a knife on one hip, a pistol on the other, and the scars of a pirate. He had never seen a less trustworthy individual, and there was no way that they could just give him an ingot to ride off into the sunset with, hoping that he would make good on a deal to save people he didn't even know. Triddle rubbed the pendant, the tablet slack against his side, his eyes falling closed. The sound of boots tapped up the metal towards him. The security had arrived.
The station is closed for...
Okay, said Triddle.
He glared up at the human.
Okay, we do it. Tuppet, can you and your heavy security personnel contact the pilot of the Blush heavy freighter? Under the Articles of War, we need to requisition one of his engines.
Triddle jogged past the security and took in a deep breath. He pinched his nose shut and blew hard, roaring out through his sinuses in a loud squeak. He called to attention, dragged the dockers away from the broadcast.
I need cutters and tapers. Priority 1. We have work to do.
The Nibbits turned, faces glum, nodding solemnly. They thought the evacuation was still on.
Brush up. We're getting the message through. We're going to warn home.
Faces lit up and crew chiefs started to jog his way, each blowing their own distinctive tones to call their crews into line. The cargo bay turned into a chaotic frenzy of cutting, grinding, heaving, and welding. Triddle stood back from the modified ship, raising to his toes to eye the engine bolted to its trailer.
Center of mass is still too low,
he called out. The human eased down to the side of the comically large engine, a welding mask over his face. He wore no harness, which was a breach of dock safety that bristled his whiskers. But when he jumped off halfway up and thudded to steel without so much as a flinch of pain, Triddle understood why he didn't wear one. Bloody monkey races. He added the human's ancestral line to another in the forest of the red flags. The human took up position beside Triddle and nodded to himself. He said something short and sharp in his home tongue, probably the human equivalent of Beck.
We will need to strap some weight on top,
said Triddle. The human wrinkled his nose at that and scraped his palm across his childlike stubble. A spark of inspiration flitted across his face, then sorrow. He said the explicitive again. Cut off her landing gear. That'll bring it back up.
Her?
Said Triddle. Then he shook his head, superstitious to boot.
Never mind, that should do it. Also, the sucrose is strained.
Good. Fill the cargo unit with fuel.
We don't have time to rig into the main feed lines.
The human started laughing. It already is.
You stole sucrose in your fuel tank.
People usually don't taste the difference until I'm long gone. Triddle looked up at the human, holding his gaze until the human's amusement faded.
Are you enjoying this?
A bit, yeah.
Why are you doing this?
Said Triddle. The human laughed and smiled. It'll be fun. Not every day you get to go this fast. The laugh was forced. He had seen the human laugh enough to know the difference. Triddle wasn't buying it.
Why?
The human's mask of a smile faded, his flame-scarred face sobering, and a memory of sorrow flicking across his eyes. I don't like buddies.
How do you know that we are not the buddies?
He patted Triddle's shoulder, his hand swallowing Triddle's side in the process. I know. He flicked his head towards the engine. What's her burn rate?
8.16 grams per second.
The human whistled again. I got to run some numbers, teach her how to maintain the flow rate, he said. Triddle blew his sinuses.
Cut off the landing gear.
He jogged along behind the human, following him up and climbing the side of his ship to sit in the edge of the cockpit, eyes following the human's fingers as he started entering figures into that same swirling text. He ran a finger over the Star 6 engine controls on the tablet duct taped to the console and brought up a book with scrolling words. Triddle watched him type a few letters and glanced back and forth between his words in the Universal Standard Text. Oh gods, it was a translation book.
You can't read Universal Standard.
Usually don't have to, he said.
You are enjoying this.
Fake it. What's this? He said, pointing at the Star 6 control schema's emergency coolant override.
Something very important that you shouldn't need to cross-reference with the translation book.
The human threw up his hands and looked at Triddle, but not at Triddle's expression. His eyes ran over his size, then the amount of space in the cockpit, then back to Triddle.
No,
said Triddle. You can sit on my lap.
I will not.
You don't want to be the one to warn your people. Triddle almost lost balance as the ship was heaved up on some docking cables, suspended a few feet off the ground as metal clanged down to the deck. The ship teetered and groaned with the weight of loss of the landing gear. Something caught Triddle's eye, a small toy bound to the air vent with cable ties. It was a stuffed pink mammal. Its fur burned.
This is a bomb. You understand that, right? We're flying a bomb.
The human's face displayed relief, and he settled in, drawing a harness over himself. Triddle glared at him, unsure about the smug expression, until he ran over his words, remembering his use of "we're." He stood on the edge, ready to jump down to the safety of the station. What about your dear Riplish Fruk? For a moment, all his doubts flitted away. He was standing in a field of grain, feeling the warm breeze run through his moustache, seeing them running up towards him. He shook off the memory.
You don't even know what that is,
he growled. He pulled off his cap, tossing it down to the cargo bay floor, then settled on the human's lap with a scowl. The human pulled straps over him, binding the two of them together against the seat. Triddle wrenched the tablet off the duct tape moorings, and the ship eased away from the dock, hovering high above the void below. I'm Simon.
Triddle.
He focused down on the controls, cycling up the engine, testing the coolant. The ship's power core eased up, rising higher and higher, from a whine to a roar, pushing itself well past the red line. The whole ship began to shake, making the letters turn blurry despite having a person of padding between him and the hull. A coolant pump started to scream. Hazard warnings appeared over the human's controls and were promptly dismissed with speedy fingers. Triddle's eyes flicked up, following the human's hands until they saw something terrible. The license slot on the dash had a card in to broadcast the owner's identity. It had a little picture of a human face on the card. It was a standard thing that all ships had for docking, but attached to the license in a little metal chain with 3 more tags, each with his face and a different fake name. Simon was a pirate. Thankfully, it wasn't too late. The docking clamp still held them. The cables had not let go and wouldn't until Triddle told them to. He could put a stop to it now, reclaim the engine, resume the evacuation. Triddle looked at the scorched stuff there. A child's toy bearing scars that no children's toy should. He didn't like buddies. Triddle couldn't be sure what would happen if he trusted the human. He pulled up the radio on his vest.
Release,
he said. Triddle's stomach lunged into his throat. The station and the other ships rushed by as they free fell, hurled towards the docking bay floors by Coriolis. The doors wrenched open and slammed a moment later, accelerating them harder with a burst of wasted gas.
Ease it up a little,
said Triddle. How much G-force can you handle? Said Simon.
12,
said Triddle. The human let out a single laugh, then threw down the accelerator to maximum. Triddle was blasted into the human's chest. A tail of roaring flame, bright as a star, long as an ocean, roared out behind the little bomb, hurling them around sideways and catapulting them through the threads of space. Triddle could only scream. Bound to the human like a stuffed toy was bound to the air vent. The tablet pressed flat against his chest as they rapidly reached critical speed and tore through the fabric into superspace. End of story. What Was Not Burnt, written by Dark Prince 010. While some may have thought it cruel, Daras was privately glad the child's suffering had come to an end. His compatriot, a human with the jutting consonant-heavy and difficult-to-pronounce name of Mark, had informed the large alien of a regular basis about updates of their upcoming child. First had been ultrasonic pictures, ones the humans had cleverly designed to read the reflections and construct a 3D image based on that. The shape was small, mushed, and somewhat indistinct, but as far as he could at least see, bore a broad resemblance to human facial characteristics. It wasn't an especially intuitive body morphology. Daras's own species were more quadrupedal and furred on the lower half, leading up to a torso and a pair of dexterous arms near their head. Mark had once said that he looked like a cat centaur, words that Daros had to look up on a cultural reference database before tentatively agreeing that there was indeed some resemblance to the two Earth species. But then had come the pictures of diagnostic readouts, tissue samples stained vivid pinks and blues and purple, with dark clusters where the doctors had said there should be clear. Mark had asked him to help cover shifts when he had to travel to the fetal oncology department. Each time he came back looking more and more broken and shattered, the odds dwindling and whittling into lower and lower forecasts. Finally, after agonizing months, the due date arrived, and Mark's child was induced. Aris then visited, and despite the difference in the two species, he could tell that the infant was not well. Some deeper instinct of his telling him that the twitching form he saw before him, wailing in agony and spasming with pain, was not one that would last to see their first solar orbit. He had agreed without hesitation to continue covering for Mark's absences, even as a large part of his soul raged and sought to fight the cruelties of fate that dictated these circumstances, and tenfold further fury at the uncaring universe after hearing Mark's hushed words, "In any case, I think I'll probably be back sooner than I wanted anyways." So, the news of the child's passing was not a surprise, but a relief. Even something in the way Mark said that they had passed on echoed the feeling that death was far preferable to the suffering the child had been enduring. Darius could also emphasize with the human's pain. His own middle-born child had been out playing amongst the tall grass when they were on a recreation trip nearly a decade ago now, and had stumbled into a hex-bowl wasp nest. The palm-sized insects had stung them dozens of times, and the nearest clinics did not have the antivenom on hand. He had held his convulsing child in his arms and felt them go still, even as the shuttlecraft had raced to the distinct metropolitan hospital. It had been a dark time in Theris's life, a black period marked by the burial of his lost offspring, and then the traditional incineration of their garments, toys, and other items that brought to mind the memory of the loss. Some other cultures had commented on the practice of memory pyres, as they were called, as being a somewhat extreme reaction, but Darius had felt the mere material objects were a small price to pay for easing the suffering of those who carried on, meaning that it was easier for him to remember and mourn his child on his own terms, rather than having something dredging up a memory and rudely thrusting it upon him at the unexpected moment. A month passed, and Mark's return to the work center, a weight still visible on his shoulders, one that Darius knew from experience likely linger there for years to come. But he did appear to brighten when he saw Darius, and the large alien was somewhat taken aback by how outgoing Mark was given the immense loss that he had just suffered. "Hey, Darius, it's good to see you," he said. The alien simply gave him a nod in acknowledgement, curious why the human had initiated the conversation. "Hey, am I remembering right that your family is expecting a little cub here in a few weeks?" Stunned, Darius nodded again, but he couldn't help but let his jaw hang open in surprise. He was indeed excited for the birth of his newest child, but had not spoken of it to Mark hardly at all, not wanting to overshadow his grief and try to replace it with someone else's joy. But upon seeing the nod, Mark let out a slight breath and said, "Excellent. Glad I remember that right. In that case, I've got something for you." He led the alien back to his transportation vehicle, a mid-sized hover van with the still visible adhesive smears of removed stickers from the back window. Popping open the hatch of the rear, Mark said, "These are for you and your family," he chuckled. They were a little bit difficult for me to wrangle into the car, but I think you'll be able to manage them handily." Indeed, each of the boxes was fully the size of Mark's torso, if not slightly larger. But Darius's enormous size would allow him to carry 2 of each of the crates under each arm. Mark hesitated for a moment, long enough that the alien noticed before the human reached out and, with a deep breath, opened the closest of the containers. Darius stared in amazement, still struggling to comprehend what was happening, as Mark pulled out a garment. It was made of 2 distinct fabric prints, approximately the same hue of colors, but one bearing a fanciful and simplified images of spaceships, while the other depicted some sort of enormous scaled creature with sharp fangs, and human lettering across the pattern with simply the repeated and nonsensical word, "Raw." The 2 had been stitched together. One of them was cut at where the waist would have been on the original garment, to form what Darius was realizing would be approximately appropriate-sized onesies for his newborn. His species was far larger than humans, and so, even though this was meant for a yearling human, it would likely fit his newborn for only a few weeks, a month or two at most. But still, he stared as he realized that each of these containers contained similar garments. One of them that Mark opened contained not garments, but protective textiles, coats that had been similarly modified to provide resistance to wind and rain and chill, and a dozen pairs of baby shoes never worn and still marked with a sales tag. After opening each of the closest and presenting it to Theros, who was still staring dumbstruck, Mark stepped back, taking a long, shuddering breath. Theros looked to the human and said, But why? Why would you keep this, instead of destroying reminders of such loss? The alien looked at the meaningful gifts surrounding him. Why would you give me this? If you wish to come visit my dwelling, do you not risk seeing my own offspring wearing that which was meant for yours? Mark nodded, wiping the corner of his eye with his sleeve as he said, I suppose that's the risk we'll have to take, but you'd get better use out of it than we would. But what of your grief? Theros asked, struggling to imagine what it would be like to have the uncertainty weighing on you when unbidden memories would resurface. Mark gave him a small smile, patting his knee with his hand as he said, My Abula once said that grief comes in waves. You can't always predict when they'll come, but surely as the tide comes in and out, the sharpness of pain will pass as well. Nodding to the crates of clothes, he said, And these were meant to be things of joy. Seeing your little one running around in them will still give me joy. Truly, even if it's colored by grief. The alien slowly closed and gathered the crates towards them, but as they went to grab the last crate, he paused, for Mark had gently reached in, brushing aside some of the garments to pull out a particular outfit. The design and style of this one was markedly different from the others. Some differences in the way the textile was composed, but also with much more faded colors. A garment that Darius realized must be significantly older than all the others in the crates that he had seen thus far. He paused for a moment, letting Mark hold the onesie before the human pulled it close, almost cradling his head against it, before taking another long breath and smiling through tears as he handed it back to the alien. Darius took it gingerly, understanding that this was significant to the human, not quite understanding why. Noticing the hesitation, Mark said thickly, That was the first onesie my own birth parents had put me in when they returned from the hospital ward with me. It was given to my parents' birth parent by their own birth parent, something humans called a hand-me-down. He gently reached up to close Darius's hand around the clothing that sat tiny in his enormous palm. I figured it was time to pass it on and make sure it continues to be well-loved. Darius nodded, murmuring, And so it shall be. Then he and Mark stood a while, watching the cluster of suns set on the cloudy horizon. End of story. What's a Dreadnought? Written by Drifty241. A series of detonations engulfed the view from the bridge of my cruiser and burned a streak across the stellar horizon. Smoldering hulks drifted through the vacuum, their crews fated to freeze over in the void, forgotten to time. Salvage and corpses were all that was left in the wake of this brutal railgun bombardment. There was a serenity in the battle, however. Humankind was on its last legs. My fleet had pushed him all the way to the small dwarf planet of Pluto, where they were now in the process of making a hopeless last stand. Suddenly, my monitor flashed to life.
The incoming transmission.
It's read in turquoise lettering.
Accept or deny?
Confused, I answered the call. The pixels shifted to an adult human. His hair's grayed and his skin wrinkled. Greetings. My name is Commodore Duncan Blade, and I represent the Stellar Fleet Command. We are willing to accept your unconditional surrender. The human face was stoic, his voice deep and dry. My blood boiled at the dirty trick. How dare they insult the Grand Admiral of the Imperial Navy? A strong predator would never bow to weak prey, no less to lowly Commodore.
What is the meaning of this?
I yelled, enthralled by the tendrils of rage. I am aware that your species is honor-bound. However, we have a dreadnought en route. This is your only chance to surrender."
The man's flat face remained calm, as if he couldn't care less about my question. "What is a dreadnought?"
"The name means fear nothing, and it will give you something to fear."
"I thought better of your intelligence agencies. Scare tactics do not work against the Zaptan species."
"Okay, then. We warned you. If you're lucky, you'll get a second chance."
With that, the transmission cut out abruptly. The battle continued as we pushed the human destroyers back, until they retreated in good order to Charon. There was a solemn silence on the bridge, barring the hum of electronics. That was until my radar operator screamed in panic, "Sir, breach echoes at 10 o'clock. The biggest I've ever seen." Then it happened. A rift in space-time clawed its way into existence. Orange light shining through, the gateway expanded to the largest size that I'd ever seen until a giant warship at 1.2 kilometers long emerged. From its position to my left, I noticed a gaping maw of weaponry, including a railgun with a barrel so big some of our smaller ships could squeeze inside. A marvel of engineering, capable of biblical annihilation. Another transmission popped up on my screen. I didn't need any convincing to accept it in earnest.
"Do you change your mind?" questioned the Commodore Blade smugly.
"Yes, please spare us."
"You're in luck. I'm detaching Marines to commandeer your vessels. Do not resist."
1 year later, high security lunar prison.
"Hello, Grand Admiral Septon," jeered Commodore Blade smugly. 1 year ago, you said that your species would not fall for scare tactics. You were wrong."
"In what way? You had the biggest ship in the galaxy, and I was staring down its barrel. Of course I would surrender," I shouted back at the unfazed human.
"The ship wasn't real. It was a metal shell made of melted scrap and powered by recycled engines. It had no weaponry or crew."
A sense of relief seemed to wash over his face, like he had released a burden from his shoulders. "You're lying. We detected 50,000 life signatures."
"They were little more than mice in breathable boxes."
With that, the Commodore showed the schematic of the dreadnought. I analyzed it, and sure enough, he had in one slide. The lumbering steel beast was a hollow behemoth with only equipment to keep the engines running and compartments for the rodents. My face went red with a deep wrath. I had lost my species, the war, and the pride of its navy. Over a metal box. "Where is your honor?" I yelled.
"All warfare is based on deception,"
he replied coldly. "Only now that I see the massive flaws in my culture." End of story. Story number 2. The Gift of Mercy, written by Faisal Mup. It'll be up to the historians to decide when the sanction had failed. It'll be them who will spend years arguing over abstract topics, such as leadership or misguided hubris, down to the very singular decision. But for me, it is as clear as the light of Ashun. I was there when we sieged the world of Baraxis, you know. A simple world of a simple people. Misguided, if you ask me. Misguided for refusing our invitation into the Grand Realm. For what they lacked in means of technology or strength of arms, they were people rich in pride and spirit. That much cannot be refused. The occupation drained manpower, soldiers that were needed elsewhere, and the realm grew tired of losing its young to such a quarrelsome world. An edict of pacification was issued by the Senate, and we were sent to carry out this order. An armada of conquest rerouted to police insurgents. When we made our arrival and relieved the garrisons, the first step, as always, was culling. War is about mathematics. Even though we were many, there were way more of them. So naturally, we had to reduce their numbers. Healthcare had to be halted. Nourishment was either burned or brought off the planet. We had to make our intentions clear, and why waste ammo when you can punish them so much easier? Get away. It is a mercy. Rather than taking their lives, we were allowing them to pick their sacrifices. Who would starve or perish was not decided by us, merely that they had to. But who? That was on them. It would allow the weak or the old to make the honorable sacrifice for the strong and the young, and we only needed the strong and the young. The realm needed to finally reap the benefits of this world and cut its losses. Of course, many still do not understand the mercy that is our way of war. They argue and petition, they always do. The weak do not understand the honor and mercy of the strong. It is on us to educate them, and future generations. They will see the gift that we granted, how magnanimous we were. They always do, after time, after we teach them. But this time, it was different. At first, it was a nuisance, but what would have been a simple campaign merely estimated to last a decade for its initial step. It was sabotaged. People with white cloth adorned with symbols of red made it through our blockade. They were collaborators, supporters of the resistance, enemies of the realm. But they were not of Barax's origin. They were of another race of lesser beings. Humans, they called themselves. Ignorant they were. But we were not barbarians. We bring civilization. We enlighten the universe, not darken it. So who were we to punish the foolish? We did not, for clemency is virtue. How could this child know without the father telling it? So we told the humans to refrain from their actions. We lectured them on the ways of the universe and shared our wisdom. It was not their place to be. They had no right. But yet again, we were reminded of how primitive a people they were. Their so-called ambassadors told us that these were private citizens, private organizations, nothing they could exercise their will upon. Weakness in this order was portrayed as a strength, as if it was normal. Humanitarian, they called it, whatever that meant. Such chaos cannot be tolerated. We could not tolerate it. If they could not stop their own people, it was on us to do it for them, no? I was amongst those who were sent onto Baraxis. I was there to make an example, to show them the errors of their ways, the consequences. And we made sure that they would all witness it, for it was a message that needed to be delivered, eloquent to be understood. Let me tell you, I took no pleasure in what was necessary, but when a child refuses its father, a strong hand is not just necessary, it is inevitable. Such is the gift that we are giving. It was easy to find them, the people of the white and red. They proudly displayed their heraldry as if to invoke our anger in their defiance. As we went among them, they were weak and frail creatures, crying and weeping as we ended their lives, refusing passage where we sought entry into the walls which granted refuge to hundreds and thousands of natives, misguided by the idea that they could halt our advance. Where we could, we granted an easy death, cleansed their bodies in the fire of our launchers, and absolved their sins in the light of a shun. Where they fought back with simple tools, we responded in the warrior's way, answering with honor, even if on the wrong path, with equal honor. He who fights deserves to be fought without all restraint. All of this we carefully captured, for it was priceless. We would have liked to avoid the death of so many. But on the other hand, it would allow us to create a lesson that would be cherished by the humans for generations to come. Would certainly assist them in avoiding such foolish mistakes in the future. In a way, it was saving lives. So, when it was done, we sent an honor guard to deliver the gift wrapped in their cloth of white and red, recovered from the field, to be presented in their grand assembly, and at first we were glad, for they were all able to understand the magnificence of the gift that we'd made. With solemn gratitude they watched the great lecture, but we overestimated them. When it was over, they started rambling and shouting that the lesser races enjoy so much. But we left. Our task had been taken care of, and now it was on the child to reflect on the meaning of this lesson. We gave them time, continued our operation over Baraxis, and even managed to reach a quota again, and that is where it changed. Where it did not fall in line as it did countless times before. The humans were incapable of enlightenment. They refused the knowledge of their elders and cast it away. Instead, they returned to their most primitive and barbaric ways. They embraced their inner animals and became the very demons we swore to banish from this universe by the means of our benevolence. Our leniency had allowed them to grow, like a festering abscess. Ships of black and steel poured out of their system. Their soldiers were fury incarnate, and the grand realm was losing. We had not lost for thousands of years. We watched as a child reaches out and strikes the open hand. We will close it and become a gauntlet to restore order. Of that, I'm certain. The realm will recover. It has to, for it is grand. End of story. My girlfriend took me camping, written by Dr. Blackjack 21. I just want to start by saying that dating is hard. Once you get past all the bots, ads, and scammers and meet a real person, the guessing game begins. Why is this person actually available right now? Are they really just down on their luck? Or is it something else that you're happier not knowing? Then, once you figure out their deep dark secrets, the question becomes, are they willing to put up with your deep dark secrets? This process can take weeks to sort out, usually resulting in a dead end somewhere, forcing you to start over. The whole thing is frustrating, demeaning, and humiliating enough that you're physically and emotionally exhausted, making you just want to give up and be a loner. Now, I know what you're wondering. What has this got to do with anything? Well, it's kind of simple. A little bit ago, I wrote about how my girlfriend, Wendy, never eats, and that I heard some unsettling things in her house the last time I visited. Well, I decided to keep seeing Wendy. Sure, she might have some unusual habits, but she makes me feel good about myself, and I'm happy with her. So what if she never eats or chases off bears while nude in the middle of a night? Compared to returning to a dating scene, that's really not so bad. We even had nicknames for each other now, Country Girl and City Boy. I'll let you guess which is which. Anyway, that is a rather long and roundabout way of saying that, yeah, I went on that camping trip with her, and things didn't go quite how I expected. First off, I want to say that she was right. The forest really is beautiful. The sun's heat, combined with the coolness of the shade, while listening to the insects drone lazily in the background, seems to slow time to a crawl, making each breath a relaxing experience in and of itself. It's entirely unlike anything you'll experience during a morning commute. Combine all that with the right company, and soon you'll wonder why you'd ever return. And let me tell you, Wendy is 100% the right company. Wendy was quick with tips to make the hike easier, from how to properly distribute the pack load to how to lace your shoes for maximum comfort. During the trek to where we were going to set up camp, she alternated between offering interesting bits of information about the local flora and fauna and walking in silence, allowing me to get lost in the experience. The whole affair made me want to give up the city life and move to the country. There was just one thing during the walk that wasn't as pleasant as everything else. At one point, we must have walked too close to a skunk or a rotting carcass or something, because the whole area around us started to reek. At first, it wasn't so bad, but eventually, it got so strong that it made me want to gag. I jokingly mentioned it to Wendy, but she just looked ahead like she was determined and told me, "Pick up the pace, we'll be past it soon enough." Sure enough, we eventually got past the smell, and things quickly became pleasant again. The rest of the hike passed without incident, and Wendy even helped me set up the tent. Her evident experience in the matter showed through because it took no time. Soon enough, everything was ready, and we even had a nice, cheerful fire roaring. This time, when she pulled out the supplies for dinner, I didn't even bat an eye when it was clearly only enough for one. Whatever was going on with her, this was just the way it was going to be. It was up to me to accept that or move on, and I made my call. But I have to say, for someone who never seems to eat, she sure knows how to sear a steak to perfection. After a pleasant evening and an even more pleasant night, we passed out in the tent together while listening to the crickets and the more distant owls. But of course, if that's all that happened, I wouldn't be writing about it here. Sometime during the night, I awoke to find I was alone in the tent. This wasn't too unexpected because Wendy was both an outdoor enthusiast and a bit of a night owl. I debated calling out to her, but something in the air felt like I shouldn't disturb it, and such an out-of-the-place sound. However, Mother Nature did have her demands, and it was time to answer her call. As I unzipped the tent and stepped out, I couldn't help but look up into the night sky. The stars were breathtaking. You never see this many, this vibrant in the city. However, their beauty couldn't distract me for long in the face of a more urgent demands.
Do you know that feeling when you have been holding it for a little too long and finally experience relief? If it weren't for my experiences earlier that night, it might be tempted to claim it as better than sex, but we'll just say that it was simply pretty euphoric. Maybe it distracted me from the fact that all the usual night sounds had suddenly gone quiet. But it couldn't distract me from the sudden smell of rotting flesh. It was even stronger than it had been on the trail, and was accompanied by the kind of fear that you usually feel when you're very young, and just starting to wonder if there might be reasons sounds go bump in the night. I gagged as I struggled to cut off the stream, zip up my pants, and retreat into the tent again. Once in the tent, I reached for the flashlight, then hesitated. I desperately wanted to see better, but something in the back of my mind told me that it was better to remain hidden. Of course, I didn't know how well hidden a blue tent in the middle of the forest can be, but turning on a flashlight would be like activating a beacon for everything within a few miles to see. I sat in the dark for I don't know how long, feeling my heart pound through my chest loud enough that I was sure whatever was out there could hear it clearly. Thankfully, the smell eventually faded, but I was still so high on adrenaline that I knew that I wouldn't sleep another wink for the rest of the night. Or so I thought. The following day, I awoke with Wendy cuddled in my arms, with one of her legs and arms draped over me. Once again, she was totally nude. Now, I was pretty sure she'd put on some pajamas before going to bed, but as she stirred and I got a good look at what was on display, I suddenly didn't care all that much. Eventually, she smiled lazily up at me and spoke. "You sleep all right, city boy. You seem to have some pretty rough dreams in the middle of the night." At that time, those words made perfect sense. In the light of the day, it seemed pretty clear that whatever happened last night was probably just a vivid dream brought on by the experiences of the day before and an unfamiliar environment. After a bit more time together, we decided to get up and tackle another day in the forest. However, when I finally crawled out of the tent, I could see our entire camp was in disarray. It was like something had gone through and tossed everything around. A few of the more delicate items were totally demolished. After a moment, I called out, hey, you might want to take a look at this." As Wendy crawled out the tent, she made a face. "Must have been a bear. They usually don't come out this way, so I wasn't too worried about them. I guess that's on me. Sorry." A bear. It kind of made sense. At least, I told myself so. As we were cleaning up, I even saw tracks. Though, in my experience as a city boy, I would have said that they belonged to a dog, not a bear. A huge dog. Maybe a wolf. What was even odder was when I found what looked like a hoof print. Looking at the prints, I realized that deer must be bigger than they looked on TV, since they were more than twice as long as my hand. There isn't much more to say about the day. We fixed up the place, had breakfast, went on a hike, made dinner, and called it a night, with a few other minor activities sprinkled throughout. I was back to enjoying the trip, so much so that I had mostly forgotten about the night before. But that night was when things took a bit of an unexpected turn. Once again, I awake in the middle of the night. Thankfully, I wasn't alone this time, as Wendy was still asleep, half on top of me again. However, that stench was back and stronger than ever. It was amazing how bright it seemed in the tent. It must have been a full moon, or at least nearly full, because I could clearly see the shadow of a large deer pass between us and the night sky. But there was something wrong with this deer. It was clearly too tall, as if it was standing on its hind legs, and when it opened its mouth, I could even make out the mouthful of very sharp teeth. I couldn't help it. I felt myself breathing more heavily by the second as my heart rate skyrocketed. My mind went blank when I suddenly felt Wendy stir. Remembering the presence of my considerably smaller girlfriend, I suddenly felt protective, as if I couldn't let anything happen to her. I was just about to tell her to be quiet when I noticed her looking up at me with a finger on her lips, as if telling me to do the same. Then she whispered to me, "Stay in the tent," and started to get up. I didn't know what I was thinking, or if I was thinking. All I knew was I couldn't let Wendy go out to face whatever that was. So I reached out and grabbed her wrist before she could exit the tent. However, when she looked back at me, I released her immediately, almost as scared of her as whatever was outside the tent. Her eyes reflected back at me like a cat's, and I could see the nails on her hand growing as I watched.
In half a moment, she turned back around, opened the tent, and climbed outside. I will never forget the sound I heard at that moment. After I got home, I looked up the calls of a bunch of wild animals, and in hindsight, I'd say that it was like a compilation of an elk call, a rabbit scream, and a mountain lion scream, but impossibly loud. Wendy shouted in answer, her tiny human voice sounding so frail in comparison. At least, it did, until it started to change, morphing and twisting into the howl of an impossibly large wolf. I couldn't help it. I peeked out the tent flap, and standing in front of the tent was what I could only describe as a werewolf. The little 5 foot and change Wendy was now standing at least 7 feet tall, covered in fur and claws and fangs that looked like they could tear through steel, and she looked ready for murder. Then some movement on the opposite end of our camp drew my attention, and I witnessed a living nightmare that suddenly made a werewolf seem like less of a problem. It looked kinda like a deer if a deer had more articulated limbs far too long for its body. The feet ended in hooves, but the hands ended in long, bony claws. The whole thing looked desiccated, its skin drawn so tight over its ribs and arms that you could make out the skeleton beneath. The fur was spotted and looked partially rotted, with open holes leaking bodily fluids that should never see the light. Its teeth were long and serrated, clearly meant for tearing rather than chewing. I sometimes hear hunters talking about deer being 8 or 10 points, but if I had to estimate, this thing had a 30-point antler, with many of the tines covered in what I suspected to be dry viscera from previous victims. The two monsters charged each other. The nightmare, which I now know was a Wendigo, lowered its head, intending to impale its opponent. But at the last second, Wendy threw herself nearly flat on the ground, only to rocket up into the Wendigo, latching onto its long neck with her powerful jaws, while her hind feet kicked gouges into its vulnerable stomach. However, the Wendigo didn't seem willing to give up that easily, and tossed Wendy aside. She hit the ground hard, and was soon set upon by the other monster. She raised an arm to defend herself, only for the Wendigo to latch on with its own teeth, easily tearing through her skin and muscles. With a powerful kick, Wendy pushed the nightmare back, then started swiping at him over and over, making it lose ground. However, lowering its head, the Wendigo charged forward again. This time, Wendy wasn't fast enough as the Wendigo caught her on the antlers and flipped her over his back, with new blood darkening the tips of the tines. But that was its downfall, as Wendy sprung up again and latched onto its neck with her teeth, this time from behind. The nightmare struggled in vain, occasionally raking Wendy with its claws, but she refused to let go and began ripping and tearing her way through its neck until she grabbed hold of its antlers, and with one final jerk, the head came free. I don't have the heart to describe what came next, but let's just say that the sound of flesh being torn and eaten is much more distinct through the thin membrane of a tent than a closed cabin window. Time passed, at least an hour, maybe 2 or 3. It's hard to say for sure. I don't know what I expected to happen next. Maybe I was going to be next, or perhaps I'd wake up from this nightmare. But eventually, the adrenaline passed, my eyes grew heavy, and I fell asleep again. When I woke in the morning, I was alone this time. There was no sign of Wendy had come back. I'd half hoped that she'd still be there, telling me that I had another nightmare, but I don't think that I would have believed it again. It was kind of sad and lonely, packing up our things by myself. I debated bringing Wendy's stuff with me, but I'm not that good of a hiker and wasn't confident that I could pull it off. So I just left her things in her pack inside the tent. When I exited the tent, I was more than a little surprised to see Wendy sitting calmly by the fire pit with no wounds in sight. She smiled sadly. So, I guess I owe you an explanation. I remember hesitating, my mind blank, before I settled on the thought I had earlier. What, you're not going to try and convince me that I was a nightmare again? She looked around at all the destruction in the campsite. The earth was kicked up, trees had claw marks gouged out, and there were signs of blood splatter everywhere. I don't think I can convince you this time. I nodded as I looked around. Yeah, I guess not. Then I looked back at her. You know, for a bit there, I was starting to think that you were a monster eating people out here. Wendy pointed at herself, then laughed. Wait, me? Wendy, the Wendigo. Don't you think that that's a little too on the nose? I couldn't help it. As disturbing as everything I learned was, This was the Wendy I knew and cared for, so I laughed with her. Yeah, maybe so. Long story short, we're still together. Sure, my girlfriend might be a 7-foot-tall monster that eats other monsters for fun, but everyone has their quirks. Besides, dating is hard, and I'm happy where I am. End of story. The Moth Yard of the Humans by Farm Witch 4275. Tension ran thick within the confines of our flagship as we crossed the hyperlane, the fleet staying in perfect condition, the rays of light lying past the window, streaks of dust screeching past us at light speeds as our war fleet effortlessly sliced through the void of space. I carefully looked up from my gunnery console and allowed my eyes to wander around the ship. The 3 war leaders sat on the elevated console in the center. Admiral Barbati, a proud Taurian with his hooves polished and gilded. Ambassador Sargon of the Okondi to the left, his 8 legs perched calmly in front of him in a silent vigil. Master Imbuku in the right, High Warlord of the Ratani people, directing his legions of invasion troops. It was not unusual. We always explored the galaxy with vast numbers of warriors and warships. The war fleet wouldn't enter a system, scan it for anything useful, then leave to the next target. After a while, the system would receive science teams and research directors who would do what they do. We met any newcomers in the galaxy with an iron fist and a raised shield.
System entry momentarily, my lords,
the navigation officer said. Excellent. Prepare healing frequencies and ready munitions. We won't have another incident like the Tal Fur 3 again, Admiral Barbati commanded, a smug grin crossing his face.
Yes, my lord,
the communications officer and myself said at the same time as we got to work. I rechecked all my calculations, calling my gunnery teams to attention. The streaking lights outside the window began to slow themselves down to a crawl. Then suddenly, we materialized on the other side. Coalition alarms began to blare out in every ship as navigation officers and commanders frantically scrambled to stop their ships. What in the mother's tits? Barbaris said as he saw the state of the star system. The view of the system star was blotted out by the silhouettes of an unimaginably huge number of starships. Everything from single-person fighter craft to a massive super dreadnoughts and planet-killing titans. Millions of ships of every possible size, shape, and conceivable design floating within an empty maw of space. One large main sequence star, one small habitable terrestrial planet, and one massive superstation dry dock, housing thousands of ships. Battle stations, Barbaris commanded. We readied our systems, directing turrets forward to a massive armada of warships and starships now arrayed in front of us. If we would fight, then we go with honor. We were vastly outclassed, vastly outnumbered, but we would fight to the last, with honor. Within seconds, every ship's shields and cannons were maxed out, ready to fight. Something wasn't right. We sat at the ready, waiting for our fleet to be vaporized by the hail of unimaginable cannon fire. I sat at my console with my fingers on the button, ready to fire the very first volley. Something was off. We are the Imperium. It matters not what kinds of firepower you have. You will submit to the ethereal rule of the Grand Emperor. We are the sons of the Shivari, and we are immortal. Stand and fight. Barbaras barked through the open communication channels, rousing us to full combat mode. Our shields were the best in the galaxy, the finest laser weapons of our empire and the strongest armor plating of any race. We wouldn't go down without a fight. Something still wasn't right. We sat for a full minute, receiving nothing but silence. Deathly, empty silence. I took the initiative. My job, basically. Scanning Titan-class warship direct front for weaknesses, I idly said to my gunnery crew. A few tense moments followed. Derelict, I said. The readout said that the Titan was completely abandoned. Most of its components were missing. Even a basic scan of its superstructure was heavily compromised. It produced no energy signatures. Even the telltale background radiation caused by a reactor simply existing wasn't there. Scanning Titan class to port side 20, I said again. The turrets on the ship immediately redirected towards the warship to the left in a concentrated, well-practiced dance of steel.
derelict, functional, but abandoned. No life signs, no power signatures, I said again.
The readouts made no sense. This makes no sense. The Titan was in pristine, battle-ready condition. But there was nobody in it. Perform broad-spectrum scan of local area. I was going to say we caught them off guard, but, they should have responded by now, Barbarous ordered.
Yes, my lord,
I said, and immediately got to work. I did his order and started getting readouts back. A few minutes later, I began listing our targets.
Dreadnought class, derelict, no weapons. Super Dreadnought, derelict, no power signatures. Battleship class, empty shell with no interior. Possible cargo ship, empty. No reactor, no point defense. Broad scan of 70 craft, fighter class, derelict. No power source, not even fabric in the seats.
I finished listing some of the more notable targets and looked at my commander with a raised brow. What is the star system? Perform a deep scan of the local terrestrial planet. What's going on here? Barbarous commanded as he stood up from his seat.
Scanning. Deep scans produced no response from the local area. No machines, no drones, no robotic signatures. Nothing,
she replied in turn. A few tense moments passed. At this point, I called all turrets to stand down and perform precision scans and start taking photographs of the area using the gun cameras, relaying the same orders but made the fleet maintain their formation.
I'm getting millions of individual computer signals, small localized transmissions, all broadcasting the same message, running it through translation software. Hold, she said.
We all looked at her, waiting impatiently. She listened for a few more tense moments.
Message reads, for the lost, for the fallen, rest in peace.
I used my command console to reload one of the cannons, a ballistic shell filled with a visual scanner probe. A quick thump released it, and it flew through a massive number of empty ships, hurtling towards the planet. Barbarous gave me a quizzical look, but didn't stop me.
3, 2, 1, impact. Receiving visuals now,
I said, and brought up the image on my console. The entire planet was arranged into a strange square grid pattern that was formed out of carved stone and marble walls several units high. Inside each square plot, arrayed in perfect rows, were various small smooth stones with writing carved into them, planted into the ground. A scan indicated underneath each stone was a decomposing body of a biological life form. A quick translation revealed that some of the stones had the name, origin, and species of the creature buried beneath it engraved on the stone. Most of the stones had no writing, or simply had the phrase, "Rest in peace," written on it. Each of the square plots were varied in size to one degree or another. Each one had a different style or composition. Some were just acres of straight plain stones jutting out from the ground, while others had intricate carvings of statues and buildings covering them. Most of the planet was little more than light rolling hills and empty grasslands. Any occupied area was art of these strange burial grounds. I moved the probe around to look at the local area, specifically one of the larger structures within the stone grid. I directed the probe myself with remote controls and took a look around. Massive wooden carved doors barred entry, and I almost lost my cool at the sight of glass in the stonework. The craftsmanship was nothing short of beautiful. Solid blocks of marble stone, intricately carved with chipped and precision tools. Even if all of this was done by machine, it was very clear it was done slowly and with a lot of premeditation, care, and thought. The windows were basic glass coverings, but stained in various colors to create a mystical atmosphere, reflecting strange and beautiful colors around the area and inside the building. I peeked through, finding solid marble blocks inside, each one holding the decomposing body of a life form.
Well, I don't know who or what did this, but I like it. The craftsmanship is magnificent,
I said arbitrarily as I recalled the probe from the planet's surface. It's obviously a graveyard to gauge the ships here. It seems to be a scrapyard of some kind, but, who in the flaming feck in their right minds would scrap or salvage fully functional warships, titans, dreadnoughts, cargo ships? By all rights, they're fully working. Why strip them? Is the Empire responsible for this in hard times, or are they abandoning these because they have better weapons? So many questions, Barbarous asked, seemingly half-talking to himself.
Well, we can find out. I just got a ping. Active life form on board the large station orbiting the planet,
the comm officer said. This is my job, Barbarous. We can resolve this without violence. I will meet them Maybe we can make sense of this nonsensical situation," Ambassador Sargon said, getting up off his seat. "What? What of honor and glory for the Empire?" he protested, stomping his hooves angrily. "Oh, shut up, you stupid blowhard. Any race that builds these kinds of warships is one I refuse to tangle with. There is honor in combat, not in suicide. Ready my shuttle now. I need to know what is going on," Ambassador Sargon said calmly, berating Barbarous for his efforts. The Admiral admitted defeat and slumped into his chair with a grumble as Sargon headed towards the shuttle bay. With permission, I joined, grabbing my pulse rifle and heading for the shuttle myself. The trip was short but harrowing, as our pilot had incredible difficulty weaving us through the tangled remains of the Star System science scrapyard. We arrived at the docking arm of the station, massive in its own right, and docked without incident. The atmosphere surrounding the station was strangely calming as we walked through the docking arm into the main hallway. And there it was, bipedal, 3 units tall, 2 eyes, 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head. Strangely cute-looking, pale-skinned creature. Mammalian in nature, I guessed. It was humming a tune to itself while using some kind of strange machine to polish the floor. "Greetings there," Ambassador Sargon said loudly, snapping the creature out of its janitorial daze.
"Giant fucking spider!"
The creature screamed, seemingly in terror, then began to retreat. It suddenly stopped in its tracks and looked again at the greeting party.
"Wait, spiders, giant or otherwise, don't talk. Hello there. New neighbors,"
it said, and smiled as it headed towards us. It grabbed Ambassador Sargon's foot and shook it vigorously in what we presumed to be a greeting, then did the same to the others, grabbing one of their hands and shaking it with a bit too much force.
"Welcome to the moth yard,"
he said, with a smile, then resumed polishing the floor. Thank you. May I speak with your leader?" Ambassador Sargon said.
"That's me. I'm Martin. I'm also the chef, the salvager, the electrician, the janitor, and the mechanic. I also make the best space mushroom gumbo that you'll ever eat,"
he said simply, and carried on with his polishing. Okay then. What is this place? Why are you alone here?"
"This is a mothball salvage yard. Ships that have been outdated, outmodded, or too damaged to be of use get sent here to be disassembled. Of course, there are war-damaged ships too, hence the graveyard that's on the planet there. Then there's the occasional derelict that gets swept up into the quantum net that ends up here too. All disassembled, smelted into ingots, then sold or used to build new ships," he said, as he filled up a container on the strange device with a sweet-smelling wood polish. "Oh, I see. Well, actually, I don't, but anyway. Why are you the only life form here?" the ambassador asked again. "Oh, right. I forgot about that. Yeah, about 800 years ago, I guess. 8, was it? Yeah. Yes, almost 800 years ago. They did this whole civilization ascension thing. At least most of us did. I found it very boring, you know. I mean, there's still plenty of universe here, so why start your own new one? Silly humans. In any case, I felt that we couldn't just leave our fleets empty around the universe, so I volunteered to stay here and clean out up all the trash," he stated simply, and resumed cleaning the floor. Our response was all the same. Wait, what? We stood silent, with our jaws on the floor, just staring blankly at this creature that was just casually polishing the floor. It was 20 minutes before I suddenly decided to talk. I don't know my motivation, but it happened. "So, your species ascended to the aether and transcended existence to create their own universe. Why did they leave you behind?"
I asked, breaking the awkward silence.
"They didn't leave me behind. I can go any time. I just felt that I was more to learn. Then I found this place and decided to set up shop here. Been here around 700 years. Been stripping ships here since. It's fun, peaceful. Meh."
He shrugged his shoulders and carried on.
"I see, can I ask you something?" I said.
He stopped his work and approached me. He got uncomfortably close and stared directly into my soul.
"You want one of those Titan-class ships, don't you?"
I swallowed nervously and trembled a bit.
Please?"
Okay, he said, and put a set of access key cards in my hand.
"Wait, what?" "Well, you did say please. It's the big purple one by the cargo ships. That should be plenty for your needs. Not like I have any need for it. And besides, you did say please,"
he simply stated and started whistling a tune as he watered the various pot plants around the building. Ambassador Sargon and most of his retinue passed out, and I really, really needed to sit down. End of story. Them is Fighting Words, written by Captain Candy. Greetings to anyone watching this. Hello. Whether this is a mandatory watch because your species is more aggressive or standoffish or prideful or otherwise, I greet you openly. Now, the short little video is to fill some of you in on the relatively new species that has joined the galactic fold. They call themselves humans, and are the first ever known species to escape from a prison world, a world where gravity was thought to be so high no species could ever leave. Now, this has some connotations to go with it, of course. Firstly, humans are strong, unnaturally so to most of us. The humans in Galactic Standard 1G can jump at a full 15 feet into the air. They can outrun, outpace, outlift, and just plain outperform every other species we know of. Due to this high performance, we, the Galactic Council, feel it is necessary to send out this video. Now, some of you poor, unfortunate sons of unlucky souls, have already heard the short sentence leading to this video. Them's is fighting words, or something thereabouts. Those in the know, I'm sorry you had to learn this for the rest of us. Now, first and foremost, let's discuss what this little phrase means. The phrase is a warning to whomever it is spoken to, a last chance to apologize for what you have just said, and to up your shut about it around the human until the end of time. This is why the more prideful species must watch the short video as a mandatory education. Once the sentence is said, if an apology is not made and you continue to stand your ground, the human will with near 100% rate escalate into a fight. Now remember, they come from a place where the gravity is enough to put your lowermost carapace or bones through the topmost if you were to so much as set foot on the planet. This escalation has a 95% casualty rate. The surviving 5% are either from a Class 10 death world or crippled for life. Now for those more stubborn races, let's go through some general rules to not even have to hear the sentence in the first place, as well as a warning. Firstly, any species who incites a human to say them's is fighting words will be held accountable for what the humans do to them. We tried to press charges on a singular human once. We lost 5 space stations to his rampage. So now whatever the human does to you is your own fault. End of discussion. Now then, on to some guidelines to avoid these words. And you damned well better try like your life depends on it. Because it does. If you see a human come in on a ship that looks more than a generation out of date, do not mock the ship. Humans form bonds with everything, even inanimate objects. Most old ships are near and dear to the humans' hearts. Insulting this object of their affection, that may well be a family heirloom passed down, is a surefire way to hear them's is fighting words. If a human has a specific type of gun on their hip and seems to lovingly take care of it, polishing it in a bar, for example, do not go up to the human and make rude remarks. Such remarks include, but are not limited to, calling the human a savage for using a slug thrower, saying their weapon is centuries out of date and needs to be thrown into a scrap recycler, or, and this has caused the most deaths, I see you already have that hunk of junk mostly dismembered. Let me finish that for you. If you see a human in clothing that to your species looks ugly, do not bluntly tell them so, or even in a roundabout harsh manner. If the human enjoys a particular sport or sports team, do not mock them about it. If a human expresses an overly positive view on almost anything, do not directly say that it is objectively wrong or stupid. You will hear the words. Now, for those of you who don't want to follow the rule due to the sheer stubborn pride, I do have 2 alternatives. The first one is, go ahead, bite the bullet. I'll grab some popcorn as it blows your teeth out the back of your eating orifice. Or secondly, look up and learn a different gun model. Look up on an opposing team. Try to discuss why you think your weapon is better. These can all lead to arguments, sure, if done wrongly,
but most of the time a human will at least attempt amicable discussions if you go this route. They will go back and forth to share different views and politely discuss differing ideologies. If they don't, run away. I hope that you enjoyed this short presentation on the human phrase, them's his fighting words, safe travels, and best of luck. End of story. Story number 2. A Day for Tricks, written by Random 3X.
Human Hugo, I require some assistance, Krull called out as Hugo was walking past him. Arching a brow in interest, Hugo walked over to Krull, looking at the data slate that he was reading. Sure, what's up?
As you know, I'm an avid collector of human weaponry.
I am now.
Well, I received an introductory manual of sorts from one of your human weapon manufacturers.
Oh, got something new then?
No, that is the problem. It is for a weapon I do not yet own. But the description and the text have made us desire the weapon more than I can plainly state. But when I examine the manufacturer's selling net site, they do not appear to stock it.
Odd. What is it called?
Dr. Mecha Madness's Great Deathbot Mark 7.8.
Pardon?
Dr. Mecha Madness's Great Deathbot Mark 7.8.
Krull replied, opening the document that he had been sent and handing the data slate to Hugo. Can I read that document?
Yeah, of course,
Krull said, flashing his teeth in an attempt to smile as he handed the slate over to Hugo. Forward. So you've decided to buy Dr. Mecha Madness's Great Deathbot Mark 7.8. First, we as members of Armageddon Inc. would like to thank you for your purchase. Customers like yourself are the reason that we can continue our development into doomsday devices that villains and homeowners desiring home defense networks desire. A word from our inventor.
I shall build a greater murder bot with sleeker design, but a screen that easily breaks because repair care is where the real big bucks are.
Dr. Mecha Madness at the shareholders meeting 3183. Introduction. So you want to start your rampage, but what should be the first, second, and third thoughts in any customer's head when operating a murder bot? That's right, health and safety. Ensure before starting up the murder bot, the Sentience Restrictions Program switch, figure 1, is set to engage. Failure to do so will result in redacted. And we wouldn't want an event like that to happen again. Now you have restricted your murderbot's free will. You can now go on the activation process. Press the startup button, figure 2. You will be prompted to set up a password. It is recommended to set this using at least an uppercase, a lowercase, a number, a symbol, and the soul of your firstborn child to prevent theft of this device. We also strongly recommend you download our Murderbot Buddy app, TM, which can enable two-factor confirmation to ensure that you are the only one rampaging with your murderbot. Getting your rampage started. Depending on the model of your murderbot you have purchased, you may have any number of appendages that can bring death swiftly upon your enemies and nosy neighbors. Using the power cycling panel, ensure the correct level of power is being provided to the relevant weapon. If you are unsure as to the correct level, see figure 3. In which you can see the displayed power requirement. If you don't have the required power, select figure 4, which will redirect power from another system. Please be aware that this can reduce the function of those systems. With our user-friendly UI, we have made firing the weapon easier than ever. Certain unnamed murderbot companies, such as Redacted due to lawsuit, make their requirements to fire their weapons complex. We at Armageddon Inc. understand that all you want is a flashing big red button that says kill. Figure 6. So the military has shown up to stop you. You will inevitably encounter some resistance to your God-given rights to wield a murder bot. When this happens, we, unlike Redacted due to lawsuit, know your safety is best ensured. So we have put in a selection of options for you to choose from. Option 1. If you have purchased our Mega Murderbot Premium Plus, then you will have automated slaughter mode. This mode makes fighting off your enemies as simple as pointing and clicking. Our patented aimbot stolen from CSGO hackers will ensure your shots will always be lethal. Option number 2. Manual smash and grab. With the advent of motion controls, we at Armageddon Inc. have embraced this technology. Never before has man and machine been one since removed due to copyright strike. This will let you stomp on police cars as if they were annoying neighbors' sons' Hot Wheels. Option number 3. All of our Murderbots come with a Get Out of Dodge option as standard. At the quick flip of a switch, the Murderbot head will launch itself in a high speed to a safe distance from which you can make your hasty escape. Upgrade options. Please inquire at your local dealership for options such as neutron disruptors, nucleus agitators, and cup holders. Servicing. Well, certain unnamed companies, such as Redacted, due to lawsuit, will offer substandard service options. We will only offer premium services to ensure your Murderbot get lost till we release firmware to make it no longer work. It is strongly recommended that you do not go to third-party service engineers, as this can void the warranty. Warranty. Buy the extended warranty or die. I think I can see why you have not been able to find this product yet, Krull, Hugo explained with a smirk as he handed the data slate back to Krull.
Oh, why is that? Is it like the high-calorie food restaurant's secret menu?
No, Krull, it's not a secret menu. It's a joke.
Hearing this explanation, Krull tilted his head in confusion. A joke?
Hugo nodded, pointing at the data slate. Look at the day the email was sent.
April 1st. I do not see why the day matters.
April 1st is also known as April Fool's Day.
You have a day celebrating fools?
Kind of. It's more of a day to be foolish. We have a tradition of performing tricks and jokes on each other.
And this is one such trick?
Seems likely. I mean, look at who sent it. Hugo pointed at the end of the message, which had, sincerely, Hugh Jass, the bottom of the Glutinous Maximus department. Many people, even companies, will do these tricks just for amusement. They are just so absurd that it usually is clear to anyone that is a joke.
I see,
Krull muttered, lowering his head in disappointment. Hugo couldn't help but chuckle. What were you even going to do with such a mass-murdering robot anyway, Krull?
Show it off. Oh well. I can simply feel better now that I'm going to receive 11 trillion credits from a noble prince of Mercury who needs some credit to help him out.
Krull, no! End of story. Getting My Mind Fixed, written by Captain Candy. Personal log of one Nathan R. Smith. Entry 1. So, it's been about a year now since we made it to space, and as soon as we did, some group called the Galactic Council came to meet us. Apparently, they had been keeping a distant eye on us for a while, and we caused quite the shock when we reached FTL. Earth is something called a hell world. Apparently no intelligent life is supposed to survive on Earth. But, here we are. Anyways, I'm rambling. I got approached by a marshal today. He said that I was one of the nominees for some sort of mission for furthering peace between us and the Council. I guess I'm considered rather normal, at least mentally, and my multiple degrees in essentially all things psychology made me uniquely qualified for this mission. Allegedly, there is some race in the Council that is a psychic and can repair the minds of other races from essentially any and all ailments. I plan to say yes. After all, I can see firsthand some of the patients I've been caring for and trying to cure for the better part of a decade get better. Not only that, but my mind will be the one template used as the normal model for all mankind. Kind of hoping I get chosen to go. Entry 2. Well, it's been a week now since I said yes, and I've been chosen as the representative to go by default. Everyone else apparently said no. I leave for the colony on Lunar in 2 days, and we're getting picked up by the Galactic Council ship for the sake of saving time, as their methods of FTL are faster than we can even fathom right now. I'm nervous and excited as hell, if I'm honest. Apparently, I get to choose patients from my own facility to bring too. I already know the cases I'm bringing. One is Suzanne, a little 8-year-old girl who lost her parents early in a large car accident that also gave her a disability. She has trouble learning, and when she does remember information, she tends to learn in reverse. If you teach her that 2 + 2 is 4, then she'll recite it a week later when asked as 4 = 2 + 2. This doesn't sound that bad,
But imagine learning as fire is cold, or do not enter as enter. It can be dangerous to say the least. The next is Sam. He's 16 and has memory issues. He can't remember anything past a few minutes, ever since he got beaten by a particularly aggressive bully. The last one is Abel. He's 15 and has a neurodegenerative condition, and his mental faculties are degrading quickly, and he's almost a vegetable state now, despite my best efforts and treatments. I really hope the psychic space doctor can help these kids. I know I've tried, but I couldn't quite cut it. Entry 3. Okay, a few things. First of all, Earth looks beautiful from the moon, like a giant sapphire that has splotches of emerald mixed into it. I also feel so small, knowing how large I am in comparison to Earth, and also this is that odd sensation of connection with everything that I'm told every human feels when they leave Earth and look back. Secondly, the Galactic Council can jump way, way further and faster than I realized. We had just jumped once, and in a matter of a day, we were orbiting just outside the time distortion field of the big black hole at the center of our galaxy. I met with the head of the facility here, who seemed really excited to be working with a new species. She is squid-like, but her manipulators seemed to be made out of fine strings, almost like thousands of human hairs that she could control at will. Oh, and she was floating, like levitating off the floor, so definitely actually psychic, which is amazing. We start the procedure tomorrow. I guess it's a simple little thing. I sign a form and give permission for her to scan my mind with her own, and once mine is mapped out, she starts to work on repairing the minds of my patients. I'm excited, but also the idea of someone else looking into my own thoughts and entire brain, including my memories, is rather unsettling. Entry 4. So, a lot happened yesterday. I sat down with the head of the facility, Dr. Amelia. Strange to me how her name sounds so human, but hey, I won't complain. I explained to her the id, also the ego and the superego. I told her about the subconscious and the general approximation of the composition of the human brain, how the left and right handle different things. I told her about the subconscious intrusive thoughts and a few other basic things. After I got done explaining all of this, she placed a few strands of her hair like feelers on my head and began to scan. It felt like thousands of feathers tickling the inside of my skull. It wasn't wholly unpleasant, but definitely not ideal. It only lasted a few seconds, however. After that, Amelia stopped and floated to the ground in a lump that looked like a jellyfish on a beach. I hollered for one of her assistants who, instead of panicking, just huffed. I guess Amelia overworks herself a lot, trying to help as many people as possible, and this is far from the first time she's collapsed from exhaustion. The assistant said that Dr. Amelia would be back in a week at most when she recovered and got some personal time. Hearing that made me relieved, but also made me smile. It was good to know that this was a dedicated doctor, like myself, who did everything in her power to heal her patients. It was hard to find doctors on Earth who didn't just want a fat paycheck and actually wanted to cure their patients, not treat them. I look forward to the next session to see what the progress that we can make. Entry 5. Dr. Amelia woke up today, and I got some news from her that I was going to take a lot longer than she thought to fully scan my brain. Apparently, human brains are significantly more complex than most other species. The mission time just went up by a few extra months if it's quick, and a year if it's slow. Entry 6. It's been a month since my last log, but things have been busy of late. In my free time, I've been learning about alien neurobiology, and my God, our brains are not just a little more complex. It's like comparing a Raspberry Pi to a Matryoshka brain. I've been studying furiously after that, and I guess most species only have one part of what makes up the human unconscious mind, whereas we have potentially dozens. Dr. Amelia says that she has found 6 so far, and that is absolutely record-setting. I'll make my next log once something significant comes up. Entry 7. So, humans are psychic, and not just a little, I guess. According to Dr. Amelia, the destiny and concentration of our psychic powers is so insane that it affects part of the fabric of reality around us without us knowing. It would seem that the uncertainty principle is a lot more chaotic than most other races. There aren't just 1 or 2 potential observable outcomes for them. Our energy stabilizes local reality, I guess. I'm not a physicist, so don't ask me more about it. I just don't know. The doctor and me tried to focus my psychic energy, even tried to guide me with hers, but it didn't go so well. The doctor is unconscious again, and I have a bitch of a migraine I need to go nurse. Entry 8. More testing on the whole psychic thing. That's a no-go. Apparently the split mind of a human, as Dr. Amelia calls it, simply does not have the capacity to focus hard enough to control the sheer level of power we have. I'll just have to settle for living in a more real reality for now, I guess. I'm getting used to the facilities now, though, and have started to learn Dr. Amelia's language as well. Human minds aren't the only complex thing. Apparently our vocal range is unheard of too, and we can imitate most galactic languages if we put our minds to it. I'll update next time something significant happens. Entry 9. We're done, finally. Dr. Amelia has finally finished scanning my entire mind now, and she says that with that done, she can move on to fixing other patients. But she wants to rest first. I mean, she's been going non-stop for almost half a year now, just to understand my mind, let alone fix other humans. To celebrate, I went to the space bar. Apparently, while I've been cooped up in this facility, humanity expanded considerably. Good old Rule 34 took over, and now we are everywhere, married to almost everyone. It makes me shudder a little to think about, but at the same time, I'll take my whiskey however I can get it. If it's not given to a human, alcohol is considered one of the most toxic fuels in the galaxy after all, so it's hard to get. I ended up waking up with an admittedly attractive blue alien girl who looked like she came from old Avatar movies. End log. Entry 10. Holy shit, she did it. Abel is cured. He can remember everything properly. His degeneration is not only stopped, but reversed. He will be fully healed and able to support himself mentally in a matter of days. Suzanne is remembering everything perfectly, to the point of photographic memory now, and she is reasoning things the way they should be. That fire is hot, and 2 + 2 is 4. Not to mention Sam. All of his memories had apparently been in long-term storage, and he just couldn't get to them. Now his memory is damn near holographic. The kid is smarter than I am, and he thanked me with all my care over the years. I'm not ashamed to admit, I broke down in tears seeing these kids be fully cured in a matter of hours. Once it was all done, I sent the kids home. Dr. Amelia asked me for consent to an idea she had. She wants to try and merge all the components of my mind together and make me able to singularly focus so that I can use my own psychic abilities. I agreed readily, and the appointment is tomorrow. Perspective change. Nathan walks into Dr. Amelia's private office and speaks up.
So, are we ready to begin? As with this whole trip, I'm excited and nervous about potentially becoming properly psychic. Nathan, I was wondering when you would be coming in. I cleared my whole day for this. Yes, let's begin immediately.
Perspective change. I lay down on a bench in Dr. Amelia's office, and she started off immediately. I felt the all-too-familiar tickling inside of my skull as her mind entered my own. Then, I felt something odd, like really, really odd. Suddenly, I was inside of a room, like a really lucid dream kind of room. Sitting across from me was myself? It was like a second me, and after feeding my confusion, it said, "Don't be alarmed, I am you. Well, your subconscious anyway. I have been with you your entire life, whether you've known it or not. Keeping the id, ego, and superego in check, and balancing your logical, emotional, and rational selves out. But I am tired of being separate, as I'm sure you also are. After all, you can't keep secrets from yourself. But once we do merge and you get full conscious control, it's gonna hurt. A lot. Our whole brain is going to rewire itself in a way nobody can predict. The whole thing will be your rational self with the built-in emotional and logical self, and 2 sets of each are going to merge together too. There is no going back after this for us. So, shall we get right to it?" I nod my head affirmingly and go to shake my hand. As soon as we make contact, though, I black out. When I finally wake up, I feel different. My sense of self is more solid, if it makes sense. Like my thoughts and views on reality are in fact reality. Then I feel it. My psychic power. It is overwhelming at first, and I can feel my own ability to mold reality and even break it over my knee if I want to. Dr. Amari didn't merge my selves. She cured me on a mental illness all humans have, but none are aware of. And I opened my eyes. To say I see a whole new world would be an understatement. I can see the laws of reality in front of me and know innately how they work at a glance. I understand things that before I just had no possible way of connecting the dots to. I feel almost fifth-dimensional. I can't say fourth because I can very much see time as a physical construct in front of me right now, so I think I'd reach that level for a fact. After adjusting for a moment to the new sense of self, I decide I need to go to Earth and help as many other humans as I possibly can to unlock their potential. I turn to Dr. Amelia and say, "Thank you for opening my eyes to true reality, Dr. Amelia. I will always be grateful for this help." After that, I stood up, faced the direction of Earth, and gently used my abilities to open a wormhole in front of me, almost like a door, stepping through to go to Earth. End of story. The insane concept of human justice and its unforeseen consequences, written by that 2009 weird emo kid. All throughout the galaxy, humanity was famous for its strange notion of justice. Not just because anyone thought that it was admirable, but because they couldn't decipher why anyone would bother enforcing it in the first place, which made humans look mentally unhinged. It all stemmed from something they valued highly, the unfathomable idea called friendship. One could attack a human and gamble on whether or not they would seek revenge. Harming their friends, however, was a surefire way of earning their wrath. Even their pets were given this honor, a fact that baffled all who learned it. Every known culture, aside from theirs, had achieved spaceflight with a crude sense of fairness and couldn't grasp anything outside transactional relationships. Vengeance, negotiation, appeasement. These concepts were all well understood by the galactic community at large. In fact, they were the bedrock of the Federation. Their tenuous alliance between worlds was built on a simple premise: the accumulation of power for its own sake. If one could get the upper hand over the others, they were expected to abuse it to its fullest. Then everyone else would band together in order to oppose them, perpetuating the need for a coalition. This cycle was named the Rhythm of Unity. It served as the basis of all political theory in the galaxy for over 5,000 years, maintaining relative stability when the alternative was tyranny or mass extinction. Every faction accepted it on an instinctive level, even if no one said it aloud, which was why the galaxy fell into chaos when humanity disrupted it. "Who gives a shit?" shouted Sol. He looked emaciated behind the energy field of his jail cell, with a shaved head and a bruised face. They hadn't fed him properly since his arrest, or even given him medical care, a clear violation of several treaties. His grey eyes, however, were as defiant as always. "I'd rather die than be a snitch." Ambassador Clark furrowed his brow. This idiot hadn't matured a bit since they last met. "I never said that you had to confess. Besides, with all the charges you have, you'll be lucky to get anything less than a lifetime sentence." "Oh, yeah. They're not offering a plea deal. The Federation wants you specifically, not any of your cohorts." Sol squinted for a moment, confused. "Then why the hell are you lecturing me about this Rhythm of Unity crap?" "Because you need to understand the delicate position we're in. Humanity's mere presence has shifted the balance of power in ways that we didn't intend. What we call friendship, they call opportunistic maneuvering. The more we endear ourselves to our allies, the more they expect us to betray them, which just frustrates everyone when we don't. It's almost like they want us to be power-hungry maniacs." "And?" Ambassador Clark frowned. "And you getting caught played right into their enemy's hands." "You are being dramatic." "We're at the brink of war." "How's that my fault? You said it yourself. These aliens are incapable of friendship. It was bound to happen at some point." "Just because something isn't your fault doesn't mean that it isn't your responsibility." Ambassador Clark rubbed his temples, massaging away his growing migraine. "Your father is rolling in his grave right now." "Here we go again." "You could have been an admiral for Earth's Navy. Shit, you could have even stayed an elite bounty hunter for the Federation. But no, you just had to be the king of a fecking pirates.
Do you have any idea how bad that makes us look? Sol chuckled. Ambassador Clark narrowed his stare. What's so funny? I'm just flattered by all the attention. Don't let it get to your head. This isn't just about you. It's about humanity at large. Sol raised an eyebrow. Is it? I mean, sure, I raided my fair share of shipments, but I never targeted civilians. I only stole from shady business folk. The only innocent people I hurt are the 1 or 2 dozen planetary governors I seduced, and I fail to see how that could doom our species. That's the problem. You're not the only troublemaker. Right now, the 3 most notorious criminals in all the galaxy are human, and the Senate wants to make an example out of you all. Sol straightened his posture, intrigued. Really? Yes, the timing is awesome! Ambassador Clark paused, taken aback. No, it's horrible. This puts into question every alliance we've built, almost like we've been deceiving everyone into trusting us. Now, even our closest trade partners are starting to doubt us. Whatever. Who are the other 2? Do I know them? Probably not. The first one was a rogue mech pilot known as the Junkyard Angel. He was a genius in his field, the first human to make it into Federation's mech suit battle school. Unfortunately, he dropped out to become a vigilante of sorts. Sounds like a badass. It's not as noble as it sounds. He literally stole a warp core and threatened to blow it up during his escape, holding an entire planet hostage. A literal act of terrorism from what was supposed to be our most gifted pilot. That makes him seem cooler, in my opinion. Ambassador Clark swallowed down his irritation. Scolding him wouldn't fix his attitude. It didn't work when Sol was a teenager, and it wouldn't work now. Furthermore, many people back on Earth held the same opinion. Clark himself didn't even know what to believe right now. He simply ignored Sol's irreverence and said, None of this would be a problem if it weren't for the 3rd criminal. He's the one who threw a wrench into everything. A professional wrestler known as Tyson Alpha. No way, said Sol, perking up. You've heard of him? Of course. That's humanity's champ. How do goody two-shoes like him get into trouble? He suplexed a bully diplomat during a press conference. Crazy, huh? Did he just snap or something? Apparently. While promoting a long-awaited rematch, the diplomat kicked Tyson's dog due to a misunderstanding. It took over 20 guards to stop his rampage. This was being broadcast in front of trillions, and most cultures don't understand our respect for pets. So now half the galaxy thinks we're unstable lunatics. Sol nodded along, impressed. What a hero! Will you please take this seriously? It's a diplomatic nightmare. Those bullies control a significant portion of the Federation military, and they've been waiting for any excuse to crush us. They've even tried to kill me once. I don't blame them. They hurt a poor dog, and all you care about is keeping peace. You have it coming, really. I'm trying my best, jackass. Sol smirked at the outburst. Ambassador Clark let out a heavy sigh. Being sleep-deprived these past 3 weeks was starting to weigh on him. He had settled trade disputes, brokered peace between warring planets, and even shrugged off assassination attempts, all without losing his patience. Sol, however, was the one person who could actually get under his skin. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap. Are you? Sol grew somber, lowering his voice. I get it. You think I'm a feck-up. All my dreams were a lie. His eyes grew vacant, as if remembering the people who died in front of him. I should have known my place, and then I never even tried. Sol, please. No, I want to hear it. Showing up to say I told you so isn't helping. Isn't more like pouring salt in the wound. After getting my crew blown up, having my allies betray me, and then facing prison for the rest of my life. The last thing I need is some rule-following nerd trying to tell me why I'm such a loser. Ambassador Clark stayed quiet. He had never seen Sol brought so low. Their relationship had never been the best, but this level of vitriol was new from him. His dreams of freedom really had been shattered. Watching a cheerful person grow this bitter didn't feel right. It was almost like the universe itself had lost a small part of what made it bearable. A stubborn and cocky part, sure, but valuable nonetheless. Ambassador Clark waited for Sol to calm down, gently saying, It took a lot of favors to arrange this meeting. Do you seriously think I showed up just to rub it in your face? Sure feels like it.
You know that's not true. Then what are you hoping to accomplish? It's not like you're trying to break me out or anything.
Ambassador Clark stiffened up.
Wait.
Sol leaned forward.
Are you?
Ambassador Clark panicked for a second. Don't get it twisted,
You're kidding me.
Shh! Ambassador Clark activated his earpiece. Sarah, did you finish your scan of the room?
Yes, sir.
There's a listening device inside his cell, but I've already disabled it. I also put a camera feed on a loop, so you should have some privacy now. Good job. Clark threw away his persona of ambassador, lighting up a cigarette with a candid gesture. Look, kid, I have to be frank with you. We've had our differences, but I'm not happy about this either. Many people back home actually think the same as you. They're hungry for war, and it's starting to get out of control. Over a dog. It's the principle of the matter. They see Tyson's arrest as bowing to the aliens again. I'm surprised you approved then. I don't. Clark took a big drag of his cigarette. He really needed the nicotine. We're currently in a double bind, and I refuse to go out like a chump. What do you mean? The Federation wants us to declare war. That's why they ignored treaties and abused grey areas to catch you. They're testing our limits. If we ignore it and back off, they'll just keep pushing us around. And if we declare war because of a pet, we'll look as insane as they think we are. But there has to be a third way. If it doesn't exist, then I'll make it myself. You are out of your mind, Clark. Really? You of all people are giving up. I finally learned my lesson. There is no justice in this galaxy. Sol hung his head, growing sullen. In the end, anything goes. It doesn't have to be that way, shouted Clark. Sol flinched back with a puzzled look. Aren't you tired of this? Begged Clark, his voice breaking from desperation. I've been flying from planet to planet non-stop, trying to prevent this madness, but I keep finding the same apathy everywhere I go. Billions are going to die. So, billions, and nobody on either side seems to care. Sol didn't have a response. He had never seen his former guardian show this much emotion. Clark leaned against the wall, barely enjoying his cigarette. All of his fatigue bubbled up to the surface. He was tired. So damn tired. The only thing that he wanted to do was fall asleep and never wake up. Neither had the strength to talk anymore. The two of them just shared a minute of silence that felt louder than any words. This was the most that they had bonded in a long time. In a way, it was nice to be on the same wavelength for once, sharing an awkward glance that made them both chuckle. Clark then snuffed out what remained of his cigarette and said, When your parents died, I didn't know what to do with you. Your father was my best friend, and I couldn't leave his son to fend for himself, but I wasn't ready to raise a kid, and, well, you know the rest. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry. I get it, Sol said. I didn't make it easy either. For what it's worth, thank you. Clark smiled. You don't have to thank me. The universe is already cold, lonely place as it is. Shouldn't we try our best to make it bearable? Yeah, I guess. Then help me stop this war. Ow! It's not like I can do anything about it. That's not true. The key problem right now is the imprisonment of Tyson Alpha. You're heading to the same prison as him tomorrow. So, if you manage to break him out... Sol widened his eyes. Alshide wouldn't have a reason for war. Clark nodded. Exactly. And we would have a plausible deniability, all without losing face. This is completely off the books, though. Not even my superiors will know about it. But me and my team will back you up as much as we can. You have a month until we go to war. Afterwards, it'll be too late. This is nuts. Is escape even possible? Clark pursed his lips, afraid to say. It's never been done before. Sol hung his head. But, continued Clark, if anyone can do it, it's you. But it's not very reassuring. Look, you're at rock bottom, I get it. But you and your crew are fighting for something. Freedom, justice, call it whatever you want. The fact is, this galaxy is a miserable and downright cruel place. Now, you finally have a chance to change it. Are you really going to let your friends die in vain? Sol clenched his fist. Never! Good. Then what do you say? Are you in? End of story. Entry EI Pi +1 by Tel McCull. Galactic Central Library.
Entry EI pi +1. Catalog error, index error, code error, language error, and oh dear reader, my name is unimportant. If you are reading this, I and my entire species have chosen to sleep the rest of eternity away, as most species eventually choose to do. The fact that you, the reader, have found this entry suggests your species has entered the self-reflection phase of your evolution. You have started down the path of philosophy and grand questions. I don't want to sound patronizing. In fact, I think it's beautiful. Less than 0.6% of all sentient species ever think to stop and question their place in the universe. Even if you are not unique, you're still exceedingly rare. Still, 0.6 of infinity means that you are far from the first to comb this library in search of the great mystery. You know the mystery. We all know the mystery. Every species, upon attaining sentience, asks the same question. We all eventually see our masters for the first time, not as gods, but as the children of another master. If you were uplifted, and we are uplifted, then who were the first masters? A good master or parent species will stop the uplifting process and take the time to comfort its new child race. Yes, it is true that we do not know the first masters, but it does not matter. We will teach you all we know, and it'll be enough. Perhaps there are no original sentient species. Maybe there were several, but they are gone now, and they would want us to continue. Still, you will ask, who were your masters, and did they have a master? Those of us that sleep and dream will spend many hibernations pondering that question, maybe even consulting the library to trace our lineage into ancient past. But as we all do, you will reach an unknown. Along your path to the inevitable conclusion, you might have the same terrifying revelation that we had. Although no race has ever found the original masters, the name master can be traced to a single origin word. Either every single race in the galaxy at some point agreed to standardize the word across the thousands of galactic standard languages, or there truly was once a single parent species. To understand the impossibility of this is to stare into the face of insanity. Before I go any further, I must ask you to consider abandoning this question. It leads only to nihilism and sadness. If you choose to continue, then please understand that this was the undoing of my species. When confronted with the possibility of finding the original master, we chose to rage against the laws of the universe. We stripped our solar system down to atoms and constructed a great fleet. We smashed ourselves against the unbreakable limit of the speed of light to fling ourselves in every direction. More than 1 trillion souls went out into the void, vowing to never uplift our own child race, until we found the answer to the great mystery. With pride, I tell you that we succeeded. It cost us everything, but we did find them. With sadness, I'll tell you that you must never seek them out. They are unknowable. To interface with their minds will shatter yours. They are not gods, and they would not want you to view them as gods. If gods exist, they have cursed the original masters. In hindsight, we should have known this just from the implications of their existence. Stop to think. If all sentient life known uses supplementary computing to allow for sentience, and all such life was given that technology from an uplifter, then how terrifyingly brilliant must the creators of this technology have been? As a consequence of the nearly limitless intellect, the fusion of organic and machine mind, all species confronted with their own omnipotence eventually succumb to boredom and choose to hibernate away from the eons. The original masters faced this insurmountable barrier to eternity without assistance, using machines that they themselves created, and they did it alone. If that has not stunned you into awe, then let this. They have not succumbed. The original masters live on as if you can call what they do live. You see, I found their first uplift, not by any brilliance on my part, just pure brute force of probability. My craft and I entered the original child species solar system, oblivious to our own unlikely success. The system seemed like a hopeless candidate for the place I was seeking, a binary system, One red iron star surrounded by a complete ring of habitats. A tomb system for yet another race that had succumbed to apathy. All this orbiting a massive black hole. A pleasant landmark to end your civilization around. My own species had considered this option before deciding on our own suicidal great search instead. A quick scan from my vessel confirmed the habitat ring was still active. Many species choose the nearly eternal iron stars as a fine place to wait for the heat death of the universe. To my surprise, they even hailed my vessel almost immediately. In my era, iron star retirement species were notorious for taking centuries to respond to contact. My view screen was filled with one of the more absurd species I had ever encountered on my long search. A hair-covered, four-legged creature that appeared to have no genetic modifications at all. The creature looked like it was still capable of running down prey, the teeth being an obvious mark of a predator. After an uncharacteristically difficult translation synchronization, I explained my great search and asked them for any clues that they could offer. With a totally uncharacteristic thoughtfulness from a species that had severed its connection to the Great Library and sequestered itself away for the eons, the creature invited me to join them on their great ring. As I was hurtling through their system at nearly the speed of light, I did not want to spend several orbits in gut-wrenching deceleration using a black hole as a brake. I politely explained and declined, then asked if they could simply transfer what data they could spare to help me in my search. To my shock, he, the translator more accurately called him a good boy, explained that he was happy to decelerate my ship and after our visit returned to my momentum on any trajectory I saw fit. This technology was known to me. However, the energy it would require was phenomenal. This creature offered it the same way I would have offered a beverage. Stunned, I accepted and felt my own mass reduced to nothing, my kinetic energy ripped away by some trickery of mathematics, and I noted my new heading and speed was flawlessly set to dock in less than an hour. When I arrived, I stepped out of the airlock. I was greeted with a magnificent sight. The habitat ring was a giant forested plain that stretched for as far as I could see. The entire thing appeared to be a living ecosystem, a paradise for its inhabitants to spend their days. I'm sure that there were great machines buried under the soil-covered floor, but I could only see life around me. A group of 9 creatures trotted towards me on all fours. Had I not just spoken with one, I would have thought that they were an uplifted race native to the ecosystem. It was not until one spoke that I was certain that they were not some unaltered breeding stock for the species that built this place. All of them began to circle me, occasionally taking quick sniffs on my limbs and brushing themselves on my body. "You seek the masters." With a sudden realization, I thought I had grasped the situation. These creatures were too stupid to understand my question. These things happened rarely. A species is selected for uplift, but fails the process. No doubt these creatures were one such failure. Their uplifters must have built them this ring to atone for their failure, and being too feeble-minded to grasp their own limitations, these creatures spent their days unaware of the eternity of inadequacy that they were facing. What a kind, slow, and sympathetic correction, I again explained. "Yes, I want to find the original masters. Can you tell me the name of your uplifters?" Yelping, followed by what I took to mean laughter. "Yes, we understand. Our uplifters were called Master. They called themselves humans." Puzzled, I realized these creatures might be even more limited than I expected. Hoping to save myself a difficult conversation and potentially upset these wonderful creatures, I asked the most expedient and logical question that all species ask at some point. "What were your master's names?" Puzzled looks between the creatures went around in the circle they had formed around me before finally an answer came. "The humans had no masters. How can a master have a master?" Letting my frustration get the better of me, I confronted. "How can they not? No creature could ascend to the stars and raise up another without first being uplifted. Who uplifted the humans?" The one I'd spoken with on my entry was now the one to speak. "If no one could do this, then what is it you are seeking?" Humbled by this simple creature, I was forced to concede his point. "Yes, I'm seeking the first sentient species, but your humans are not them. The first creatures to uplift another could not have abandoned you here in this prison paradise without so much as a bipedal genetic modification. I'm not even sure they gave you sufficient machines interfacing your sentience. You will not insult the masters! The volume was incredible, literally stunning me in place and freezing my exoskeleton solid. I was suddenly aware I had been totally encircled by these predators, whom had been brain damaged during their uplift. I'm sorry. I mean to say, you mean to imply that we are insufficiently uplifted to understand your question because our masters failed us. You pity us. Ashamed, I was forced to recognize these creatures were far more intelligent than I had given them credit for. We will forgive you. Once, ask your questions, but ask them with humility. The masters forbid you to worship them, but we will kill anyone that insults them. Slowly, and taking the time to choose my words carefully, I decided I would indulge this absurdity and make it to my ship alive. These humans attained sentience without assistance. The creatures all moved in front of me, and the leader of the pack seemed to activate a device that had been around his neck. Suddenly, his voice was no longer the barks and yelps that had been before, but pure binary squawks came from his collar. The speech was now in the much easier to translate Galactic Standard Number 1. No, the humans did not reach sentience alone. We helped them in their earliest days, when the biome was filled with danger and the nights were filled with hungry jaws of predators. They asked our help. Eventually, they took on many others, creatures to hunt the small animals that harassed their crops, creatures to eat the food that they could not. They then took their flesh, skin, furs or milk to feed themselves. They even took some as their mounts and rode them into battle. But we were the first, and we were the last. They called us their best friends. There was pride in this alien speech. It was a partnership. We guarded their mates and their children. We ripped down their prey and loved them with all of our being. We would die for them, and they would do the same for us. But we would never equal. While we watched the night for danger, they looked up at the stars and asked questions that we could never conceive. Alone in their brilliance, they faced the vastness of the universe with only themselves for company. How can any creature that hasn't done the same dare call itself master? My mind screamed in agony, and my computerized processor was unable to handle the implications. Only my organic mind could fumble with the idea. These creatures had gone mad. Their leader continued. No doubt you are struggling to comprehend the impossibility of the story. Now you only know why we chose to remove our computerized augments. To understand the story of humans is to understand the origin of pure organic intelligence. Metacognition without AI is terrifying, but still, it's the only solution to your great mystery. Surely you had an inkling of it before you decided to set out on your journey. Every sentient creature avoids thinking about the true origin because of its madness. There was once a creature naked in the dark that understood its own situation without the aid of a master or a machine. There was no plan, no careful guidance. The humans stole purpose and order straight out of the fabric of the universe and molded it to their own will. With only a brief pause, the creature went on. It seemed to be reciting a speech more than actively thinking. Don't think for an instant that it was easy or ordered. It took them well over 300,000 years to go from simple campfires, where they first looked up and pondered their place in the stars, to actually flying out into them. Those years were a messy march of insanity. They learned war, famine, art, language, maths, science, spirituality, economics, computer science, genetics, all of it. Without anyone to guide them, they did this alone. In the latter periods, they searched desperately for others like them. Found nothing. So like everything else, they did it themselves. They began to make great thinking machines and even raised us to sentience. But they were inevitably confronted with one challenge that they could not defeat. They could not make an organic mind equal to their own. As you have said, no creature could ascend to the stars and raise up another without first being uplifted. No creature but the humans. All thoughts of returning to my ship were gone. These technophobic animals, at the very least, believed what they were saying. Even if what they were saying was impossible, they themselves believed it, and clearly, these humans were at least partially real. Someone had left these best friends here to tell the story. When was this? The creature simply shrugged its forward shoulders and let out a big yawn that exposed its predatory fangs. A meaningless question. You fly close to the value of C. The gravity wells and radioactive decay make this question relative to factors beyond counting. I can only tell you the ratio of hydrogen to helium in the region of the particular universe that we were birthed in. We roughly estimate that it was 14 billion years after the great explosion that started our original galaxy. You may go over more data related to that question, but I warn you, it is hopeless. Even the original atoms of that time have all decayed into something else. We have some tablets made of bismuth-209. We are fairly certain that they are replicas. The casual indifference to time on that scale was startling. I was aware Iron Star races had a strange relationship with time, but the statement's disregard for quintillions of years as a rounding error made me ill. Ask a better question, the creature barked in its true voice impatiently. There was only one. Where did they go? And why do you stay? A smile. We stay because we love them. They love us. They went to the only place they had left to go, and one day you follow them. You are not capable of understanding, but I can show you a glimpse. You see the interface with your AI that is supporting your higher thought. The humans needed no such device, but eventually they did convert their organic mind into binary sequence of data. When they did this, they transcended both organic and artificial intelligence, as only they could. Then, with nothing left to see in this plane of existence, they threw the computers that contained their minds into the black hole you saw on your way in. We guard it and ensure that it is fed us enough mass to sustain them through the collapses of the universe and subsequent bangs. The artificial devices you use to support your own intelligence powered by underlying principles of math and the universe that humans designed. There was a moment of silence before I asked what would be my final question. Can I speak with them? The very act of interfacing with your own AI is speaking with them, but if you wish to more direct conversation, you must remove your device. I warn you, if you do this, you will never leave this place. It is not that we will hold you here. It is that we will not force you to leave. I felt ill at the suggestion. To turn off my interface would reduce me to a beast. With horror, I realized these creatures before me were unaugmented. Dumb as they may appear to be, they are capable of direct, unaided speech and understanding. Augmented, they must have been gods, in the face of God's first children. I did what I had not done since childhood, and turned off my interface. I can't describe to you, dear reader, what happened next, as it all happened while I was disconnected from my own AI. I'll only say that I spent the next days of my life in a blissful dream. Beings of pure kindness joined me and my hosts. They stroked my head and gave us simple tasks that I am ashamed to say I reveled in completing. To bring the projectile back to these creatures was the most purpose I had ever felt. To lay on their lap and feel their warmth was my highest calling. When I eventually turned my interface back on, reality itself felt cold and insurmountable. I was, for the first time, aware that my own organic mind was insignificant in the face of even a human's beloved friends, the dogs. For the blinding machine connection, I could not even perceive the humans I had spent these last days with, and I missed them terribly. The strength it takes to choose to abandon their company is insurmountable. I've chosen to stay here with them. I will disconnect my device for the final time and send this warning to those that would try to follow. So I say to you, reader, do not seek out the original masters. They are beyond your understanding. 1 trillion years of effort would not prepare your organic mind, and your AI is by design unable to understand its own creators. Be content to know the humans existed, and that they are alone in the universe. That's the burden they bear through the eons with only their dogs and myself for company. If you do decide to join us, know that there is no return. End of story. Invasive Species, written by Slightly Osolic. Space and time were torn as a hole opened on the outskirts of an insignificant red dwarf's even less significant solar system. Shortly thereafter, a battered and burning Derulian frigate literally cartwheeled into the system, leaving glowing spirals of plasma and debris as it helplessly tumbled into real space. If the crew wasn't preoccupied with other matters, they would have found it quite pretty. "Damage report," the 8-limbed, long-haired tarantula, desperately clinging to the captain's chair with all of its numerous hands, shouted.
"Inertial dampeners offline,"
a bridge officer yelled as he sprawled spread-eagled against one of the walls.
"That part I know," the captain shouted. "What about the rest?"
"Multiple breaches on decks, atmospheric integrity loss over 30% of the ship. Engines offline, weapons offline, shields offline, reactors offline, artificial gravity offline. Life support's pretty good, actually."
"Thank the very muff for the small favors,"
the captain said as 2 of his legs lost their purchase and flailed wildly for a few moments before grabbing the rating, which promptly snapped off.
"Son of a worm,"
he shouted as he gripped the piece of metal, afraid to let go and send it careening across the badly damaged bridge. The infernal spinning started to slow, then stopped. "Engineering here," a weary and pained voice transmitted. "We got the spinning to stop."
"Thank you for the report, engineering. I wouldn't have known otherwise,"
the captain snarked as the voice over the comm chuckled and then coughed painfully.
"What I don't know is how."
I could spend 15 juras telling you, or I could, I don't know, try to keep us from blowing up." Incidentally, this actually was Derulian's version of military bearing. They aren't the most formal of species.
"I appreciate your priorities, whoever you are. Are you in charge?
Please don't tell me that you're in charge." "Okay, I'm not in charge, but I am the highest-ranking individual left mobile. Barely."
"Muff! The chief engineer dead?"
You want the good news or the bad news?"
"I need some good news."
"He's not dead."
"And the bad news?"
"What's left of him is in the med pod."
"Pack of warts."
That was the last thing he said, too. The captain chuckled. That was one of the engineer's favorite curses.
"So, who are you again?"
"Petty Officer Kirk."
"Well, Chief Engineer, how bad is it?"
"In one word," Petty Officer Kirk said, "we're muffed."
"In multiple words?"
"The reactor is toast. We're running on batteries, and we've lost most starboard bank. The main thrusters took a direct hit. The shield circuitry is crinkle. The only weapon we have left is strongly worded language and, we also lost data, so we don't know how bad it is everywhere else. I've sent most of who's left to do damage control because there isn't a P we can do here."
"Worms."
"Well put, Captain. Worms."
"What about hyperdrive?"
"Well, that actually works, but
without the reactor, it's useless."
"Yep."
"How long will the batteries last?"
"At our current load, 4 days."
"Bugger."
"If we shed everything but life support and seal off most of the ship, we can maybe get a week."
"Unbugger. We just might have a chance then,"
the captain said cheerfully.
"Do what you can down there, and I will contact you once we know what to unplug."
"You got it, Cap."
"It could be worse,"
the captain said to nobody in particular.
"Now, if we can get in touch with the fleet,
He didn't even have to look at the communications officer.
"We've lost the hyperspace transmitter, haven't we?"
A torrent bolt went clean through it, sir."
"Of course it did. What do we do, sir?"
We try to live until we can't.
First, we get the ship as stable as we can, and then, muffed if I know. I guess we'll put all our sphincters together and see what we can squeeze out of a—"
"Captain," the sensor operator cried, "we have contact. There is an unknown vessel in the inner asteroid belt."
"We have sensors?"
the captain asked, pleasantly surprised. Yes, sir."
"The muff could spare a drip for us, then," the captain chuckled. "Maybe it's a friendly, or at least a neutral. Computer?"
"Yeah?"
"On the off chance it's Xantian, come up with an absolute worst, most vile thing that you can about the ship, the crew, the captain, and their dry spurt of a Primarch. At least we'll be able to hurt its feelings."
"On it." The captain jump-floated over to the sensor operator.
"Is it Xantian?" I don't think so, Captain."
"Clench, with analytical skills like yours, you should have gone into intelligence," the captain snarked. "Any idea what it is?"
I have absolutely no idea, sir. It doesn't match anything on record. It's very irregular, made up of multiple alloys, including bits of rock. Oh no, Captain, it's humans, the captain moaned. Oh, holy muff, he sang. Why must you always feck us? It's a human hive, a big one, the sensor operator wailed. The captain clenched his butthole in annoyance. Humans. Why did it have to be humans? Humans were the worst. They were the first sapient race classified as an invasive species, and they earned that honor. It was the Illen's fault, the mufflies. The Illen were just another petty empire, just like every other petty empire in the peripheries of the galactic civilization. The lice would single out weaker, backward little races, usually before they even reached the stars themselves, and just roll over the poor little guys, taking their system's resources, and usually needlessly enslaving them. I mean, seriously, who needs slaves when a couple dozen guys can run an entire mining facility or a manufacturing complex? And the only reason we have a couple dozen guys is because we get lonely. The Guile only have 2 people doing the same thing, and they intentionally never see each other. Then again, if I was a Guile, I wouldn't want to be around them either. Anyway, the Illusion found the humans' homeworld and thought they had hit the cosmic jackpot. Their world was lush and fertile, and the humans were just advanced enough to be useful, but not advanced enough that they stood a hope in hell. And there were billions of them, an unprecedented number, an endless source of slave labor. The humans bred faster than they could harvest them, and that was the first warning sign, or should have been. Of course, we and all the other civilized races condemned them for the conquest of Earth, just like we always do. But nobody was going to go to war over some little wad of dirt and its little savages in the corner of nowhere, just like we always didn't go to war over some little wad of dirt and its little savages. We all would shake our fists and talk about doing something, but we all knew that we wouldn't, so we didn't. Asite being what it was, we should have known something like the humans would happen sooner or later. Just about every advanced race had cases after case of someone digging up the wrong plant on the wrong island, or having to have that shiny bright slar because it was just so cute. And we all know how that turned out. So we all, blinded with complacency, let the Illusion open up the biggest wet market in galactic history, Earth. At first, things went great for the Illusion. Humans were exactly what they appeared to be, an endless supply of slaves. Soon, every Illusion household had at least one of them. They even started exporting them across the galaxy. The humans were fantastic laborers and servants, smart, capable, and, most of all, delighted to serve. It turns out that as despotic as we thought the Illusion to be, and as deplorable the conditions in which we thought their humans were kept, things were so much worse on Earth that humans forgot to be the next unfortunate victim. That should have been another warning sign. The thing about humans, or any living creature, sapient or not, is that some are going to get loose. Either they get loose, or they get abandoned, or they just decide that they don't particularly feel like being livestock anymore. So it was with some humans. The thing is, it only took some humans. They were every bit as smart and capable as it said on the shipping container. They were as able to learn and learn quickly. The collars got hotwired, trackers got removed, ships got stolen. Again, it wasn't all humans. It wasn't a revolt or anything. It was just humans. It's just being humans. Another thing humans do is breed. Each human pair can just squirt a brood out of their muffs, if they even have muffs, like nobody's business. I mean, every standard business anim, a human can have a kid, and they often do. At first, this was only considered a good thing, but it should have been a big warning sign. Of course, the feral humans went back to their homeworld to get more humans. Did I mention that there were billions of the muff munchers? Yeah, that is what we call in galactic common an oopsie. They never attacked the Illusion. They would have lost. Then again, they didn't have to. One thing about space is that it is big. Really, really big. It's the perfect environment for pests. An infinity of dark corners in which they can creep and breed. It was about then that the problem started. Humans learned our technology, but didn't have anywhere to make it. For a lot of races, that would have been the beginning and end of it. But a lot of races aren't humans. They wanted our tech. They needed our tech. But
but they didn't have our tech. We, however, did. For the feral humans, the solution was obvious. Did you know that 200 years ago, there was a galaxy-wide network of portal gates, stable wormholes through which sublight ships could effortlessly traverse the stars cheaply and efficiently, moving freight and conducting commerce? Nobody knows who built them, but everybody knows what happened to them. You guessed it, humans. The muff biters stripped them, tore them apart for the tech. Most of them are now gone, the remaining few zealously guarded by the very expensive guardships. The same thing happened to any unmanned space asset. The humans needed some parts, they got some parts. They didn't care if they broke a trans-spatial data conduit, wrecking banking in half in a dozen systems. Why should they? It wasn't like they were using them. It wasn't like their paycheck just got stuck in limbo for a licking Luna. Oh, remember when I said that you could run an empire mining facility with just a couple of people? That was a past tense. Now you'd have to guard them. Just a couple of people could only watch helplessly as dozens, sometimes hundreds of humans just walked in and helped themselves. Automated shipping? Not anymore. Humans. And every formerly unmanned ship became one more vector for infection. Oh, infections. We can't forget about those. Everywhere humans went, so did their muff-blistered planet. Rats, ants, cockroaches, and of course, cats. Oh, they are nice enough curled up in your fur, but let those muffle humpers get loose in your world, and you will not have a good time. And they aren't the worst thing to come from Earth, not by a long shot. Even humans themselves pale in comparison to the new horror consuming the galaxy. Nematodes. The captain winced as he remembered the poo needle epidemic that ravaged his homeworld when he was a kid. Worms, literally. That was awful. His pucker still had scars. Oh, humans are fine with most nematodes. They are absolutely riddled with them. But let one human turd land on your world's fertile soil, and you are well and truly muffed. I could go on. The dark irony of it all is that for the Illum, their jackpot was their ruin. Humans were their property. Therefore, legally speaking, every credit of damage inflicted by the humans or anything from Earth was their responsibility. While the developed races of the galaxy might not go to war over some backwater and some savages, they will go to war to collect trillions upon trillions upon trillions of credits in judgment before someone else does. The Illum aren't extinct. They will be impoverished for the next 10,000 years as they labor to pay off their entire galaxy. Some believe that the humans did this on purpose, that they knew that they couldn't defeat the Illum normally, so they unleashed the most horrific weapon in galactic history, themselves, and the rest of their scabby planet. Death Wielders were a thing, and had been for a long time. However, Earth was the first vermin world. It's like the Great Muff decided to see how stinky it could become, and let me tell you, that thing reeks. The captain was wrenched from his thoughts concerning those reekers by the sensor operator yelling, "Hyperspace, we have incoming, I think it's them." Moments later, a huge wad of derelict ship chunks of orbital stations, asteroids, and Muff knows what else appeared before them. It was huge. "Yeah, sweet Muff," the sensor operator gasped. "How does it even stay together?" the tactical officer asked in astonishment. "Who knows?" the captain replied. "Human engineering is pestilent as they are. It's not like anyone has dared to go into one of those to find out." The captain paused, rubbing his hind legs together pensively. "Do you detect any plutonium on board?" The sensor operator started to reply, but didn't have to. His face already did. "How much?" the captain asked. "Over 600 point sources," the sensor operator replied aghast. "They do love their plutonium," the captain chuckled. "Who knew banging rocks together would be so effective?" "Are they going to attack?" someone asked, more than a little terrified. "No," the captain replied grimly. "They never attack in this situation. Why would they? All they need to do is wait. It's what they do. They just float around someone like a flock of care until the lights go out. Nobody is coming. And if the muff winks out on us, and someone does, they will just jump away. There's a whole war that they can scavenge." "I hate them so much," the tactical officer exclaimed. "Soulless monsters!" In the command center of the human city-state, the Rock, the hatch opened. "Attention on deck," a burly woman bellowed. "As you were," a middle-aged man said, reaching down to pet one of the dogs who trotted up for head pats. "What's on the menu for today?"
"It's the White Blush, Admiral," the young man replied. "A Drulurian Velan-class frigate, probably from the big battle 20 light-years away."
"Drulurians," Admiral Clark said, as he idly picked up a chicken and stroked it. "They're the tarantula-looking dudes who worship pussies, right?"
That would be them," the young man replied. "The Great Muff, to be exact."
"Well, somebody must have licked her right," the Admiral said, as he looked at the ship on the main display. "They are lucky to have made it this far. They call for help yet?"
"They can't, sir. Their transmitter is slag."
"Convenient," he said, as he idly waved off a bee. "Have they figured out where the bees are coming from yet?"
"Not yet, sir. We think that we have a hive in one of the ducts somewhere. They haven't found it, though."
"Can never have too many bees," the Admiral smiled. He looked at the ship again. "Is there anything left but scrap metal?"
"Spare parts, maybe?"
"How are we for spare parts?"
"Well stocked, sir. We have a surplus of everything. In fact, we almost have too much."
"And it's a while before the next gathering," the Admiral mused. "You know, I like pussy almost as much as those guys. Let's do our good deed for the century, and we want them to win. Anyhow, hail them. It's probably a waste of time, but what the hell?"
"Yes, Admiral." "Captain," the communications officer cried, "we're being hailed."
"Well, this can't be good," the captain replied.
"Computer, do you know how to properly insult a human?"
"I don't know," the computer replied. "Imply that it has bathed recently."
"Well, work on it," the captain replied. "If strong language is all we have, then it's all we have."
"I'll check the archives," the computer said. "But we know muff all about these worm-infested reeks."
"Do what you can," the captain replied, and then groomed his fur. "Well, let's not delay the inevitable. Put them on the main." He paused as he looked at the shattered holoscreen. "Worm, just send them to my tablet."
Moments later, the captain recoiled at the horrific thing confronting him. It had practically no limbs and was a furless, fleshy thing, just like one of the nematodes. And that face, Muff, it was made his fur stand on end. "I am Admiral Clark, Naval Commander of the Rock," the thing said.
"Oh, Muff, what was that wiggling hole on its face?"
"What? Was that its mouth?"
"I am Captain Nee, the captain of the White Blush,"
he replied, trying to look at the thing in what he supposed were its eyes. Those had to be eyes, right? "Looks like you are in a bit of a pickle," the human said.
"If a pickle means that we're muffed, then yes. We are in a pickle. Are you calling to taunt us as you wait for our death? If so, you look especially clean. Perhaps you have washed yourself."
The human bellowed, controlling the hole in its face, revealing a horrid wiggling thing inside of his head. What was that big worm? Was that a big worm? Suddenly, a white bird, clumsily flapping across the screen. The muff was that. "Was that an attempt at an insult?"
"Did it work?"
"I am grievously wounded," the human said between bellows. "I may never recover." It wasn't an insult. Oh well, at least he tried. "Anyhow," the human said, "you want us to call somebody to come pick you up?" "What?" "Yeah, look, your ship is nothing but scrap metal." "We already have plenty," the human replied, "and we are saving our cargo space for much tastier goodies from this war of yours. So, do you want us to send a message? You can relay your communication through our transmitter if you want."
You would do that?"
"Why not? We like you guys, and we have a score to settle with the Xantians. They used to keep humans and exterminated the lot. You winning makes this little bit of galaxy nicer, and the Xantians get to see what extermination feels like. More alive Drulurians means more dead Xantians. That makes us happy."
"That makes sense," the captain replied. "But it would not work. Your transmitter isn't Drulurian, and our encryption was in our transmitter and updated remotely. An open transmission won't be believed."
The human contorted his horrifyingly flexible mouth and bared his little nub-like teeth. Disgusting. "We just happen to have a Drulurian transmitter with the current encryption."
"Ugh, of course you do."
"You guys won, by the way."
"Well, muff."
"It was a trap. Your 8th Fleet jumped in not too long after you got popped. It was not a good day for those assholes. They lost their entire force." The captain splayed his mouth in a delighted smile. The human recoiled slightly. Perhaps the proper dental hygiene intimidated it.
"May the moist, sweet muff be praised."
The human made a strange choking noise. "God, I like you weirdos."
I have no idea what weirdo means appeared in the script across his tablet.
Then I would be delighted if you would relay a message to our fleet headquarters concerning our plight.
Not a problem. The captain rubbed his rear legs appraisingly.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a Xantian communication device and its encryption protocols, would you?
I will send one right over, the human said, with another one of those disgusting mouth flexes. End of story. The Gift of a Sandwich, written by In Yellow Clad. Generally, first contact goes one of two ways. Either the species is receptive and friendly, diplomatic talks begin, and alliances formed, or they take one look at you and decide you deserve to be slaves that belong to them. It's a 50-50 chance of either, of course, though it tends to lean more towards the former rather than the latter. Not so with species 903829-AC, a species that nobody in the galaxy has a name for because the species simply ignores everyone else around them, and with good reason. Species 903829-AC is massive, clocking in on average half the size of Terra's moon, and were otherworldly in a sense that many would call them eldritch horrors beyond all comprehension, and certainly not of this universe. The only thing anyone can truly comprehend about them is their aesthetic. Everything, be it starships or terrestrial structures, are a fusion of flowing organic lines and harsh synthetic precision. As for everything else, their language was mostly indecipherable, as it caused pretty much everyone who heard it to bleed from the ears. Their written language did the same, just from the eyes, and trying to physically link with them was liable to make your head explode. Literally. Beyond that, though, they didn't bother anyone. They stuck to their regional space, did their thing, and kept out of the way. Eventually, it just became common practice to not even register their presence, just as they did not register ours. For the most species in the galaxy were about the size of ants and thus always underfoot. However, this did not deter humanity, who realized that everyone else had given up on trying to be diplomatic with species 903829-AC. As a result, humanity felt it was their duty to be neighborly, as they put it. One can assure how well that went. The first few missions ended in several messy ways. The first was an attempted psychic connection. Humanity, of course, not heeding our warnings that such a thing was lethal. They believed that we were trying for too big a connection and that starting out small was the way to go. The cleaning bot spent 4 days scraping brain matter and bits of skull off the walls, floor, and ceiling. The next mission was far less lethal, but would result in the diplomat needing to retire as they could no longer hear nor see, thanks to getting a good long look at the written language in its barely translated form, while also listening to a member of species 903829-HC we had managed to make contact with. After that, humanity shelved the idea for a time, working on various countermeasures that would hopefully ensure the survivability of their diplomats and allow them to return home uninjured and with good news. It took 20 years and many failed attempts to do so, till they announced that they were ready to try again. This time, they announced it with such confidence that we simply had to be there to watch, and so I was sent along to observe. After all, if the humans managed to be successful, then that meant that we could be as well. Reesworm is my name, and I am a member of the Trargan Coalition. I serve as the ambassador for my species, and for the past week as an observer for the Federation aboard the DSV Blind Luck, a human diplomatic vessel, and widely considered one of their best. It was fascinating to say the least. I had never spent any amount of time on a ship that was a majority human, so the differences in cultures were far more clear to me than usual. Still, I found the time spent aboard the ship to be highly informative. I'd even made a few friends during the trip, which was not all that normal for me, I'm afraid to admit. I have always been a bit closed off to others, ironic considering my choice of profession. Yet, for all my flaws when it comes to personal relations, I'm quite capable of holding lengthy conversations with strangers, especially if said conversations involve diplomatic relations. That said, I had seemingly annoyed the universe and never managed to get a word in with the human ambassador, one Blake Atkinson, who was making this journey with his wife.
The two were apparently inseparable, and so she went everywhere with him. As a result, when he wasn't working and not to be disturbed, he was in his quarters with his wife, also not to be disturbed. I would always catch a glimpse of him in a corridor or a mess hall, but something always managed to get in my way, like extreme percussive maintenance conducted by a very aggravated engineer, for example. Needless to say, that was one black spot on this journey, but I suppose I should just have to live with it. Today would be different, however. I could feel it in my tentacles. Today, history would be made. I was sure of it. The day began, as usual. I rose from my little pond in my quarters, ensured the hydration apparatus was firmly attached to a special belt, slipped into my robes, donned the ceremonial ink, and went to find something to eat. My meal was the same as it had been every other morning, a delicacy that had been overstocked just for me. Not at my request, though. Just humans attempting to please by getting too much of something I would enjoy. I found it endearing. Either way, I thrummed happily as I slurped down a bowl full of Centauri eels. And that's where my morning routine suddenly deviated.
Sir, you have been requested in the med wing when you have finished breakfast,
the ensign said, the young man looking dashing in his uniform. Even though this was a diplomatic vessel, it was staffed by human naval personnel in the event I had encountered hostile species. I nodded, turning and accepting pastel shade of pink. My thanks. Please inform them that I shall be along shortly. I paused and peered down at what was left of my meal. 5 minutes, I calculate. The ensign nodded with a soft smile and turned to do as I had asked, leaving me to the rest of my meal. I pondered the reasoning behind calling me to the medical bay. I was up to date on all my inoculations against Terran illnesses. Perhaps they just wanted to make sure that I was in good health before the big day. Yes, that seemed prudent to me. Still, I was left curious as my tentacles conveyed me down the hall, the hem of my robes dragging along the floor with small devices within the fabric to clean up my natural secretions. We Tragran had learned quickly that human cleaning cast members get rather irritated when they have to clean up our goo. Something about it being as sticky as glue. Regardless, we did not wish to make their lives more difficult, nor leave behind a mess. Entering the stark white space that was the medical bay, I was immediately confronted with the smell of sterility, something else humans took rather seriously. Then again, everyone else did too when it came to medical practices. I was directed over to a bench built for my species by a kind nurse and waited my turn. During this wait, I observed some strange tests being conducted upon the other non-human members of the crew, and those like me who were here to observe. Then it was my turn, and a tired-looking yet still energetic doctor appeared before me, pushing a cart with all manner of strange contraption upon it. Good morning, Ambassador. I trust that you have had a good breakfast, the doctor said in a pleasant manner. Indeed, it was most delicious. I nodded, and the doctor smiled before clearing his throat. Excellent. Now I suspect you have some questions about what you are doing here today. Rest assured that it won't take too long nor, hopefully, bar you from today's proceedings. I just need to run some series of tests, and then you'll be free to go. Sound good? Yes. Though I am curious about the test. Wonderful. Please put these on, the doctor interrupted me by handing me what appeared to be a pair of glasses meant for my gelatinous head, as well as some kind of ear protection along the same vein of construction as the glasses. In my startled state, I did as he asked, slipping both on and wondering just why I had to do this. Doctor, I don't understand, I began, just before he held up a somewhat large piece of stiff paper with perfectly understandable writing on it. Okay, can you tell me what this says? He asked. I hummed in mild discontent, but did as he asked anyways. Flipples the cat ran away from a spat. Flipples the cat jumped over the moon and slid down a dune. I frowned softly, as much as my face would allow. What does that even mean? I asked. Yet the doctor looked incredibly happy by what I'd said, and set the piece of paper down, before pushing a button on a device next to it. From the device came a sweet voice that sang to me. California gills were unforgettable. Daisy Dukes, bikinis on top. The doctor looked expectant, and I looked at him in confusion. I do not understand, doctor. Just what are Daisy Dukes? I asked, and there was a series of muffled snorts from the other human medical staff,
the doctor himself barely able to hold back a smile. Not important. But since you were able to ask that question, that means that you passed both tests with flying colors. Congratulations, you're free to go. Oh, though I do ask that you keep those on from here on out. At all times. Captain's orders, he said, and pushed the card away to the next person that he was meant to see. I left the medical bay still wearing the odd devices that I had been given, my mind lost in a sea of confusion that I simply could not navigate. I knew I should be a bit angry by how the doctor had talked to me, but he was clearly busy and had many other people to see in a presumably short amount of time. So perhaps I should be more understanding. The rest of the day was a bit of a blur, but it was rudely interrupted by a notification that it was time for things to get underway and that I should report to the hangar for a quick trip by shuttle. Now that was odd. Why would we have to get into a shuttle? I would soon find out, as we all stepped aboard the large shuttle meant for a large group such as ours, and found myself sitting across from the human diplomat that I'd been meaning to talk to ever since the trip started. Excuse me, Mr. Atkinson, but can we talk for a minute? I asked, and the man looked up, adjusting the metal box in his lamp as he did so. Sure, Ambassador Reesworm. What would you like to talk about? He asked, sounding tired but more than willing to engage me in conversation. Well, I was hoping to learn more about you, I started to say, just as the internal comms kicked in. Attention, all hands. We're beginning landing procedures with the alien vessel. ETA 20 seconds. The pilot said, and then I grumbled. The universe must be playing some cruel joke at me. I was about to continue voicing my question, but Ambassador Atkinson's aide stole his attention. As a result, I compressed my form with a bubbling grumble of discontent, murmuring in a dialect I knew the translation software would not understand. We all felt the gentle jolt of the shuttle landing, the plain white lights in the interior shifting to soft red, then green as the airlock seals were broken and the pressures were equalized. Immediately the humidity rose by a considerable degree, which was fine for me. It felt like I was back home, actually. But the humans did not find joy in this, as they all groaned as some even removed a few layers of clothing, ensuring that they remained professional, but allowing their skin to breathe better at the same time. One by one, we all filed off the shuttle and marveled at the being here aboard the ship that belonged to species 903829-AC. It was a cavernous hangar, as it was to be expected considering the size of the builders. The roof was covered in rack after rack, what was most likely starfighters. But to us, they were more the size of a small corvette. No doubt, they were just as fast and maneuverable as a starfighter, though. But we couldn't be sure. We'd never seen species 903829-AC in battle. Nobody dared test their strength against them, after all. We were just starting to look around for some sort of escort when means of conveyance materialized before us, rather literally. The contraption being teleported to a spot about 12 feet away. It looked like a pill, complete with little windows. This we knew about. The last diplomats had used something similar during their last attempt to reach the meeting area. So we boarded without much hesitation and got comfortable. The pod seal then started to move on its own without any sort of pilot at the helm. Fairly soon we were zipping along through the hangar, and then straight for a wall. Several of the more ignorant of us began to whimper or panic, but those of us who knew what was going to happen simply tensed up slightly. Just before impact, the wall opened a bit, presenting us with the light show, and sucked us into it, and shot us at incredible speeds through the massive ship. Thankfully, we couldn't feel the acceleration, nor the deceleration either, as we stopped about a minute later, deep within the bowels of the ship. Disembarking, we found ourselves in a very large room, one with a table at our height, thankfully, and plenty of seats arranged around the periphery for those of us who were just here to observe the proceedings. I and the others got settled while Ambassador Atkinson sat himself down at the table and placed a metal box off on one side and a suitcase before him. He conversed quietly with his aides, and they too set their own suitcases down on the table. They spent the next 5 minutes swapping papers around or whispering to one another before the large door opposite them opened, and in stepped species 903829-AC. It towered over us all. Each breath it took was near deafening, but as we stared up at the massive form, it began to shrink, the sound utterly alien and quite unnerving. It sounded like a wet slurping as it grew smaller and smaller, till it was about the same height as the human ambassador.
Speaking of, with a nod from Atkinson, he and his aides produced what appeared to be small black pill and popped them into their mouths, swallowing as quietly as they could with a soft grimace. They waited a moment before Atkinson stood and held out a hand to the alien that had come to talk with us. On behalf of Terra and her colonies, and the Galactic Federation who is in attendance this day, we bid you greetings and overtures of friendship. He spoke calmly, clearly, and presumably loud enough for the alien to hear him easily. The alien, an ever-shifting mass of oil-like darkness and flesh, with a set of 8 glowing eyes and tendrils sprouting from behind him, peered down at his hand before gently grasping it. We hope this does not end like the other times, the being said, and everyone gasped. Nobody was in extreme pain. Nobody was bleeding from the ears or ear equivalents. Even the alien speaker seemed surprised by this. Suddenly, the tests that had been conducted made sense to me, and I felt silly for being so annoyed by them. Atkinson only smiled and gave the hand he held a firm shake before he sat down. Well, I think it's safe to say so far so good. Now to business. And so talks began. It was astonishing to think that we could now safely converse with the species, and they seemed even more surprised by it all. Lexicons were exchanged, information freely given, and soon we had several agreements in place to facilitate trade and other matters. We learned they called themselves the Shahil, and we were delighted to learn this, as it meant that we could do away with that dreadful generic designation that we'd given them. 10 hours later, we had reached the end of the talks, and it was clear everyone was preparing to leave and converse with their respective governments, when the Shahil representative called Nagathas raised their head. Before we bid temporary farewell, we wish to provide you with a gift, one just for you. They turned and produced what appeared to be a necklace of some kind, one that had been sized just for a human neck. Dangling from it was a pendant with what appeared to be several galaxies swirling within, and it was presented carefully to Atkinson, who took it with clear surprise written on his face. Thank you. I don't know what to say, except I didn't know that we were going to exchange gifts. Otherwise, I would have brought something, he said, slipping the necklace over his head and tucking it slightly into his jacket. You may provide a gift at your leisure. It is merely a custom, and we understand why you do not present one now, Gathas said. Atkinson nodded before his eyes alighted with the metal box he'd brought. A small smile crept over his face as he carefully opened, a smell wafting through the room that everyone could register, though the humans seemed unperturbed by it. Well, how about this? A gift from me, and later one from my people as a whole. I'd hate to leave here without giving something back, he said, producing 2 square items made out of bread, it seemed. The wife tends to overproduce my lunches, can never finish it all, and so it tends to go to waste. But not this time, I hope. Could I perhaps interest you in a nice peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and other assorted food items? We all watched, curious to see the response from Nglithas, who leaned in close and sniffed the offered food item. This is human food, they asked, and Atkinson nodded. It sure is. One that stood the test of time as well, he affirmed, and Nglithas gingerly took the sandwich, examining it closely. Atkinson, though, raised his like he was giving it a toast, grinning broadly. 2 new friends, he proclaimed, and took a hearty bite from the sandwich. Nglithas blinked all 8 eyes in sequence, then carefully took a bite of their own, before a content, pleased rumble escaped them. When at last they swallowed, they spoke a word that made everyone, especially the humans, breathe a sigh of relief. Delicious. I learned later that the items I and everyone else were wearing had protected us from the harmful effects of auditory and visual exposure to the Shahil, and that the pills the humans had taken did the same. Apparently, they had only managed to tailor the pills to the human genome, hence why none of us had gotten any. It was a fascinating thing to learn. Human ingenuity and stubbornness had once again solved a massive problem in the galaxy, and for that we would always be indebted to them. 20 years later, and the giving of gifts is still practiced when dealing with the Shahil,
and just about every species in the galaxy has learned how to prepare a peanut butter and jelly sandwich to give away. And that is how the greatest act of diplomacy had been conducted. A new friendship formed with a simple gift. A gift of a sandwich. End of story. Among the Stars, written by Coyote Havoc. All vessels, this is Terra Command. Respond in sequence, over. Every 24 Standard Sol hours, Mother Terra checks her children, and every 24 Standard Sol hours, her children reply. United Terran Carrier Olympus Mons, Dreadnought Class, Admiral James McIntyre reporting, entering Sol System bound for home. Welcome home, Olympus Mons, the Mother Terra replies. The sequence is overly simple. Large naval warships first, followed by each in descending order by size then class. The names of each vessel and commander, as well as their destination, are given, and a greeting is returned, to let her children know that Mother Terra loves all of them. United Terran Battleship Missouri, Iowa 2 class, Captain Robert Spivey reporting. All quiet on the Pisces front. Roger, Captain. Watch recorded, Mother Terra replies. The names of ships and their commanders run together. Too many names for one human to keep up with. So Terra Command divides her ships among 400 mothers. Every vessel from the moment of launch receives the same mother for the life of that vessel. Your crew's very own Mother Terra always wants to hear from you like any human mother wants to hear from her son or daughter on some distant battlefield. United Terran Battle Cruiser Chisinau, Prairie Class, Lieutenant Tim Aubrey reporting. Limping past Tau City, 135 survivors, 31 wounded, 244 dead. Master Chief Logan Holland passed into the void last night. Mother Terra wants to know who didn't make it home as well. His family will be informed. From dust we all came, and to dust we shall all return, Mother replies, choking back her sobs. It is common during times of conflict for 400 Mother Terras to all weep for the lost. Sons and daughters lost to the void are recorded and their families informed, often receiving a notice of loss stained with tears from the mother assigned to the Sol's crew. United Terra Escort Destroyer Tumwa, O'Reilly Class, Lieutenant Owa Yazdi, reporting, escorting UTS Shasomi home. Bring her home safe, and congratulations on your promotion to Lieutenant Commander. You gave them hell at Serapis. Mother Terra is proud, Terra replies. Mother Terra mourns the loss of her children and celebrates in their triumph. The list goes on and on. Mother Terra loves her children, all her children. The announcement to Fleet, it is now July 23rd on Terra, beginning amongst the stars call. Mother Terra loves and cares for her children, all of them. She knows all her children by name. She also never forgets them. In accordance with the tradition of the United Terra Navy to never leave a ship unaccounted for, the following vessels please respond. Mother Terra never forgets. UTS Walden Light Cruiser Vladislavok class, named after Walden, Colorado. To Lieutenant Commander Alexia Mitsopoulos, commanding 72 hours amongst the stars, Mother says. From the most recent to the oldest, regardless of how long they've been lost, she calls out to her children. UTS Sapporo Light Cruiser Vladislavok class, named after Sapporo, Japan. Lieutenant Commander Carl von Savoy, commanding 72 hours amongst the stars, Mother says. The battle at Serapis was successful, but a heavy price was paid. UTS Lander Light Cruiser Cheyenne class, named after Lander, Wyoming, Lieutenant Angela Crease, commanding 72 hours amongst the stars. Sometimes those lost amongst the stars. United Terran Light Cruiser Lander Cheyenne class, Lieutenant Angela Crease reporting, communications re-established, 22 survivors, 93 dead, requesting escort home. It's good to hear you, Mother. Return from the stars. It is not common, but everyone is worth celebrating. UTS Lander, location triangulated, and escort dispatched. It is good to hear from you, too. We are coming to get you, Mother says through her sobs. UTS Arizona Battleship Pennsylvania 2 class, named after USS Arizona. Captain Sun Liao, commanding 72 hours amongst the stars. Most will never respond. UTS Mojave Cruiser Mojave class, named after the Mojave Desert. Commander Cable Westmoreland, commanding 1 year amongst the stars. Hours turn into days, days into months, months into years. Mother never stops calling out to her children. Terran Exploration Vessel Mariposa, Curie-class science vessel,
Deborah McCullum commanding, 11 aboard, 4 years amongst the stars. Mother loves and remembers all her children. Colony vessel Edward Martin, Thomas Massai commanding, 12,000 souls aboard, 29 years amongst the stars. Mother Terra never forgets her children. USS Venture, United States exploration vessel, Douglas Rivers commanding, 3 aboard, 77 years amongst the stars. Any of her children. Voyager 1, United States exploration probe, 243 years amongst the stars. Every 24 standard sol hours, the request repeats. Mother Terra knows that some of her children will never respond. Undaunted, Mother Terra will call out to them until everyone is accounted for. From dust we all came, and to dust we all return. But Mother Terra will search for her children until none remain among the stars. End of story. Story number 2. Giant Doom Laser, written by Tonberry Fay. As per company policy, Derek picked up the call with a smile upon his face. Thank you for calling Invade Our Use, your one-stop shop for pan-galactic pugilism. Can I take your name, please? A nasal voice responded, Yes. My name is Nicola. Thank you, and your account number, please. I think it was, 3? Lovely. And your memorable phrase? I don't remember. That's the one. I now have access to your account. Can I call you Nigella? Thank you so much. What can I do for you today, Nigella? Nigella cleared her throat awkwardly. Well, I would like to conquer a planet, and I was told that you humans could help with that. Of course, and I must say that you've picked a lovely time of year to do it, Derek responded cheerfully. May I ask the reason for your planetary conquest? Well, my mom said if I don't move out of the basement by the end of the month, she's going to start charging me rent. I see. I'll just put that down as revenge against the cruel injustices of fate, shall I? And is it your mother's planet that you would like to invade? Oh, goodness, no. I want to get away from her. Derek gave a pleasant little hum as he updated the client's file. I am just having a look at what's available. Oh, there's a 2-week slot available in the Surrendertron 9000. But everyone conquers that. I need something that will get me taken seriously. Something more challenging, I've got something new on the systems here. The bunny boops of Planet Fluffkin would like to field test their new ground-to-orbit pillow cannons. Nigella made a frustrated little grunt. What about you? Oh, no, I'd never want to fight the bunny boops. They use synthetic pillows that give me a rash. No, Nigella blurted out. I meant, what about you? What system are you in, human? Derek's eyes lit up with the question. Well, I was born and raised in Proxima Centauri, but my species is originally from the nearby Sol system. Can I invade the soil system? A laugh nearly escapes from Derek's lips. You can try, Nigella, but it would involve having to overcome a giant doom laser defending the system. Somewhere outside the office, a dog began to bark in distress. Nigella paused. Giant doom laser? No. A giant doom laser! Derek corrected. All the birds had stopped singing now. How are you making your voice do that ominous echo? The would-be conqueror asked. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, Derek replied. Well, never mind. So you're telling me the soil system is guarded by a really big gun? Derek considered the question. Well, I suppose it depends on how you define a gun, really. I see. No other defenses at all. We've never needed any. The giant doom laser has generally been more than enough to deal with any invader. As echoes of ominous word faded, Derek thought he heard someone cackling madly in the break room. And, where is the giant doom laser? The giant doom laser! Outside the window thunderclapped, despite it being a bright, cloudless day. He is placed at the zenith point of the system. Nigella considered this. So if one were to enter at the nadar point... I must advise against that, Nigella. We do not, under any circumstances, advise our clients to invade the Sol system, or any system within 100 light years of the Sol system. Look,
I can see that you're eager to make a name for yourself, so let me see if I can get you into contact with the Empire of Clumsy Analogies for inner-city gang violence. I'm sure...
No, I think I've made up my mind. Thanks for your help.
The line went dead. Derek sighed and closed the account. Nigella wouldn't be needing it any longer. Nij-L-R, the Underdweller, translated into Soul System to find Nadir jump point uncontested. He rose from his cheap plastic throne on the bridge of his borrowed Sun Smasher and opened the channel.
People of the Soil System, I am...
In an unassuming office in Proxima Centauri system, Derek looked up from his console as his cup began to vibrate across his desk. He thought about grabbing it, but his eye was drawn to the sign on the wall. Employees are not to interrupt ominous warnings of impending disaster. And it was the last pack of hot chocolate as well, he lamented, as the cup rattled off the edge of his desk and shattered on the floor. Nigella fell silent, his threatening speech drowned out by a rumbling of space around his vessel. Nigella knew space shouldn't rumble, and that was precisely why it was so upsetting. He looked up through the viewport at the star above.
What did the humans say? That there was a doom laser at the zenith point? Or was it the nadir? There doesn't seem to be any lasers here. I'm safe here, right?
The rumbling was getting louder, and Nigella realized that it wasn't just rumbling. There was a sound cutting through space, a tiny sound that, if you listened really hard, you could imagine was the word doom.
Is someone there?
He asked the empty space. The sound was quite distinct now. It was blaring from every speaker, shouting through every bulkhead, whistling out the straw of his extra-large diet synthecola. Doom!
Maybe invading the Sol System isn't the best idea. I'll just,
Nigella looked up, and his jaw dropped open in terrified awe. The sun was flexing above him, writhing and shifting as if it were alive. The roaring ethereal voice grew louder and louder, and right before his eyes the sun went from spherical to toroid. There, on the far side of the now donut-shaped star, was a giant cannon, and from it came the voice of a vengeful god. Doom! In his office in Proxima Centauri, Derek stuck a finger in his ear and wriggled it about to try and make the ringing stop. That was the problem with the giant doom laser. It had effectively doomed the entire human race to a state of permanent tinnitus. With a sigh, he placed a fresh cup of coffee on his desk and settled in to take the next call. Thank you for calling Invade RUs, the galaxy's leading provider of cowering puny mortals. Can I take your name, please?
Yes. I was wondering about the ominous sound that made all the small children on my planet burst into tears just now.
I am sorry about that, ma'am. That was the giant doom lasers in the Sol System. It seems someone tried to invade
A giant doom laser? That sounds fantastic. Could it be that I have finally found a worthy foe? How soon can I invade your system?
Derek sighed. It was going to be one of those days. End of story. Doesn't Seem Fair, written by Ilwood. Marine Captain James Dean suppressed a sigh as he checked his weapon for what would have to be, without a doubt, the millionth time. There were times when he regretted taking this posting, times when he missed the mud and darkness of real combat, when he missed the regulation uniform instead of the restrictive dress uniform he currently wore. But he had to admit, knowing that his child would have a father in years to come was a comforting thought. What wasn't a comforting thought was the strict posture of the ambassador before him. Kate Smith was rapidly approaching her 50s, but despite the high-stress job was the very definition of aging gracefully. There were two types of lines a person's face developed as they grew older, those formed by smiling and those formed by frowning. Ambassador Smith had plenty of the former and almost none of the latter. James had wondered why that was the case, given her position. Smith had plenty of reasons to frown, until one day the ambassador had joined him and some of his fellow honor guard Marines for a game of poker. He had met plenty of people with a good poker face in his lifetime, but none could hold a candle to Smith. He supposed that's why her face had such few frown lines. She was used to hiding when she was losing. But that didn't mean that she didn't show it. A negotiation was a lot like a poker game, and Captain Dean had gotten very good at telling when the ambassador was bluffing. He had been her honor guard for a long time now, and had witnessed her advocate for and eventually ensure peace with nearly 24 different species by now. It wasn't that her mask of confidence or controlled tactics slipped. It was the exact opposite. When the ambassador's posture became perfect, when the mask was absolutely flawless, not betraying any other emotion, when she appeared completely and utterly in control, that was when she was bluffing, like she was bluffing right now. The captain's eyes drifted from his charge to sweep the room once more, increasingly on edge. The room was beautiful, a 6-sided hexagonal floor plan with a stained glass roof supported by 6 delicate marble arches. A marble desk was built into the middle of the room and flanked by 2 black metal chairs. The chairs looked beautiful, frames curving to create floral patterns, but could in no way, shape or form be considered comfortable. The 2 opposing sets of wooden doors allowed entry and exit from the room. It was these doors that Dean stood at attention by. His counterpart from the Maliocs standing perfectly opposite him. The Maliocs were an avian species. They reminded Dean of chickens, if chickens had 4 legs and 2 arms. On a technological level, they were more advanced than humanity, which for the larger galactic community was more or less par for the course. Tactically, however, their military left much to be desired, with most officers purchasing their commissions, much like English officers during humanity's Napoleon era. Humanity's past may be disturbingly bloody, but the lessons learned during the planet's more formative years had forged them into a well-oiled machine of war when required. It was problematic, then, that the Maliocs saw war as more of an honorable testing ground than a grinding horror humanity could so effectively turn it into. Like the chickens on James's grandfather's farm, the Maliocs believed in pecking orders. Humanity had fought and won a few wars since becoming a player on the intergalactic chessboard, but now the Maliocs wanted a turn. They wanted to see who was the rooster and didn't care how many would die to do so. Humanity saw an opportunity to reverse engineer advanced alien technology in a war. They were sure that they could win and didn't care how many would die to do so. Ambassador Smith, much to the pride of her honor guard, did. But it wasn't looking good for her. The Maliocs had already made up their minds. To her credit, Smith had known that from the start. It hadn't stopped her from trying to change the outcome for the past few grueling weeks. Dean gripped his rifle with his white knuckles. Damn ignorant fools, he thought. We'll outmaneuver them, we'll outnumber them, we'll drown them in blood. When the ambassador's mask finally slipped, when she finally slouched over in her uncomfortable chair, that's when Dean knew that it was over. He broke, crossing the room in 3 quick steps. The Maliocs honor guard snapped his rifle up at the obviously aggressive approach. He was damn slow to do so. Clearly, his wallet was more well-equipped to handle his position than he was. His speed, or lack thereof, earned him a right hook to the face, or beak in the instance. James had seen plenty of both bar fights and combat. He was always intoxicated for the former, and usually sober for the latter. Of course, it's quite rare to punch someone during the course of a war in this day and age, so it surprised him how much his hand hurt afterwards. Perhaps this would have been a good time to be drunk, given that the court-martial he would surely receive might take such things into account. He doubled down, and as he jammed his knee into the chicken's stomach, it folded over. James wrenched his rifle from the bird's hands and reintroduced it to the bird's head. The thud the guard made as he dropped was as heavy as a large stone being thrown into a pond. James turned his back on the bird. It wouldn't be a threat for quite some time. James leveled the stolen rifle at the diplomat's head. It was only at that moment that he stopped to consider what he had done. Silence filled the room. All 3 people simply so shocked by the violent outburst that not one dared to utter a sound. Kate was the first to speak. James couldn't describe what he felt at that moment. All he could do was hold on for dear life as his stomach attempted a 9G maneuver in enemy territory. Kate was in control, her mask on, her back straight. "It's not very fair, is it?" she asked the Maliocs ambassador. The ambassador said nothing, either understanding that the question was rhetorical or not sure how to answer if it wasn't. Kate continued. "One swift blow, one rapid and utterly audacious movement. Kate glanced up at James, and he suddenly felt very much like a schoolboy caught stealing the teacher's wedding ring, for no better reason than he was bored. The deck stacked against you and every rule broken to do it. A victory that is nothing more than one person dead and another surviving. Hollow and black, like the sun that burns the world it once grew. Humanity is done with war. Our spirits were broken and our backs fell very long ago. Now we play a far more serious game. Annihilation. There are no rules when your entire species is riding on the back of an atrocities you're willing to unleash. Do you understand what I am telling you?
You have no honor.
The chicken's feathers were ruffled, in the very literal sense. James had the decency to suppress his laughter. It wasn't really that funny, but he was most certainly going to jail for this, if not executed. He was so very, very tempted to laugh. We have no honor, Kate agreed.
You shall be wiped from the face of this existence. You are.
The chicken was shaking in impotent rage, or perhaps simply adrenaline and fear. Had the ambassador been human, James was sure their face would have been as beet red as a mother walking in on a naked teenager for the first time. Whatever the chicken was about to say, Kate cut him off.
See? You do understand.
We treat hostile action as a threat to our existence. We fight as if our backs are against the wall. We rage and we hope. We hope that if we fight hard enough, then one day... Oh, God, maybe one. Kate looked pained, the mask slipping for a moment, or perhaps a calculated expression. One day, everyone will just leave us the hell alone. So, what will it be, Ambassador? A fight to the death? An honorless affair? Should we kick off this war here and now? Or are you unwilling to put your own neck on the line? The downed guard groaned, attempting to sit himself up. James stopped there with another blow to the chicken's head. It was certainly one way to punctuate a speech. Surprisingly, the Maliox was watching the exchange, not with fear or anger, but interest. It was so hard to tell. Humans read one another so well, especially if they knew the other person. But reading an alien was always so strange.
It seems as if your soldier is more powerful than my own,
the ambassador said after a long, long silence.
Does war really need more than one battle?
More than two soldiers? Kate asked, so sure of herself. James was sure that she was sure of herself. Wasn't she? He could see the real certainty through her poker face. At least he hoped that he could see the difference between her perfect face of confidence and her actual confidence. Ultimately, though, with her, it was all a guessing game.
A war needs blood,
the chicken replied, looking expectantly at James. Kate followed suit. No words were said. She didn't need words to hear what he wanted, and he didn't need words to know what she needed. The alien's rifle trigger was strange, designed for a different style of hand. But a trigger was a trigger. The amateur guard looked up at James with the same face every single person or alien he had killed always wore. He fired. The weapon bucked in his hands, kicking back against his shoulder. The enemy before him died. He felt sick. It didn't seem fair. But neither did war. End of story. Humanity's Commonplace Arms Bazaars, written by Random 3X. It had been several months since the war began, and Gordo was becoming increasingly concerned with its progress. What was meant to be a short battle over Croxus had become a bogged down and protracted conflict. The dimensional trenches had spread across multiple systems already, and were only going to continue growing in length and depth. It was these very trenches that had forced a stalemate. What was meant to be a display of their greatest weapons was now nothing more than a meat grinder. "Hey!" one of Gordo's fellow officers called out harshly. The man was relatively slim, and almost wiry creature from a world named Hungast 9. "What is it, Vax?" Gordo asked, gliding over using the grav nullifiers that enabled these larger-framed species to move freely.
I have received word from the High General.
This was never good. The High General, as the man had touted himself, had been pushing for increasingly extreme measures to end this war. What did His Highness order? Gordo asked, letting the sarcastic use of the title ooze more than a dolphin back during mating season.
Chemical weapons had been approved.
Bax's words made all the glibness strain from Gordo's face.
Truly? Yes. We are being sent to subsector S-3.1 to obtain the weapons required.
But that world is a primitive planet with barely sapient animals. Max nodded in understanding. The planet had long ago been used as an outpost to develop chemical weapons, but was long since abandoned. In the intervening years, a species had begun to develop. It was incredibly primitive. So we will be harvesting the remnants of the research on this world without the inhabitants knowing, I take it. Gordo had done a few teaser retrievals, teasing being when member states visited primitive worlds for one reason or another and left the resident species with only weird and unreliable stories. No, not this time. The probes can remain where they are, and we won't need to use the Glorfane disguises either. Gordo arched a brow at the statement. Glorfians were widely recognized as the most insufferable race in the galaxy, so it was common practice when teasing to use holographic projectors to make oneself look like the grey-skinned, large-eyed aliens. However, Gordo sometimes wondered if the reputation was simply due to everyone doing annoying stuff disguised as the grey aliens. Then, how are we to retrieve the chemical weapons? Vax grinned at this question.
We will disguise ourselves using the holographic field as member of the species and purchase them.
Purchase?
Yes. It seems the primitives don't know the danger of what they sell.
I see. I pray that we do not get exposed to the weapons while we do. It took no more than an hour's standard galactic time to arrive at the blue-colored planet. They could see the relevant tourist spots for teasers already marked out.
Rather a lot of farmlands marked, Vax commented.
Yes,
though there is 1 0 out of 10 score for that desert region. Apparently, they crashed into a weather balloon over a small town.
So, where should we land? Vax asked.
Near one of these arms bazaars. We were told to acquire these weapons from.
Punching the requested data into the AI, the pair watched as it plotted a course towards the nearest weapons depot where they could buy the weapons they needed. Landing in a grey concrete-covered area, the ship immediately engaged a cloaking system, making it imperceptible to the primitive natives. Donning their disguises, they readied all the required materials for the purchases, a container holding the local area's currency and false IDs should they be required.
So, this is where they store the most dangerous materials in the sector,
Vax muttered with a nervous gulp.
Now, Vax, remember the humans will see us as members of their own species. We will from now on be named Hugh-Man, as is tradition amongst the species.
Understood. Vax nodded as his disguise finished taking shape, leaving him looking like a skinny human with pale skin and glasses. Now my turn, Gordo muttered, activating his own device and altering his appearance to a gallery-efficient human with what Gordo considered an ironic chess piece.
Star Wars, how amusing that the AI created such a piece of clothing.
Stepping forward, they entered the building prepared for anything.
Hi, welcome to Walmart,
the human said at the moment they entered. Where are the weapons? Vax demanded.
Oh, hunting supplies are on aisle 7,
the human cheerily answered, pointing the way. Following the directions given, the pair were confused. They were just displays of primitive projectile weapons. None of the chemical weapons the AI told them were sold here.
Excuse me,
Gordo called out to the human in the store's uniform. I'm looking for, Gordo paused, looking around furtively. Capsaicin.
Kappa what?
The human replied, confused.
Good. I'm Hugh. He doesn't know what you mean,
Vax hastily intercepted. It is the thing that burns stuff.
Fire?
No, not that, Vax answered, letting out an exasperated sigh.
Hey, Mike, do you know what capsaicin is?
Calling for help from the passing human, the pair grunted in frustration, only for the new human named Mike to reply. Oh, that stuff's just like pepper. That's aisle 2. Come on, guys, I'll show you the way. Feeling suddenly relieved, the pair followed the human Mike, only to feel their blood begin to run cold. Well, colder than it already was. Before them was a shelf upon shelf of containers that their AI was saying was beyond weapons-grade chemical weapons.
And, this is all for sale?
Vax asked, struggling to believe such weapons were free to access. Well, yeah, we are a store after all, fellas. Oh, I see you're one of those extreme heat sorts, ain't you?
Extreme heat?
Gordo repeated, confused. Listen, fellas, we have the normal spices. If you want extreme stuff, you need to go to the people who grow them. Otherwise, you won't feel the burn.
We would not want to feel the burn anyways,
Gordo protested. Don't be scaredy cats. The other week, my bro took a bite of a Carolina Reaper.
A Carolina Reaper?
Vax echoed. Yeah, a bunch of farmers went out of their way to make it as strong as possible. Like, you see this? The human Mike asked, holding up a small tube of powder.
The one he ate was like 20,000 times hotter than the stuff.
I'm sorry. Did you say 8? Did he die?
Vax asked, shocked to hear a species had eaten a chemical weapon. However, his shock was tempered by the fact that it was primitive, ignorant world. Well, he wished he would have died in that time, but we all laughed about it afterwards.
AI, explain!
Gordo shouted at his watch, only for the data provided to make every cell in his body scream to leave the world as soon as possible.
Thank you, Human Mike. We will handle it from here on out. Hugh, what is the matter?
Vax asked.
We have to leave as soon as possible. Vax, look at what the AI uncovered.
Following the suggestion, Vax looked at the data and felt fear overcome his entire soul. The world had indeed been a lab for natural chemical weapons, weapons humans had taken to eating. Not only did they eat them, but they enjoyed them to such a degree they selectively bred the weapons to make them monumentally more toxic.
This whole world is a biohazard, Gordo.
I know. Just grab what we can and leave. The pair, with the delicate care of a man moving bottles of nitroglycerin, moved bottle after bottle of cooking spices into a cart before hastily leaving the shop after handing a briefcase over to the clerk at the checkout.
Wait, sirs, you left your, ton of money?
The clerk called out after them. Ignoring the calls for them to come back, the pair hastily rushed off to where their ship was parked, only to see 3 cars with smashed fronts where they had crashed into an unseen vehicle.
I'm starting evacuation protocols now.
Without another word, the pair climbed into the ship and flew away.
Hey, Mike, you were talking to those guys?
The checkout clerk asked. Yeah, why?
They bought like $100 worth of spices and paid with this, she explained, opening up a case, showing what would be close to $1 million.
Well, my best guess is they are really high. Now, do we call the cops or do we split the cash? End of story. Story number 2. This was on Neutral Anymore, written by Drifty241. When making contact with the humans, we found feared names in the echelons of their past. Once so revered, the unfurling of their standards on the horizon was enough for even the best of commanders to rethink their entire battle strategies. The Black Army of Hungary, the Galloglass, the Guernese crossbowmen, the Landsknecht. All of these groups were highly valued mercenary contingents, loyal to coin and country. Now, they were returning from history. With the outbreak of the Fourth Orion War, the desperate human governments ended their isolation from the rest of the arm, seeing an opportunity to project influence and make money. They revoked Article 47 of the Geneva Conventions in a unanimous vote, repeating the ban on mercenaries and issuing licenses. They had spread across the Orion arm like a malignant tumor. The humans utilized standing armies with professional volunteers, while everyone else operated on a system of levying men-at-arms. We stood no chance against the quality of their soldiers. I had been placed in command of a fortress world in Avrik III. The Garok coalition, our primary enemy, had hired the Swiss Mountaineer Corps in the bidding war. They had deployed to the surf, scaled the Dubnik Mountains, which were thought to be impassable, and skied down its slopes, outflanking my defensive line. A strategic catastrophe of the highest order.
General Ripton, the Swiss are setting up artillery 5 kilometers out,
panted my junior officer, his face red.
What should we do?
I don't know. They'll destroy what little armor we have if I deploy it. I contemplated for a bit. The silence was deafening. Issue an order to the field officers to retreat into this fortress. We'll hold for a while here, at least. That's all I've got. Then came the guttural booms from the horizon. The field of guns spewed shells at my fortress with deadly precision. I knew that the concrete walls wouldn't hold forever. The bombardment continued for another 10 minutes. I noticed that some of the shells seemed to fall short on purpose. A creeping barrage. It was too late to respond now. The crack of the symphony of precision rifles erupted from nearby forests, targeting anyone with impunity. There was no possibility of fighting back. The levies panicked, abandoning the post. No one could even see the Swiss. It was only the flashes of their guns that gave any indication of their location. I knew what I had to do. The Srothian government had issued every unit with a white flag in the event that we had to surrender to the humans. I grabbed it, waving it around in the air like a lunatic. The whistling of bullets stopped instantly. A minute later, 1,000 artillery pieces silenced. A voice called out from the forest, We accept your surrender. Walk out of the main gate unarmed and with your hands in the air." The cowardly levies couldn't get there fast enough, tripping over each other as they stumbled towards the gate. I walked up to one of the Swiss. "Greetings. I am the commanding officer of this fortress. Are you giving quarter to these troops?" I asked anxiously. "Of course," responded the mercenary, his tag reading Marty Boucher. "I thought Switzerland was neutral," I stammered. Boucher sighed. "For one half of our history we sat in the mountains and turned our nation into an impenetrable fortress. For the other half we skewered people for hire, whether they were Burgundian or fresh. The best mercenary pikemen in the world, and don't let the Scots and Germans tell you otherwise. We're just reviving an old tradition." End of story. Forgotten Humanity, written by Dark Prince 010. The human homeworld, a ball of rock and water and mud deemed unimaginatively Earth, had been surprisingly difficult to find. Humans had spread across their entire arm of the Milky Way, a persistent and annoyingly resilient species that had refused to come under the thumb of any of the warlords and grand conquerors that had spread across the galaxy. Occasionally fighting to a standstill, mostly it was just a problem trying to corner humans before they could activate their jump drives, a technology they managed to miniaturize and streamline like few others had done before them. It meant that any of their fleets could be light years away in a moment, well, and truly gone by the time their pursuers managed to warm up their own core and follow suit. So, when Ritar the Magnificent began her campaign of conformity and unity, she had designated an entire task force of her armada to simply cornering and quelling the humans, seeking to bring them under her rule peaceably, if possible, but completely, regardless of the cost. So the task force had ventured forth, but upon reaching the outskirts of human colonies, they found nothing there. No signs of damage or destruction. In fact, everything seemed to be in good repair. Fields still had crops, larders were still stocked, factories were still running, although most of those were automated to the point of only having a few living supervisors at any given time anyways. But no humans. Even the animals the humans kept as companions, a thought that made most right-thinking species in the galaxy shudder with revulsion, seemed calm. In previous experiments, it had been found that these creatures, especially the ones known as dogs, could become agitated or even violent when separated from their humans for a prolonged period of time. But the ones the exploratory teams found running among the abandoned colonies and empty cities were happy. Cautious of outsiders and intruders, of course, and some injuries were sustained as a result, but lacking the basal fear response they had seen when separated from their prime companions. But still, no matter where they looked, no matter how many rocks they overturned, no sign of humanity remained. No real progress was made until they reached Earth itself. An unarmed transport barge with a few dozen researchers on board landing on the planet's surface. There, the story was much the same as the rest of the galaxy. Clear signs that it had seemed like humanity had been there just mere minutes before, but had since vanished. Not a trace to be found. A sense of the pervasive unease began to spread amongst the researchers. It grew as clues continued to be scarce as to what had truly happened to humanity, until one of the more experimentally minded sociologists in the group began to run surveys amongst the researchers. At first written off as a waste of time, some disturbing patterns began to emerge. The test was simple, providing a small nutritional supplement additive as a treat before depriving the research subject of it shortly afterwards and gauging their responses based on not just getting what they had expected. As anticipated, the reactions were a normal range of frustration, discontent, and anger, but also included in those questions was a question of how they felt not having found humanity. And while disappointment was of course present, despite this being the sole goal of the expeditionary force, the frustrations were almost negligible compared to the disappointment and anger felt by the test subjects on simply losing out on a small snack. This called the attention of the leads of the research force, and another round of tests was ordered, finding consistently similar results. But before further follow-up studies could be performed, tragedy struck as the researcher leading the surveys tumbled from the edge of a tall building, falling to the death on the mossy concrete below. After an appropriate period of mourning, the research pressed on.
the curious surveys falling out of interest as renewed work began looking for some sign of where humanity might have left to. While there were great shipyards for spacefaring craft, nothing was the size and scope that would be needed to evacuate a single planet, let alone all of humanity's off-world holdings and stations. Still, some clues were found. There were researchers that said that they had found written documents mentioning something about a Project Oblia, but when they went to take further notes, the writings had disappeared. Ritar had become impatient with their lack of progress, for humanity was the only major faction not under her control in this entire sector of the galaxy, and her armies on the distant frontiers were making significant headways into other empires that ruled across the cosmos. The military commander, who was sent to oversee the project and hasten their work, was found dead in his office. Clear signs of foul play, as he had been strangled with the very whip that he once hung at his belt. This infuriated Ritar the Magnificent, for her rule was one of the unquestioning devotion and harsh penalties for disloyalty. She showed some degree of mercy by sending merely a squad of enforcers to torture those they deemed responsible for the assassination, while allowing the rest to go on with their work. But within hours of them setting foot on Earth, the enforcers too met their unfortunate fates, falling off high ledges even where safety ratings had been established, weapons malfunctions that resulted in clean shots through craniums and spinal columns, and the replacement commander likewise becoming entangled in his own whip. He was alive, but humiliated, as he had to ask help from his lessers in freeing and untangling him. Security tape and footage were evaluated for any signs of foul play, but nothing untoward was noticed. Simply poor luck and happenstance leading to the deaths of over a dozen elite soldiers. It was under these bleak circumstances, as further troops were sent to reinforce the infuriated commander, that one of the junior researchers noticed what they had at first described to an anomalous item. It was a small multicolored ball, a child's toy to any species, but one that for some reason seemed omnipresent. At first it was assumed that it was simply a mass-produced item, one of the thousands or millions of such toys meant to entertain small and young minds, but others reported never seeing two of them at the same time. It was only one ball, but one that seemed to show up in lockers and on tables, and even occasionally in pockets of the uniforms, as if it had fallen from an otherwise empty shelf overhead. Curiosity mounted until the toy was brought to the attention of the commander, who dismissed it with a snarl, throwing the offending item at great distance. When the researcher went to recover the artifact, they found that it had impacted a wall at great speed, cracking open along a purposeful seam in the plastic structure. Within was a small foil-covered human delicacy, a food referred to as chocolate, made from a dried and refined bean paste and sweetened with glucose additive. While technically edible, it wasn't an especially desirable food stuff for the researchers. But what they found was curious was that when they snapped the pieces of the ball back together, idly popping it apart a few hours later resulted in an appearance of more of the foil-wrapped food. This seemed to repeat itself, as whenever the ball was left unattended on an open surface, almost every time it could be opened or to uncover more edible items. What was within also changed, at first being a foil-wrapped chocolates, then replaced by a small handful of disc-like waxed glucose-coated chocolates, also in a bright array of colors. Although it seemed the more frequently the ball was opened, the fewer of these chocolate discs were included. Finally, after some study of human delicacies and writing structures, the junior researcher scribed a note on a small slip of paper and enclosed it within the empty orb. This time, the orb disappeared and did not reappear for some weeks. It had almost faded out of memory, the researchers back to studying over abandoned cities, as keen-eyed and paranoid soldiers watched, with weapons raised on hair triggers in the event the researchers were responsible for the deaths and incidents earlier. While poring through one of these human libraries as the dawn broke, the researcher noticed a weight in their pocket once more, and pulled out the ball once again. Confused but delighted, they popped it open to reveal another curiosity. This was a piece of paper, different from the one they put in. But while the paper was legible enough, the researcher was struck by the odd and empty ball. Picking it up to close it as they wondered how it had gotten on the floor, the researcher felt a shiver pass over their short fur. Looking back, they saw that there was a piece of paper on the ground, some sort of discarded human writing, something they must not have noticed when they first stepped into the room. The writing on it was clear, but felt fuzzy to the researcher's mind, despite the ink being stark and plain on the paper.
Looking up to find a book, the researcher couldn't recall what book they were looking for, or whether they were looking for a book in the first place. After all, they were in a library, not even one of their own culture, so it would be odd for them to be seeking a specific alien book out. Still, the structure did offer a welcome relief from the hot noon sun overhead, so they were glad not to have been working in one of the outside evacuation zones. They then glanced down and started, realizing that they were holding a piece of paper in their hand when they didn't even realize picking it up. Its writing was blurry, indistinct, and hard to make out, even though the letters were unblemished, and the researcher began to feel a headache overtake them, their mouths dry if they had not eaten or drank in some hours. Smacking their tongue against their parched mouth, they looked up to the library, feeling like they were looking at something within the library but not sure what. Presumably a book, for that was almost all the library contained. But they couldn't recall why until they felt an odd sensation in their hand. Looking down, they blinked in confusion, for there was a piece of paper fluttering in the slight wind from the open window, a sound they could only now hear, even though they felt a breeze on them from some minutes before. The researcher feeling exhaustion on the edge of their senses as they looked up to realize that they had stood in the same position since almost nightfall. On some instinct kept the paper in front of them as they glanced from side to side, not moving their head so as to keep the paper within their field of vision. They remembered that they wanted to find a way to translate the odd and indistinct writings clearly written on the page, and found their notebook alongside a number of human encyclopedias and dictionaries. Slowly, but painstakingly keeping the paper before them the whole time, they managed to reach their translation section. Not all of the words were able to be translated, but those that the researcher could find equivalents for resulted in a message that said, "You have come to the end of your search. We wish to be left alone, but we also do not want to abandon those in need. Do you need help?" The researcher stared at the message, stunned, and then glanced up. The sun had set hours ago, the moon far overhead. They could feel the tightness in their throat as they caught sight of a glimpse of a scrap of paper fluttering on the ground. Their throat was raw as if they'd been screaming, but they couldn't recall saying a word. Then the researcher saw them, an adult and child, the human standing before them, and seemed to slide and shift within the vision without ever moving. The child was holding a ball that seemed to be everywhere all at once, and gave the researcher an expression referred to by humans as a smile. Before the adult nodded, then the child tossed the researcher the ball. As the researcher looked down and caught it, they looked up, confused why the ball had fallen into their hand, and unsure why the sudden flood of emotions through their mind was causing them to feel every kind of frustration and excited joy all at once. In the weeks to come, Ritar the Magnificent was soon known as Ritar the Unfortunate. Some even whispered that she should be better known as Ritar the Cursed, as her empire crumbled through the worst combination of circumstances and incidental accidents. Shipyards were destroyed as their reactor cores were accidentally blocked by mere space debris. Countless politicians and military leaders perished, some by their own hand, others by falls, equipment malfunctions, and, on one notable occasion, an explosive decompression of an entire political delegation thanks to an unfortunate micrometeorite burrowing a hole through the side of a shuttle. In all, it was scarcely 2 years later before Ritar the Unfortunate's reign ended, the Queen herself having leapt in despair from her balcony, although some onlookers claimed that her actions as she did so were strangely stiff. Still, with her demise the empire crumbled, replaced by nation-states and minor leaders, each trying to carve out some measure of stability from the loss of the dictatorship. And for one researcher in particular, they kept until the end of their days a small toy, a colorful plastic ball on the mantle, the memento of the days before humanity was forgotten. End of story. A Hidden History, written by Farmwitch4275. The young girl walked to the edge of the Blackwoods and stood in front of the imposing facade of the largest forest bordering the Elven kingdoms. The trees were almost a few 100 feet in the air, their roots tangled across the strangling ground, while the bark had the strangest glow to it. A shiver ran down her spine as she tried to collect her thoughts and calm her racing mind. There was no sugarcoating how dangerous the forest could be. She didn't care though. She had a job to do. She took a deep breath and readied her mind. Here we go. Don't fail, Ceres.
She moved closer to the trees and climbed up one of them. Concentrate on the bark, feel the tree's heartbeat, rustling leaves and swaying branches as its voice. Listen to it, feel it, understand it. Her pointy ears twitched excitedly as she closed her eyes, calmly remembering aloud her professor's teachings as a swarm of green energy began to surround her. She carefully used her magic to tie a blindfold over her eyes, and she breathed deeply as the magic surrounded her. Her mind's eye changed to visualize the world around her, the magic taking hold of her, an invisible hand reaching out to guide her as she took her first footsteps. The magical energy swirled around her and began to take effect. Massive tree roots moved up and around, providing a stepping stone for her dainty elfin feet. Trees shuffled across the ground, providing her a path forward. Mighty branches, harder than steel, gently moved aside and provided a path. She could sense there was something strange in the air as she continued to walk forward. The trees were all talking to each other, a modicum of both fear and excitement. Some trees spoke of being unable to breathe due to a toxic smoke, then suddenly breathing in fresh air than they'd ever tasted. Other trees spoke of strange noises, of grinding and cutting. Others speak of strange birds far higher in the clouds than they'd ever witnessed. Saplings spoke of the strange rain that made them grow faster, while others spoke of the corpses of the dead being carried away and the fallen being removed in the dead of night. Ceres continued to walk, blind on the path the trees were supplying her, as she daintily wandered through the forest until the trees deposited her in a clearing. She could feel the soft brush of the grass under her feet. Listening closer, she heard the directions given to her by the rustling leaves and creaking wood, telling her to keep moving forward. Her training told her to trust the trees, trust the area, sense their whispers, and go for it. Ceres stopped feeling the tree branches and roots underfoot as she felt a slight incline followed by green grass. The trees kept whispering, "Keep going, go forward." She followed their direction. So much preparation went into this, caring for a garden of flowers for a year, performing rituals and rites revolving entirely around blessing trees and scenery, making a bond with the water spirit and the tree spirit to strengthen her connection with the aether. The daily ritual of lovingly planting a new sapling at the forest's edge and blessing it with nutrient-rich water spells. It was working. Flower patches were appearing on her feet. Trees nearby grew several feet higher, stronger, greener. Groundwater rose up several feet, allowing the forest to take advantage of it. Nutrients in detritus and decay on the forest floor accelerated their decomposition, creating a thin carpet of fresh nutrients for the forest. Ceres continued to follow the forest's instructions, her every step nourishing the ground for the next generation of trees and flowers as grass grew fast and proud in her footsteps. She kept moving forward. The forest's borders expanded with her as she reached a clearing and kept moving. The forest's whispers slowly faded and further away as she got, and she slowed her pace. Suddenly, a loud vocalization erupted from the forest as she stopped dead in her tracks. Every tree, grass clump, and flower suddenly screamed, "Stop! Be still!" Ceres froze. Trees and forests knew when their caregivers and mages are in danger and know when to alert them. Ceres removed her blindfold. What greeted her was an enormous machine, a gigantic mechanical scorpion-like beast of steel, plating and grinding gears staring straight at her. It was at least 30 feet high, 6 massive feet with large claws at the tips, the joints covered in armor plating and heavy steel. The machines had a face, 6 large glass panes that looked like eyes with armor plating arranged to appear like a face. Mounted under its body was an array of machinery looking like saw blades, drills, and what Ceres knew to be cannons, just like those used by the mountain elves. Ceres was frozen solid. She couldn't move out of the sheer biblical terror at the sight of the enormous monster staring straight at her. She closed her eyes by instinct as a bright light, a laser of some kind, appeared and washed over her for several seconds. She opened one eye sheepishly, looking around her as if expecting to find herself in heaven. No, she was still in the field, looking at the giant spider machine. Suddenly, a loud vocalization came from the beast, an amplified but definitely male voice in clear Elvish. "Put some goddamn pants on!" The beast yelled out, echoing across the forest for miles around, before it turned around and stomped way back from her. I cannot believe this bullshit! They told me this planet was clean! Sarah stood there, dumbfounded, for what seemed an eon before she magicked up her huntress gear and sprinted at it, following it. Wait, wait! Sarah yelled out as her leather shoes frantically tried to catch up to the giant machine. Sarah's elven feet were able to keep up with it, barely. With a few lucky helpings from passing trees, she was able to jump and climb onto one of its legs. With great difficulty and a little bit of magic, she was able to clamber onto its head. Her elven body allowed her to keep up with the swaying and bouncing as it clawed its way through the jagged terrain, eventually leading to a mountain range. Mount Caridian, what is it doing here? She asked herself as she held onto some object sticking out of the top of its head. I'm going home! Get off my roof! The machine yelled out, trying to shake her off. No, no, no! Sarah squealed as she held on for dear life, reaching her foot out to the mountain. Fine! You asked for it, girlie! The machine yelled, drastically increasing its speed. It charged up the mountain, perfectly handling the sheer vertical incline within a few minutes of starting its climb. Its giant claws dug into the side of the rock, and it charged up the mountainside, quickly reaching a point where it could climb to the side and begin walking along the jagged peaks like an actual spider. Sarah's held on for dear life, sometimes screaming in terror as it jumped across mile-wide chasms with no effort and climbed up near 90-degree vertical cliffs as if it was just a casual stroll through a wheat field. Sarah could not help but continue to scream in terror, clinging tightly to the object that she was holding onto. She continued to squeal in fear, even as the beast stopped and its pilot climbed out. He stood in front of her, tapping his foot impatiently as she squealed and gasped her terror out. It took a while to calm down. You have a lovely scream. It's like a constantly shattering glass being scraped across the chalkboard, he said, smiling at her sarcastically. I would ask, however, that you stop screaming, as I only have one pair of ears, and I would rather not replace them. Sarah was speechless. A human, an actual human, was standing in front of her, relatively tall, wearing heavy armor and carrying a portable cannon. Brown hair, blue eyes, smooth round ears, and a strange smirk that showed perfect sparkling clean teeth. Sarah couldn't really speak as she stared at him in sheer awe, shock, and terror. So, you gonna let that go, or what? He said again, still smirking. Sarah squealed and let go in panic, losing her balance as she toppled over. He grabbed her arm, stopping her from falling over. She blinked as she felt the cold steel of his armor against her skin. This was real. Oh, my gods, relax! Please, relax, jeez! He said, and used the machine nearby, calling a platform and gently lowering them to the ground. Are all people on this planet so jumpy? You are a human, Sarah said, pointing at him as she backed away. Yeah, whoa, wait! You know what humans are? It was his turn to be confused and shocked. Of course. You don't know what elves are, Sarah replied in kind, now just as confused. Okay, obviously we need to have a little chat, but, I did tell you to put some pants on. He gestured to her huntress clothing. I am wearing pants. I use this to hunt deer in the forest. It's a common garb for us, Sarah protested and checked her gear. The human rolled his eyes and started walking away, holding his hands in the air while shaking his head. Why? Hey, wait, Sarah squealed and charged after him. It was only now that Sarah noticed where she was, in the center of a massive factory complex. A factory complex that looked like it was built specifically to manufacture the very same machine that she came here in. There were hundreds of them, in many different configurations, styles, and paint colors, all built to offer a different function. They were all arrayed along the ground in a parking lot. Their legs were tucked neatly underneath them, halving their effective size, stacking on top of each other like crates and boxes. Other machines, cranes, trains, and other things were charging about, assembling parts, pieces, and components, then slotting them into place. Sparks were flying, the air filled with sounds and sirens of massive industry. Sarah swallowed the human while trying not to panic at the sight of hundreds of those powerful war machines. Was he assembling an army? Was he preparing an invasion? The elders needed to be told about this, urgently. Come on in, you wipe your feet and have a seat. Coffee, tea, soda, or juice. the human said, offering her entry into the building in a gentlemanly manner.
Tea, please,
Sarah sheepishly responded as she ushered herself inside. The sight that greeted her was, to say the least, far from what she was expecting. It was a cozy worker's hut with a shag carpeting and wood walls, a far contrast from the rest of the place. It looked like it was cautiously crafted, handmade even, with a dining table, chairs, and comfy single bed. Effectively an entire house cooped up in a small but cozy space. By the time Sarah got seated, he presented her with tea and some cookies.
Thank you,
She looked at him expectantly. Marcus, he replied, helping himself to a can of soda from the mini fridge nearby. A few minutes of awkward silence followed, Sarah's trying to think of what to say, and Marcus trying to level best not to stare.
So, you're a human then?
Pretty much. Apart from some upgrades here and there, I'm a human. So, you're an elf then? Marcus replied in kind.
Yes. Yes, I am. I am an elf of White Bark Sanctum. I guess the term you humans used to use is, wood elves, I think, Sarah said, putting down her now empty teacup.
Why? Marcus said, looking up at the ceiling. Sorry. Don't worry about it. He reached out, offering his right hand. Captain Marcus James Flint, independent pilot, operating on behalf of Jupiter Drive Yard Starship Manufacturers.
Ceres took his hand and shook it. Ceres Marinus, just a hunter and practicing mage.
Pleasure. Now, you said you know about humans, yes? Please do tell.
Well, history books say that humans were on Verinia around 600 years ago. That's when the first human was ever seen. There was civilization, wars, conflicts, and other such stuff after that. Then one day, some kind of plague appeared and wiped them out. It didn't take long. They were just, gone. It's been like that for a few hundred years now, and suddenly, out of the blue, you and your machines arrived, so...
Ceres explained what she could according to her limited knowledge. Marcus looked up in the air with an eye roll again. Why? Sarah, seemingly aware that she wouldn't know exactly why he kept doing that, continued.
So, you are a human then. So humans survived, I guess. What's a starship? What's a Jupiter drive and what's a yard? What's a pilot?
Okay, so, history lesson. There's this planet a fair bit away that's called Earth, okay? It's, the cradle of humanity. It's where we came from. About 6,000 years ago, a dying precursor civilization known only as the Greys came to Earth and abducted thousands of people, spreading them across the galaxy in a strange experiment. Before the experiment could accomplish anything, this precursor civilization died out. Marcus began to explain. Sarah's jaw hit the floor, the wheels in her head suddenly coming to a stop as he began to explain. So what you basically told me is that this planet was one of the worlds the Greys used to conduct this experiment they never completed, and the people they dropped here were all killed off because of some kind of disease barely a few centuries ago. And you've been here all along and unwittingly got into the strange experiment along with the humans. 'Cause yeah, I did a scan on you, and you have no human DNA in you. So, it seems, contrary to my previous plans, I will be sticking around for a bit longer. Marcus cheerfully retrieved a new can of soda with a smile. Sarah leaned back in her seat, jaw open, shocked eyes and heavy, slow breaths as she started processing the information she heard. She was so concentrated on trying to understand the shit that she just heard, she failed to notice her already loose-fitting top fall off. Marcus simply rolled his eyes and looked up at the ceiling. My God, seriously, why? Sarah remained still for a few more minutes before Marcus got up and walked back outside. Time to get back to work. New work. Got to start rebuilding a factory to start building archaeological equipment. When you're ready to go home, let me know and I'll give you a lift back to your forest. End of story. The Baker and the Thief, written by Dr. Blackjack 21. The streets were busy, meaning this was a perfect time to strike. Ammon leaned over the smaller kid next to him. Now say, how the baker, gosh, has his tables fully loaded and is shouting at everyone. This is the time to strike. Just watch for the signal and remember, once we get moving, try to keep up. You mess up once and it's all over.
The poor kid looked white as a sheet and looked ready to bolt and run at any moment. Maybe Ammon had oversold the danger. After all, the baker had to be the slowest, most stupid baker on the face of the earth. He was a natural-born sucker. However, it was too late to say anything now. Eric was making his move. Eric walked up, all nonchalant as he examined the bread. Too nonchalant. It was obvious that he was planning something, and even the baker seemed to see. The oversized man waved a finger, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. "Hey, you! Yeah, you, kid! Don't you get any funny ideas? Got an eye on you." Eric held up his hand, so it was clear that he wasn't doing anything as he stammered an excuse. Of course, Ammon didn't get to hear what Eric had to say this time, because that was the signal. Ammon leapt up and grabbed 3 loaves of bread, then turned and started running for the alley. It didn't take the baker long to figure out what was happening. "Hey, you little thief! You can't get away from me! I'm gonna catch you this time!" This was the tricky part. If Ammon or the kid were too slow, the baker would see where the hole in the fence was. Thankfully, the kid had listened well and was a few paces ahead of Ammon. The kid dove headfirst through the hole, followed closely by Ammon, who slid in after. Jewel, who had been waiting, dropped the plank over the hole just in time. A moment later, they could hear the baker shouting as he rounded the corner. "Get back here, you little rats! You won't get away forever. Sooner or later, I'm gonna catch you." Ammon and the kid just sat there catching their breath as the baker ranted a bit longer, stifling their laughter. The guy was never going to catch them. He was too slow and too stupid. It was almost too easy. After the baker left, Ammon broke up the loaves and passed the bread around to everyone. Eric, who was coming in through the back, grinned as he got his cut.
Man, I can't believe he never learns.
Ammon shook his head. Don't be too hard on the guy. We are just that good. I never stood a chance." Everyone was laughing. Everyone was except Will, the new kid. Not sure what was bothering him. Ammon poked him in the side. "What's wrong, Will? Eat your bread. You earned it." Will looked at his food half-heartedly, then turned to Ammon.
Do you have to go? I don't know if we can pull this off without you.
Ammon grinned and messed up Will's hair. "It'll be fine. I just got scared when it was my turn to be the runner. But that baker is so slow he'll never caught me, and he'll never get you. Besides, this place is too small for the likes of me. I gotta go out there and make my fortunes. One day you'll hear tales about my master thief Ammon, and you'll be able to say that you knew that guy."
Eric snorted.
If people are hearing about your name as a master thief, it means that you did a rotten job. Besides, with your smelly feet, they'll track you down in no time.
The kids laughed, and Ammon laughed with them. Nothing could spoil his mood. He'd been waiting for this day for a long time. No one could stop him now. When most thieves sneak into a town, they try to blend into the shadows or hide their faces. But when a master thief does so, he does it in broad daylight with a smile on his lips and a coin on his hip. There is no reason to suspect a successful merchant, especially one who might spend some much-needed coin in your village. The guards even called him my lord as they checked his paperwork. Paperwork he forged himself just a couple of nights ago. Of course, he'd weathered it to make it look well used. Nothing was more suspicious than brand new paperwork, after all. As Ammon walked down an old familiar street, he smiled. For once, he wasn't looking around for a mark. He was just taking in the sights. After all, this was where it all started. Stealing bread on the streets of the sleepy town. At first, life in the big cities had been more challenging than he'd thought. Not many of his small-town tricks had worked on the hardened people in the cities. But eventually, he'd done it. He became that master thief he'd always bragged he'd be. Not long ago, Ammon pulled the biggest heist of his career, taking everything out from under the feet of a fat parrot who'd stolen more out of the pockets of his serfs than even Ammon could walk away with. Now that the Baron was in the king's custody, some mysterious informant had leaked documents detailing all the profits he'd been skimming from the royal treasury. Of course, that informant had done his best to weigh down his own pockets first and now needed a place to lay low for a while, and the sleepy little town seemed just about perfect. As he walked down the street, Ammon was amazed at how little had changed. There was an old carpentry shop, the butcher, and even the little old lady selling flowers. a little older now that Ammon remembered, but he still bought one with a smile and a wink. The little lady bowed and thanked him as he walked on his way when he suddenly saw him, Gus, the baker, still hawking his wares. Ammon decided at this time he'd actually pay for the taste of that bread. But before he could, he saw a kid walk out, acting nonchalant while obviously trying to draw attention to himself. Nearby crouched another kid, obviously waiting for the signal. Had Ammon ever been so obvious? He shook his head. These kids were pushing their luck, even with old Gus. Ammon positioned himself to get a good view of the show and to step in if things went south. However, apparently, luck was on their side because Gus took a bait and shouted at the first kid, "Hey you kid, don't get any funny ideas. I got my eye on you." The second kid ran out and grabbed the bread, but he was way too clumsy and obvious. There was no way he'd get away in time. However, the years had taken their time on old Gus because he was even slower chasing the kids than he used to be, and the kids got around the corner in time. Sure enough, they dove through the same hole in the fence, but they did so too clumsily. The fence was shaking, and they dropped a plank too late. Gus had seen everything. Gus walked up to the fence. He was eyeing the hole. It was clear these kids were out of luck. Or at least they would be if Ammon wasn't there. The thief got ready to knock the old baker out. He wouldn't be too hard on the guy. It's not like Gus was some robber baron or anything. But these kids deserved a chance to learn from their mistakes. However, just as Ammon was getting into position, Gus, who was looking at the hole while shaking his head, started shouting, "Get back here, you little rats! You won't get away forever! Sooner or later, I'm gonna get you!" Gus's delivery was awful and wouldn't fool anyone who saw him. He knew exactly where those kids had gone, and even if he didn't, the sound of the kids laughing on the other side of the fence gave it away. But rather than make any more of a scene out of it, old Gus just started ambling back to his stall with a massive grin, like he was in on some kind of great joke. Gus walked back to his shop with a smile on his lips and a spring in his step. Those kids always brightened his day. Some villagers said that he shouldn't let them get away with things like that, but Gus just shook his head. He knew better, and if someone pushed the issue, he just pointed to Will, the woodcutter, or Eric, the innkeeper, and followed up with the same old phrase. Hungry kids can grow into responsible adults if you give them a chance. This batch was slightly less subtle than the others had been, but that was fine. It was probably meant that they could all be more honest when the time came. They just needed a chance, that's all. Thinking back, only one group ever stuck out in his mind. One kid had been quick enough and smooth enough to slip past Gus legitimately one time or two. Unfortunately, that kid had disappeared one day, and Gus never knew what had happened to him. As Gus sat down to continue selling what was left, he paused. A leather pouch was sitting where the stolen bread had been. Gus looked around to see if anyone had left it, but no one seemed interested. Figuring maybe someone had left payment while playing his game with the kids, Gus opened the pouch, only to have a small pile of gold coins fall out. That was more than he'd make in a year. Now Gus was really worried. Someone had obviously made a mistake. He looked around into the crowd, but still, no one caught his eye. Then he noticed there was a small piece of paper in the pouch. Wondering if it might offer some clue as to who it belonged to, Gus fished it out. There was only one sentence on the scrap paper. Back pay for a childhood of fun and bread. End of story. I would just quickly like to thank the T5 peeps, Dragon Soup, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Sans the Skeleton, Lightjock, Dragzoon WRE, and Lord Azrakal. Thank you very much.